This story took place in an era when people died more often from monsters than from disease or hunger, and it began with the arrival of those very monsters. The guy who saw them first ran to tell the others, shouting as he ran that they needed to call for help immediately. But help had already arrived. They moved through the air with huge leaps, and one of the rescuers, fearless, spread his arms and leaped powerfully toward the monsters. Right in midair, he used a spell to summon a spiritual sword and prepared to attack the monsters, conjuring the sword directly from the palm of his left hand. The monsters were waiting for him below, each holding some kind of weapon, when suddenly, out of nowhere, a sword appeared in the young man's hands. When the young man descended to the monsters, he swung his sword left and right, scattering the monsters in different directions. He scattered them, breaking their swords, and new monsters came to replace the fallen one, only to meet the same fate. Among the rescuers was a girl with long silver hair, who crushed the monsters by stomping on them with her feet, and with a sword she pulled out of her leg. The girl could deal with several monsters at once. Her sword flew with such speed that it was almost invisible, only audible. There were many monsters, and new ones followed the defeated ones, opposed by divine swordsmen possessing the power of the spiritual sword. Thanks to the girl's use of the phantom step technique, all the monsters were suddenly surrounded and trapped in a circle. Then, completely unexpectedly for the monsters, the ground beneath them began to sink, then collapse, and they fell into a pit that had formed in the ground. One of the divine swordsmen used the earth step technique to provoke an earthquake, and the sticky step technique to slow down the others. Since the monsters' attacks were very frequent, the divine swordsman had to learn a unique sword step technique to fight them. The sticky step technique prevented the last surviving monster from attacking quickly, but it still did not give up and advanced towards the warriors. The divine swordsman struck it several times, but the monster stood up. It was huge, several times taller than each of the swordsmen. The last one left was the demon Inaga Ashina, the leader of the monsters, and he was approaching the swordsmen standing together step by step. One of the swordsmen flew up, shouting that he would take on the demon, but the girl with silver hair shouted at him not to be so reckless. The guy used the wave step technique, and the ground beneath them vibrated. Then he used the tsunami technique, and the ground rose up and lifted the guy up. The monster was several times larger than the attacking guy, and he had time to prepare for the attack and put his arm forward with a huge fist. Then he swung his fist at the ground rising in front of him and wounded the guy, hitting his left arm and causing him to lose his arm. The monster was so huge that even one of its arms was several times larger than the guy himself. But even after losing his arm, the guy continued to attack. Seeing what had happened, the girl with long silver hair called the guy a fool and, using the sword power spell, rushed into the attack. Cursing, the guy landed on the ground and told his companion that he had weakened his defense, and the companion asked him to be ready to attack the monster from behind. With that, he rushed straight towards the demon, who at that moment was easily repelling the attacks of the girl with silver hair. The guy used the sword power spell, mass consumption, and as he ran, he transformed from a fat man into a muscular young man, shedding his body like clothing. Among the swordsmen was a girl who cut her palm and cast the Puppet Master spell, forcing the defeated monsters to resurrect. This increased the swordsman's strength, as the resurrected monsters also rushed to attack their leader, who began to crush them with his feet. During their battles with monsters, the heavenly swordsman mastered a power known as sword energy, and each swordsman had his own approach to it. As a result of a joint attack, Inaga Ashina was defeated, falling to the ground, while the puppet monsters continued to attack him. Seeing that the leader was lying on the ground, the guy with no arm shouted that he was now ready to deliver justice, and his comrades declared that it was now his turn. Rising higher and gathering speed, the guy rushed down using the spell Sword Power Energy Exchange and struck the demon lying on the ground. After he struck it, a magical healing took place, and the guy regained his left arm at the moment the demon was defeated. The power of the spell and the might of the sword that struck down the demon provoked a powerful burst of energy, so that the hem of the guy's cloak flew up into the air. Through the joint efforts of the four heavenly swordsmen, the demon was defeated. The swordsmen fought for humanity and earned themselves the name of defenders of the world. But besides them, there were also demonic swordsmen who were traitors to humanity and served the 12 demon lords. They came to Earth and, assessing the capabilities of the heavenly swordsmen, decided to have some fun on Earth. And so began the era of battles between humans and demons. The 12 demon lords revealed themselves to the human world. Then the rest of the demons awoke and destroyed humans, plunging the world into chaos. One of the demon lords, a dragon, took pity on humans and gifted them with her power, and those she chose became divine swordsmen who protected the world. But there were those who desired greater power, and they began to serve the demon lord, thus giving rise to divine and demonic swordsmen. The heavenly swordsmen protect people, while the demonic swordsmen are traitors to humanity who serve the lords, and there is an endless struggle between them. One moonlit night, a young man noticed the approach of a snake squad from the divine snake clan. He saw them from afar. There were many people. Thinking about the approaching crowd, the guy was surprised and asked a certain Habu aloud why he had sent so many of his warriors. Seeing the guy standing on the mountain, whom they were looking for, the commander of this army ordered the warriors following him to spread out. The man at the front of the detachment thought that Lord Habu had mobilized the main forces of the Snake Clan for this campaign, and all because of this guy. The guy standing on the mountain was the commander of the Divine Rabbit Clan, the owner of a demonic rabbit sword named Ig. When the Snake Clan's squad approached Ig, he said that he had personal business in the village behind the hill and would not let them pass any further. The leader asked the young man to let them pass, saying that the village was hiding a cursed child who was prophesied to take revenge on the 12 lords. However, the guy replied that it was none of his business and that he was following his lord's orders. With a smirk, he began to pull swords from his own body. In response, the uninvited guests declared that the guy would not be able to handle all of them, as he was nothing compared to Lord Habu. They tried to warn the boy, but a few seconds later, he was already behind them with 2 swords crossed above his head. Transforming into a huge hare in midair, the boy thought that snakes loved to gossip and prepared to attack. The leader ordered everyone to open the demonic blood gate and start hunting the rabbit, and those standing nearby turned into huge snakes. They rushed towards the rabbit, and the leader shouted for the snakes to attack the guy, surround him, and block his retreat, not letting him touch the ground. He shouted that this must not be allowed to happen under any circumstance, because if the rabbit's feet touched the ground, but he did not have time to finish his sentence before a whirlwind began to swirl. It consisted of the remains of the snakes that had been cut down by swords, and the rabbit only had time to jump from one snake to another. The leader of the squad was surprised that half of the Snake Clan could yield to one man, and thought that Mr. Habu did not tolerate failure. So he shouted that failure in the Snake Clan was more costly than death, and that the snakes had to use any means necessary to stop the guy. And then the snakes all rushed at the rabbit together and began to bite him, using the technique of mutual destruction that was the pride of their clan. The snake was delighted that now the rabbit would not be able to resist the formation of 10,000 poisons that took life as payment. He thought that the mission could be considered complete. All that remained was to eliminate what was hidden, and suddenly, he felt that someone had left him without his left arm. The next moment, he was already kneeling in front of the rabbit and begging him for mercy, and the rabbit asked if it was true that his commander would not forgive him for his failure. The snake confirmed this, and the rabbit handed him a sword, saying that he must deliver it to his commander and tell him that he had dealt with the rabbit and the Lord's child. He added that this was the snake's only chance to save his life. The snake agreed, and as he watched him leave, the boy thought that sooner or later they would find out. He hoped this would distract Lord Haba and buy him some time to find the Lord's son, and he headed toward the village. On the way, he remembered meeting a woman who asked him to go to the village of the poor and protect the child she had hidden 7 years ago. The guy tried to explain that the Rabbit Clan's fortress was surrounded by the forces of 12 lords, and that if he left his post, they would not survive the night. Sitting in front of him was Haruko, the Rabbit King, who told him about her decision 7 years ago to give birth to a boy as one of the 12 demon lords. She asked Eiji if her son had inherited the power to help him live without awakening that power and remain ignorant of his origins. She also asked him not to refuse the last wish of his old friend, and that was the last thing the boy remembered before losing consciousness. Soon, Eiji sat under a blossoming tree and watched the boys from the poor village train in running. One of them ran, dropping his shoes along the way, but before that, these boys walked through the forest and discussed divine and demonic swordsmen, talking about what each could do and how to make them stronger than others. Hearing about the demonic swordsmen, one of the boys stopped and shouted indignantly that they had agreed to become divine swordsmen. The second replied that his friend was greatly impressed by the transformation of the demonic swordsman, but then he smelled something and stopped. He grabbed his friend by the hand and they ran. The boy shouted that he smelled a rabbit, and they had to catch it, while his friend asked if he looked like a wolf. Running up to Ig lying on the ground, the boy said that he definitely smelled like a rabbit, and his friend reminded him of the last time they were bitten by a pack of wolves. Realizing that the boy was alive, the boys carried him to the village, and when he began to come to, they were surprised that someone could recover faster than they could. When he came to, IG asked how he got there, and the boys replied that he was in the village of Bednyakov and that they had found him injured not far away in the forest. He thanked them and said that thanks to them, he had survived. He thought that perhaps there might be a Lord's child here and asked if there were other children in the village. The boys replied that they were the only children in the village, and the boy asked who their parents were and how old they were, thinking that one of them might be the Lord's child. The boy Yuva replied that they were 7 years old and had been found near the village gate 7 years ago, and his friend replied that the boy seemed suspicious. The boys discussed how everyone avoided them, and Yuva suggested that perhaps the boy was a beggar like them, but his friend replied that the boy's clothes were expensive. Watching them, the boy thought it was very strange that the child he was supposed to protect had saved him and brought him here, and perhaps it was fate. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had worried in vain that the child had been abandoned in the village of Bednyakov without any protection because of the prophecy. Opening his eyes, he looked at the boys. One had the eyes of a beast, the other had the eyes of a demon, and among them was definitely the Lord's child. But the guy didn't know who. Suddenly, the boys heard someone coming, and Yuva shouted to someone, pointing to the guy they had brought that morning. The old man smiled and said he was very glad that the guy was feeling better, and the guy thanked him for the treatment and said that he really felt much better. The old man replied that the treatment had nothing to do with it, that it was all thanks to the magical abilities of the divine swordsman, which he had understood from the boy's clothes and sword. The boys were surprised that they had had the incredible luck to meet the divine swordsman, so they didn't even know what to say at first. IG asked to stay a little longer, and the old man replied that it was a great honor for them to host the young man, and he understood why he had been given these clothes. The old man suggested celebrating his arrival, and when everyone gathered and the boys began to fool around, he said that thanks to them, laughter could be heard in the village. Watching the boys, IG thought that now the Lord could lift the burden from his heart and rest in peace, for her child was growing up in a good place. The boys continued to fool around, laughing merrily and making everyone laugh, while the boy thought that he still had no idea which of them was his Lord's child. When IG felt better, he went into the forest, and the boys fell to their knees before him and told him that they also wanted to become divine swordsmen. Yuka said that the qualities of a divine swordsman could manifest themselves when encountering demons, either through their own power or through the power of another divine swordsman. He asked the boy to check if they had the quality, but the boy asked why they should become divine swordsmen if they had never encountered demons. The boy thought that the presence of one of the Lord's children in the village was good protection against demons, and the boys told him about the demon attack. One of the women managed to protect Ren, and the men rushed to attack and took Yuhua away, while the attackers demanded payment for living in the village. It was then that Ren promised himself that when he became stronger, he would be able to take revenge and teach a couple of lessons to those who had harmed his family. Telling this story to IG, the boy said that first he would capture them and then thoroughly clean their faces. He wanted to swear, but his friend covered his mouth. After listening, the guy asked about Yuhua, and he replied that he wanted to drive away the demons and protect people, and that was his only reason. There was no other. Looking at them, IG thought that their reasons were different and that they could lead them astray, and that this information was not enough to determine the Lord's child. However, he hastened to please the boys by saying that if they became his disciples, he would help them become divine swordsmen. From that day on, the boys began their active training, and IG told them that the qualities of a divine swordsman usually awaken after the age of 15. The boys sat before him on their knees, leaning on their knees with their palms, and the man continued, saying that one of them would manifest these abilities right now. He said that the power of a divine swordsman was both a blessing and a curse, originally belonging to one of the demon lords and dangerous to humans. However, he did not have time to finish speaking before Ren fell asleep on the ground, and Yuva crawled away in the other direction, noticing a fluttering butterfly. Angered by such disrespectful behavior from his students, the young man yelled at them not to dare sleep, and to immediately return to listening. He continued by saying that the power of the divine swordsman would not only make them strong after awakening, and this time the young men listened attentively. He added that the power would give rise to a thirst for power, which is why many once righteous divine swordsmen became demonic, unable to give it up. Then he said that he would teach the boys to train their bodies and minds, which greatly disappointed them, as they had hoped to be able to awaken right away. Seeing their disappointment, IG thought that he couldn't wait to find out which of them was the Lord's child, but that it would be right to learn how to train the body and mind right away. Remembering his lord's request, the boy thought that, to begin with, he needed to nurture righteous hearts and minds in the boys. But thinking that the child was the Lord's child, and that perhaps he was going too far, and that awakening their powers was necessary for protection, he declared that they would begin right now. He said that even if their powers awakened now, they should not become complacent or greedy, but should follow his instructions. He continued to hold his hands on their heads, and all three shone with a bright light. The boy's eyes widened in surprise, and Yuva said, "What a bright light." Shining with them, IG wondered why both boys were glowing, and also that the manifestation of the qualities of a divine swordsman at such an age was incredibly rare. Lowering his hands, the guy looked closely at the boys, while Ren clenched his fists tightly in front of him and yelled, trying to pull the sword out of his body. IG said that they would need training to use the spiritual sword, when Yuva pointed to the sword that appeared from Ren's shoulder. All three were in shock. Yuva shouted that his friend had done it. IG shouted in surprise, and Ren also shouted as he watched the sword slowly emerge from his hand. A few seconds later, Ren raised the blade above his head. It glowed with fire, and the boy asked disappointedly if that was all. IG explained that there was no need to be upset about the size of the blade, because it and the shape of the sword would change as the boy grew. Looking at Ren, the guy thought that the manifestation of ability at such an age meant that the boy's potential was comparable to that of 12 lords. At that moment, Yuva, who was standing nearby, also decided to try and raised his hand. A burst of energy burst from his fist, and glowing rays shot out. A few seconds after the command, a small blade appeared in his hand, and his friend laughed that it was smaller than his. Their mentor was terribly surprised. He tried to figure out what was happening, and where both boys got the qualities of divine swordsmen. In addition, they both had incredible potential, and he decided that he simply had to teach them everything he knew. After that, they began active training. The boys did push-ups, took care of the adults in the village, and even did cleaning. When winter came, they went into the forest and returned home with huge bundles of brushwood and branches several times their size. Now they had become so strong that they could help the adults in the fields and work the land, and this also became part of their training. In addition to doing all this work, they also continued to train, and at first, they used ordinary sticks instead of swords. When IG arrived at training, he found Yuhua alone and asked where Ren was. Yuhua replied that he had gone to the village and complained that his friend was loved, but he was not. Suddenly, they were distracted by a cry. A girl was running towards them, calling IG and asking him to hurry. Both boys asked her what had happened, but before she could answer, a man appeared behind her and said that he hadn't seen IG in a long time. It was the commander of the Divine Snake Clan, Habuna. Looking at IG and his student Habuna standing in front of him, he snorted contemptuously and said that the boy had become very boring. Nodding his head toward the girl lying on the ground, he added that in the past, the boy would not have been able to stand calmly and watch someone die before his eyes. IG was forced to agree with him mentally. He thought that his feelings seemed to have dulled because he was unable to react in time. Aloud, however, he said, looking straight into the eyes of the uninvited guest, that he was sure that he would come much later, spending several more years searching. Habuna replied that 7 years ago, he had been fooled because he was sure that he would not be able to cope with his subordinates, and reminded him that he had the guy's sword. It turned out that the snake had told him everything, and now Habuna nodded at the boy, asking if he was the child who was prophesied to defeat the 12 demon lords. Yuvi listened with wide eyes, and Habuna continued, saying that the attempts of IG and his lord to sacrifice everything to protect the boy only aroused pity. Without taking his eyes off the uninvited guest, IG drew his sword and shouted at Yuva to run away from this place immediately. The boy looked at the girl, lying on the ground, but Habuna replied that the boy would end up just like the girl, and that he shouldn't worry. And at that moment, when Habuna rushed towards IG and they crossed swords, the mentor managed to shout to his student to run away right now with all his might. The opponents deftly parried each other's blows when Habuna, calling the boy pathetic, asked if he really thought he could buy the boy time. Instead of running away from the battlefield, Yuva rushed to the girl, picked her up, and realized that it was too late and she had died. The guy couldn't hold back and cried, and kneeling in front of the girl, he looked towards the village, thinking that it was very strange that it was so quiet there. A terrible thought crossed his mind, and with his sword in his hands, he jumped up and rushed to the village. But when he got there, he found the street littered with bodies. Unable to believe what had happened, the boy burst into tears, dropped his sword, and thought that if the villagers had fled or hidden, they might have survived. IG and Habuna continued their battle when IG noticed that Yuva had returned from visiting the village, and the boy shouted at him to run away. Habuna, unable to contain his joy, said that they were easy prey for him because Iji's hands were tied, and the boy did not dare to run away. Eiji realized that his opponent had deliberately positioned himself in such a way as to block his path, while Yuva had the opportunity to attack from behind. The boy understood that the plan was for Yuhua to rush at Habuna from behind, at which point he would make his move and strike him with his sword from behind, as was his hunting style. Both thought that Yuhua would not be able to foresee this move, so when he rushed to attack Habuna, he thought the boy was naive. Eiji thought the guy shouldn't have done that, but his opponent was already pulling swords from his back and getting ready to strike the boy running towards him. However, instead of attacking from behind at the very last moment, Yuhua circled around Habun and ran past him towards his mentor. Then he flew over them and landed next to his mentor, asking if his opponent really thought he would fall for that trick. When he landed, Eiji turned to him and asked why he had returned, since he had told him to run away. And the boy said that Habuna had destroyed the entire village. Taking advantage of their conversation, Habuna decided that this was the right moment to attack both of them, and rushed towards them, spreading his wings. Deflecting Habuna's attacks, Eiji told his student that if he had come to take revenge, he should stop attacking and start planning. But the boy replied that it was not about revenge. The boy said that he had heard their conversation with the villagers, and understood that they were not going to run away, and thought that they were protecting Rina. He also thought that their opponent had confused him with another boy, and asked his mentor aloud if he thought that was a good enough reason. Jumping into the air with his mentor, the guy thought that if they didn't defeat the enemy, he was ready to die defending Rina, just like the villager. Then they descended together, crossing their swords with the enemy's sword. But the enemy also fought back with his huge wings. Habuna was surprised that instead of continuing to stall for time, Eiji was now attacking him together with his student. He thought that Eiji did so because he was afraid of his student's inexperience, and then Eiji and Yuhua ran away from him for a short distance. Then Habuna saw a huge rabbit standing behind them with swords in its paws, and thought that it seemed to have regained its former form. Preparing for the attack, Eiji admitted that it was a mistake to involve him in everything, and that he felt guilty. But he replied that they needed to deal with the enemy. Habuna was approaching the boys, but the teacher said that this was his fight, and that Yuva should retreat and let him deal with it himself. Habuna was already very close, holding a sword in his right hand, as well as in each of his wings, and there were also swords in the wings on his hood. Looking at him, Yuva asked if this was the power of a demonic swordsman, and the teacher replied that he should remember that excessive greed destroys a person. He himself turned into a rabbit, and, without turning around, gave his last instruction, expressing the hope that he would not repeat the mistakes of his wayward master. Yukva said he didn't understand what he was talking about, and that they had to fight together, but the teacher replied that the boy was his dear student, and he asked him to survive. The boy felt himself being thrown back, and the rabbit moved forward, the ground cracking with each step, and he shouted that it was time to end it all. His opponent roared that he had wanted this ever since they became demonic swordsmen, and the rabbit replied that he would have ended it back then. The rabbit used several spells, such as Shell Split and Shell Breaker, and a whole crowd of rabbits lined up behind him. Promising that his opponent would regret going against him, he turned into a snake, using the spells Call to the Stars and Retribution, then Call of Catastrophe. After these spells, the snake became huge, his eyes lit up with fire, and he promised to send the guy to the underworld to meet his wicked lord. The huge rabbit bared its teeth and growled that at the end of the battle, his opponent would regret ever daring to open his mouth against his lord. With that, the rabbit grabbed his sword with both paws and prepared to attack the huge snake standing right in front of him with its mouth open. The snake growled, baring its huge poisonous fang, and the crowd of rabbits rushed at it with their paws stretched forward, holding swords. Meanwhile, Ren was returning to the village, carrying a full basket on his shoulders, and remembering that Yuva had asked him to bring something, but he had forgotten what. The boy put the basket on the ground when he entered the village, and listened to the silence that hung over the whole village, which greatly disturbed him. Kneeling on one knee, the boy began to examine the tracks he saw in the sand, and he also smelled a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Putting all these facts together, and listening again to the ringing silence, the guy realized that all this pointed to the fact that something bad had happened. Standing up, Ren looked ahead and saw the energy trail of one person, and his suspicions were confirmed by the footprints in the sand and the gate. He didn't know it was Habuna, but from the evidence he gathered, he realized that the uninvited guest who had come to them hadn't even tried to hide his presence. Ren decided that the first thing he would do was follow the stranger, who was in such a hurry that he didn't even notice another observer in his haste. The boy saw that the villagers had come to the defense of the children and sent Momo to warn Ig that a stranger had come to take his child. Walking down the street, the boy remembered everyone who lived in the village and stood up for them. The old man who found them in the forest, and Uncle Makoto, who could do anything. He remembered how Yuvi's aunt Tsubasa, who dreamed of having her own child, took care of him, and how Shinichi let them get away with anything. He remembered the girl Momo, who taught them to read and write, and then died trying to warn Ig about the invasion of the uninvited guest. The boy stood for a moment, turning toward the village and saying goodbye to all its inhabitants, thinking that every single one of them had died for him and because of him. Shortly before that, Ig had a conversation with the villagers, and the boy told them that he was a demon swordsman, and one of the boys was his lord's child. Ig also said that he had hidden this for as long as he could, but now the other lords had found out about it, and the villagers were in danger. After listening, someone said that it was hard for them to believe that one of the boys was the child from the prophecy, while another replied that despite this, they remained one family. Ig suggested that in order to ensure the safety of the villagers, the boy should take the children and leave their village. They replied that he would be persecuted for the rest of his life, and suggested that he turn to the Alliance of Divine Swords, or someone in a high position. One of the residents asked how they could refuse to help if the boy could destroy all the demon lords and become a hero to the people. Another girl supported her, saying that it was indeed better to ask for help than for the boy to run away with the children and hide for the rest of his life. Ig regretfully said that after the child was born, his mistress had already asked the rulers in the alliance for help, but they were afraid of him. They demanded guarantees that the child would only destroy the demon lords, and said that he could become a threat to all of humanity. In addition to the alliance's apprehension about the newborn child, each member of the alliance tried to gain personal benefit in case they supported him. He added that his mistress had no choice but to hide the child here in their poor village in order to save his life. After listening to him, the villagers decided that they had to protect the children, who had become like family to them, and that they could not abandon them to their fate. Ig looked around at everyone gathered and said that they would not be able to stand up to the 12 lords, but he did not want to steal the smiles from this village. The last to speak was an old man who said that decades ago, people who had been rejected by the world and had nowhere to go had founded this village. It was here, in this village, that people who had previously lived on the brink of destruction were able to find peace and start their lives from scratch. He said that 14 years ago, he had found some boys who were still babies not far from here, and had brought them to this village. He added that these children had become gifts of fate for all the villagers, and had given them a reason to live. Ig looked at the old man and listened to what he was saying. When he finished speaking, the old man smiled and said that he really hoped the young man understood what he was talking about. After listening to the old man, one of the villagers asked if the young man knew who the Lord's child was, adding that he was just asking because he was curious. But the young man already knew the answer to that question. After numerous trainings and trials, he had come to the conclusion that Lady Haruko's child was Ren. The guys were on the roof of the barn, where the village meeting was taking place, and heard everything. Ig added that Ren had the energy of a divine demon lord. Looking at the village where the dead residents would remain forever, he thought that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would not have left, and that was the price of his mistake. The guy climbed the mountain and saw a huge pit that reached the forest itself, and realized that the battle between the master and the stranger had changed the landscape. The guy climbed down into the pit and traced the battle that had recently taken place here, and ended with the death of the stranger and the victory of the master. The boy saw that after that, the observer intervened, took the sword from the master, and the boy knelt down and bowed in a deep bow. Ren saw before him the image of the master, who was his master and father, and sometimes even his older brother, and said that he was immensely grateful to him. Rising from his knees, he saw before him the image of the observer walking away, carrying the sword in his hand, and thought that the uninvited guest needed him. He remembered his friend and saw him putting on his red kimono, smiling, and he was sure that his friend would not run away. Deciding to catch up with the image of the observer, Ren jumped into the air and flew, accelerating with every second and closing the distance between them. Catching up with him, he flew with him, thinking that his friend Yuhua must have been waiting for him at the end of this path, pretending to be Ren. Ren saw that this was indeed the case. His friend was waiting for him at the end of the path, running around like a madman, waving his sword. Ren heard his friend shout that he had used a slash spell to strike the attacker, and saw a funnel of lightning coming from the sword. The guy saw everything that happened here, as if he were present himself, and a picture began to form in his head. He saw the forest and the cut trees. The trenches spoke of battle, and turning to the observer, he asked if this was his last message to him. Putting together everything he had seen and heard, the boy looked at the observer and realized that he needed to find the person his friend had left a mark on his face. He understood that he not only needed to find him, but also to avenge his friend and the entire village. Ren returned and buried all the dead. Kneeling next to the place where his friend had found his final resting place, the boy said that they all needed to wait a little longer. He sat with his head bowed for a while, then looked up with tears streaming from his eyes, and promised to repay his enemies 100-fold for what they had taken from him. Ren left, leaving his sword where he had buried his friend, and did not see the white light descend from above, and Yuva rise from the pile of stones. A young man arrived at the southern branch of the Alliance of Divine Swords. Walking across the courtyard toward the main building, he asked loudly if anyone was there. He was a divine swordsman named So, and a scout, and after checking his notes, he came to the conclusion that he had arrived at the correct meeting place. Unexpectedly for him, a man appeared nearby who said that according to rumors, the mission would be quite difficult, and he asked what the young man was doing there. Bowing, So introduced himself and said that he was traveling from Meadow, that he was 19 years old, and that he had come here to practice. The man who met him was named Senmon. He grinned and said that most people now decide to become demonic swordsmen after awakening their powers. So asked if it was forbidden to talk about lords and swordsmen, and the man laughed, saying that what was the point of hunting them if you couldn't even talk about them. So said that the Alliance was trying to avoid the demonic lord, and Senmon replied that they did not want to provoke hostility with the lords. The man gave the young man some advice, saying that if he chose to follow the path of a divine swordsman, he should be guided by will and duty, not by a thirst for power and profit. The young man looked at the man intently, hanging on his every word, and then asked how he knew he was a novice. Then he looked at his appearance and decided that it was all because of his new uniform, and the man replied that he would tell him if he showed his spiritual sword. So agreed and cast a spell to summon the spiritual sword, which he took out of his left hand, while energy swirled around him. A few moments later, So raised his right hand with a huge sword, his shirt torn to shreds, and Senmon laughed at this. The man replied that he knew the guy was a newbie because of his uniform, which showed no signs of being affected by the guy's spiritual sword. So sadly noted that he now needed a new uniform, and that the man could have told him about it earlier, but the man advised the guy to have the uniform altered. Senmon raised his left hand, and So asked if it was to summon the sword, but the man replied that he wanted it to be the first thing that came to his opponent's mind. Noticing two figures not far from them, the man suggested that the guy practice on them, but he replied that he couldn't tell at first glance. Senmon laughed and replied that this was the tactic of the divine swordsman, so that their opponent could not predict from which hand he would summon the sword. The figures discussed the task and were indignant that it was a team task, which meant that the reward would be divided between two people. They were the divine swordsmen, Maki and Shion. Maki suggested to Shion that they spar after the mission, but the girl refused, saying that she did not want to waste time on something that would not bring any benefit. Maki, deciding to tease her, said she would bet on herself. Shion got angry and rushed to write it down in her notebook, promising that they would finish in 3 rounds. So and Senmon overheard the girl's conversation, and when the guy asked how to explain it, the man replied that such individuals are encountered from time to time. Senmon continued that only beginners show their spiritual sword, because part of the divine swordsman's tactics is to hide the form of the sword. After these words, So turned his head and saw a swordsman named Nisei sitting on a rock, and asked why he was not hiding his sword. Senmon said that there was no need for someone like him to do so, and that So was probably only allowed to take on this task because Nisei had joined. So whispered, asking if Senmon knew who Nisei was, and Senmon whispered back that today was the first time he had seen this guy in person. He explained that in the early days of the confrontation with the demon lords, the Alliance of Divine Swords had bestowed knowledge upon 9 divine swordsmen. However, 2 of them betrayed the Alliance of Divine Swords and became demon swordsmen, and since then, 2 places have remained vacant. Recently, 2 new candidates for the 9 heavenly swords were appointed, and rumor has it that one of these candidates has white hair and golden eyes. Looking at Nisei, who had white hair and an eye patch, So decided that he was the candidate, and the man added that behind the patch were golden eyes. The guy thought for a moment, and when asked if he envied the title of one of the 9 heavenly swords, he replied that he did not, because he was just a beginner. Senmon added that So's age and status gave him away as a beginner, as swordsmen usually hide this information, and sometimes even their faces. He pointed to the roof, and the guy saw a man lying there with a mask on his head. He was also a swordsman, but his name was unknown. When everyone gathered in the courtyard, Maki saw that So was holding his sword, and shouted that he must want to fight if he had drawn his sword, but he replied that he did not. After that, they were informed that their mission would be to exterminate demons, conduct an investigation, and deal with the consequences of their appearance. An old man and 2 girls came out to them, one of whom said that their destination would be the foggy village in Tsukaba's domain. The other girl, taller, with long black hair tied in a ponytail, added that they would go to the mission location with the village chief. For defeating the demon, they would be promised 1 coin, and for investigating the cause of the demon's appearance, another 50 coins on top of that. Xian was delighted. The girl wrote everything down in her notebook and said that she had expected a tiny amount for a group mission, but they had a cash flow here, so added that 3 coins covered the monthly needs of 1 family. And Senman replied that this meant that the mission would not be easy. The tall girl with long black hair listened to everyone and noticed that the carriage was ready and they could set off. She asked a colleague standing nearby if the old man would be able to handle it, since no one had been able to do so before, and she replied that this time was different. When everyone got into the carriage, Maki said that they had an inspector from the Alliance with them, and that they would reach the village very quickly. The main street of the village was very quiet. Senmon asked the head of the village why it was so quiet, and he replied that the flow of tourists had stopped due to the appearance of demons. The man was surprised where the large reward came from, and Xian was indignant that if there were problems with the reward, the village would have problems more serious than demons. So said that if the village was a tourist destination, its financial situation should be in perfect order. Senmon was surprised why the guy had decided that. The village chief, who was walking ahead, replied that the local ruler, Lord Tsukaba, considered it important to support the financial activities of the divine swords. He added that they should not worry about the payment of the promised reward, and suggested that they go eat first. However, Nisei replied that they needed to greet their guests first, and after the old man's question, demons began to peek out from all corners. The village chief was frightened when he saw how many there were, and was about to run away, but So and Senmon caught him. The old man lamented why they had appeared now. Senmon looked at the demons, smiled, and said that it seemed as if they had been waiting for them for a long time, and the boy replied that they had appeared just in time. The girls did not wait for the boys to finish talking, and rushed into the attack, one after another. Xian shouted that whoever got there first would get the demon stones. Next to rush into battle with the demons was a swordsman whose name was unknown. He was still wearing a mask resembling a dog's head, so also wanted to rush into the attack. But Senmon stopped him, telling him to protect the village chief and watch how the elders did their job and learn from them. As soon as he drew his sword, a demon rushed at him, and the man looked at it and said that he felt very sorry for it and that it had chosen the wrong opponent. However, the demon was also quite strong. It swung at the man's arm and struck him several times. Senmon grinned at the demon and said that he was fighting quite well, and that he had not expected the demon to be such a worthy opponent. Looking at Senmon fighting the demon, So looked surprised. He thought that his uncle was actually weak, and this realization greatly upset him. Senmon, however, did not think so at all. He continued to attack the demon fiercely, enjoying himself and telling himself that this was not the end. Watching Maki fight several demons at once, So thought that Uncle Senmon was weak compared to the others. Maki was magnificent, knocking out the attacking demons one after another, drawing fire from her own palm, and wielding her sword deftly. Using the spell, One Sword, One Death, and her free sword style, she drew many swords from herself and aimed them at the demons surrounding her. After dealing with them, Maki saw a huge demon dozens of times her size nearby, and thought that she probably wouldn't have time to catch her breath. The demon with burning eyes raised his hand to strike the girl, but Xian spun around him like lightning, using a whip with pieces of sword blades. When it was over, she took out a notebook and told Maki that she would write it down on her account, and Maki was indignant that the demon could not defeat her. Xian replied that no one knew how they would die, and that the girl should prepare money, and then delivered a decisive blow to the demon's head. Nisei and the nameless swordsman also kept up with the girls, working in tandem, one using his fists and the other using thunder fist spells. They also used lightning headbutt spells and kick spells that knocked the demons out cold. Nisei ordered them to stop shouting out the names of the spells and to use the spirit sword, but they objected that their colleague was not using the sword either. Nisei, continuing to fight the demon, replied that his comrade was right, and explained that he had sworn not to use the spirit sword until he had avenged his master. The nameless man said it was a dramatic story worthy of a hero. Nisei snorted, saying he wasn't going to give stupid names to fragments of his life. The village chief and the old man watched what was happening when a demon headed in their direction. The old man cried out, but the young man reassured him that he could handle it. The old man calmly replied that he was not afraid, and the young man, thinking, asked if something else was bothering him much more than the demons. The old man replied that this was not the case. The swordsmen were returning to them. Maki complained about her dirty clothes. Shion counted coins. The nameless one said he was hungry. Looking at her clothes, Maki said she would take a bath before eating. Shion sarcastically replied that it was because the girl had fought very desperately. Senmon, addressing the nameless one, said that he shouldn't have helped, that he could have handled it himself, and the guy replied that he had only fought one demon. The village chief said that they could use the hot springs while the food was being prepared, and the nameless one complained that he was very hungry. The girls went to soak in the hot springs, and Maki, enjoying the rest and the hot water, said that she really liked this kind of field work. Shion asked her colleague if she thought the mission was strange, and she replied that there was nothing strange about it. They just had to deal with everyone. Maki objected that the girl liked to overthink things, and she replied that because of inspectors like Maki, the alliance was not growing. The girls also talked about each other's breast sizes, and the men, who were in a nearby spring, noticed the excellent acoustics. When the nameless swordsman emerged from the spring, Senmon asked him where So had gone, and he replied that the guy had gone to check something. So stood in front of a huge demon, having already lost his right arm, and asked if the demon considered the use of a spiritual sword to be unfair. In the morning, the village chief informed the mission participants that a young man from their village had found an arm that most likely belonged to their partner. So, after examining the find, Senmon declared that it was indeed the hand of a divine swordsman, as evidenced by the elasticity of the skin and the density of the muscles. One of the swordsmen said that the probability of So still being alive was very small, as they had found no traces of a struggle or kidnapping. Maki said that Nameless was the last person to see the young man, and he replied that So had gone to check something, and he had not seen him since. Shion suggested that the young man might have gone to investigate alone, and concluded that this was a typical rookie mistake. After examining So's hand, Nisei said that the cut was made in one stroke, and that it seemed they were dealing with a higher-ranking demon than yesterday's. Maki and the nameless swordsman were outraged to hear his words, and the girl asked if he could even see anything through his bandage. Nisei replied that his bandage was made of a special fabric that allowed him to see everything, adding that he wore it because he was sensitive to bright light. He added that he had to drive the carriage himself, because the boss had gotten lost halfway there. The swordsmen began to share their thoughts on why he wore the bandage. Some talked about his golden eyes, others about his third eye. The nameless one suggested that he was the best in the world. Nisei flew into a rage at what they were implying, then calmed down and said that their opponent was no ordinary demon. Everyone fell silent except Senmon, who said that it could be the work of a beast, or, in the worst case, a spirit. His words surprised the nameless swordsman, who asked what kind of spirit and beast they were, adding that weren't they all just demons? This time, the girls were indignant. They asked how he became a heavenly swordsman if he didn't even know that the Alliance had developed a ranking system for demons. Senmon explained that the ranking system was a classification to facilitate their work. At the top was the Phantom Demon, followed by the Spirit Beast and the Lower Demon. Yesterday, they were attacked by lower demons, who gather in groups, have low intelligence, and attack people without hesitation. Beasts usually hunt alone. They are more intelligent than lower demons, and can speak a little. At the next level are spirits. They evolve from beasts, disguise themselves as humans, speak human language, and possess intelligence. Nameless asked about the first level of demons, and Maki replied that they were ghost demons and could be taken literally. She added that they had only appeared once, and in the last battle with them, only 10% of the Alliance members who participated had survived. Shion added that humanity had managed to survive only because, according to rumors, ghost demons were not interested in humans. After listening to everyone who wanted to speak, Senmon concluded that, judging by all appearances, there was either a beast or a spirit in this village. He added that according to the rules, such a case required a team of 6 divine swordsmen, and given So's disappearance, they could not carry out this mission. Shion replied that they would not be able to receive payment for this mission, and the man added that breaking the rules would have consequences. The village chief was standing nearby, and, after listening to their discussion, asked sadly if they were really going to abandon them to their fate. The nameless swordsman replied, telling the man not to worry, and promising to catch the demon because he knew nothing about ranks. Maki promised to stay for the sake of peace in the village, but Shion refused unless there was a reward, saying that Maki was just itching for a fight and that it wasn't about the village. She was about to leave, but the head said he would ask the Lord for the necessary amount, and the girl changed her mind, saying that she couldn't abandon the villagers either. Senmon suddenly grabbed the nameless one, saying that he had seen a huge number of swordsmen die because of recklessness, and that he remembered their unenviable end. The nameless one calmly looked at the man and simply said, "Good," adding that those people were glorious warriors since he still remembered them. Senmon realized that he couldn't be stopped and said that he would detain the guy by force. But suddenly, Maki suggested that So's disappearance was just speculation. She added that during the operation, a demonic swordsman sometimes intervenes to destroy everyone, and perhaps this was one of them. The men remained silent, but Shion responded to the girl, saying that she was just itching for a fight and looking for a reason to fight, thus slowing down the progress of the mission. The nameless man asked the girls if Senmon could be a demon, because a divine swordsman would not leave the villagers in trouble. His words angered the man, who had already drawn his sword, and said that the guy would have to take off his mask first if he suspected him. The nameless man grabbed the tip of his opponent's sword with his hand, and Maki commanded the spell Sword Force Indomitability and knocked the sword out of both men's hands with her foot. Seeing Senmon's face, she laughed and said that if they fought, they would be able to figure out which of them was really suspicious and which was not. Despite the fact that a few seconds ago, the men had called each other strange, upon hearing her words, they shouted, asking which of them was saying such things. In response to their words, Maki began to draw her blades and shouted, asking why Shion was so slow to join her. Shion was casting a spell and said that she didn't care if Maki just wanted to fight, but if it jeopardized the reward, she wouldn't allow it. Nisei and the village chief watched them, and when the chief asked if they should intervene, the boy replied that the old man should not worry. He added that when a swordsman's powers awaken, they have a sharp reaction to the death of others, and these emotions will be a stimulus for future battles. Meanwhile, the 4 mission participants were already flying through the air and using their weapons against each other when the guy took out his sword. Nisei told the old man that he was different from the swordsman, and upon hearing this, they turned around and listened in surprise as his sword clanged. He added that it didn't matter if there was a demon swordsman among them. He suggested leaving everything as it was and not following the rules. Hearing this, Maki said that there would be consequences. Shion thought that the guy was a candidate for the heavenly swords of Senmon, that he was the demon swordsman. Suddenly, 2 silhouettes appeared at the other end of the street. They were walking towards them and calling for their grandfather, and the village chief said that they were his granddaughters. Seeing who their grandfather was standing with, the girls ran towards him. One called for her grandfather, while the other repeated admiringly that they were divine swordsmen. The old man said that his daughter had died several years ago, and now the girls were his only blood relatives. He asked what the girls were doing here, since they had promised to wait for him at home, and the older one replied that her sister wanted to see the divine swordsman. The little girl, seeing the swordsman, could only say wow, and her sister began to scold her, asking what they should say when they see their elders. The little girl bowed and greeted them. Shion, seeing Maki looking at the girls with admiration, asked if she really liked something other than fighting. Maki sat down and asked the little girls what their names were and how old they were. The older one replied that they were 7 and 4 years old, and that her name was Natsuki, and her sister's name was Manabu. The head said that since they had greeted the guests, they could go home. But the younger one said she wanted to play with Maki and rushed towards her. Nisei said that he wanted to continue the investigation by splitting into 2 groups and that the children needed to go with them, and Manabu replied that she agreed. The old man did not expect such a request at all, but his eldest granddaughter, Natsuki, replied that he need not worry, she would take care of her sister. All the old man could do was agree. Manabu was put on Senmon's shoulder, and Natsuki walked hand in hand with Maki, followed by Shion. The girls went to talk to the villagers, questioning everyone. Maki and Shion stood aside while they gathered information about what was happening in the village. The boys went to the field with the village chief, where they talked to the men, and the chief introduced Nisei to everyone. Then they all walked around the village together, questioning each resident, asking who had seen and heard what, and how they could help with the investigation. The nameless swordsman was the first to return to the house that had been assigned to them for lodging, followed by the girls, who asked him about his findings. The swordsman lay on the floor, exhausted, and said that Nisei had deceived everyone. Instead of participating in the investigation, he had been chatting with the old man. Nisei replied to the nameless swordsman that he needed to look into something suspicious about the village chief. Maki replied that, according to the old man, his daughter had died several years ago, and she thought the old man was acting strangely in front of his granddaughter. Shion indignantly asked if the girl really suspected the children, and reminded her that they were delighted when they saw the swordsman, and that they could not be suspected. She offered her own version, stating that the local lord was very suspicious, because it was unclear why he was spending so much money on the villagers. The nameless man said that the old man was just worried about his granddaughters, but he had another question. Why were there no other children in the village except for the headman's granddaughters? Nisei asked where the girls were, and Shion replied that Senmon was supposed to take them to the headman's house, but then they heard a child's voice calling the swordsman. Natsuki appeared at the doorstep, to announce that Senmon was leaving the mission to return to his homeland and make gravestones for his fallen comrades. The swordsmen were shocked by this. Maki suggested that it was a joke, but Shion said that it could be a message from Senmon and that it was definitely his message. The girl was standing in the doorway when Nisei asked when her mother had died, and the girl said that according to her grandfather, it happened when she was 2 years old. The swordsman figured that 5 years had passed, but the girl's sister was 4 years old, which meant that their comrade Senmon was in danger right now. At that moment, the man himself was walking through the village, carrying Manabu on his shoulders, and the girl asked if he had really decided to just give up and go home. Her eyes lit up when Senmon said that adults should know not to interfere in matters that make no sense. In addition, smoke began to rise behind the girl, and she took out a dagger and asked the man why he had sent the girl to the swordsman. The man's answer surprised her. He said he did it so that the demon couldn't use her as a hostage, and the demon replied that it was very clever. Raising his dagger above Senmon's shoulder, the demon laughed and said that now it didn't matter anymore. However, the man managed to grab his dagger and block the demon's blow, asking if he really thought he had even the slightest chance. The demon laughed and told the man to stop bluffing, and with his free left hand, he grabbed the demon by the scruff of his neck. Before the demon could even look back, he was already flying backwards to the ground, dropping his sword, while the swordsman raised his own above him. The blow with which the swordsman threw the demon into the girl's body was so powerful that it left a dent in the ground and cracked the earth. Despite this, the demon jumped to his feet very quickly and, bending down to take a running start, said that children should not be treated this way. Senmon replied that it was the duty of older comrades to guide foolish children onto the righteous path, and took up a defensive position. What the man saw next made him curse and be unspeakably surprised, for a spiritual sword appeared in the demon's body. This made the man think seriously. Looking closely at the demon, he said that it was very unusual to see a demon using a spiritual sword. A green light emanated from the sword in the demon's body, and the swordsman continued that he could explain this by the fact that the demon had absorbed the divine swordsman. Senmon asked if the demon had really absorbed the newcomer who had come with them yesterday, and whose hand they had found, while he was constantly on guard. The demon replied that those who were stronger were best at satisfying his hunger, and the guy was a complete disappointment, so he had to go looking for himself. Having said this, the demon suddenly jumped, but the swordsman was ready, parried his blow, and dodged to the side, the blow grazing him. Jumping up and flashing his eyes, the demon asked defiantly, looking at the swordsman, if that was all the speed his opponent had. Then, right before Senmon's eyes, the sword began to spin in a circle in the demon's body, and it slowly began to rise into the air. Once in the air, the demon began to move toward the swordsman, but the air currents created by the spinning sword prevented the swordsman from standing firmly on his feet. Noticing how the swordsman reacted to his actions, the demon realized that he was apparently quite weak and would not be able to satisfy his hunger. Saying this, the demon rushed at Senmon, trying to cut off his left arm, but only managed to cut his clothes and skin. The demon looked at him and said that he was a disappointment, and Senmon grabbed the demon and squeezed him in his arms, reminding him of his words that he would not be able to defeat him. Looking at the man, the demon asked if he had decided to strangle him in his arm, but the man was already commanding the spell of the unbreakable stance. Senmon's body began to turn to stone, and he said that he was lucky that the demon did not show his face. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defeat him. The demon demanded to be released. The man's face was almost completely covered with stone, and he said that it would pass either in the event of his death or when he was no longer threatened. The demon growled that he would get rid of the swordsman, but the man thought that he just needed to wait for the others, because that was why he had been taken on the mission. Holding the demon in his stone embrace, he remembered his past and how he had dreamed when he was young that others would recognize him. He remembered that he had always moved forward tirelessly, because he firmly believed that sooner or later his efforts would pay off. He trained tirelessly, and when he was at the peak of his training, he had that very encounter with the demon that he now remembered. He was not the only one fighting this huge demon, and among all the fighters, he noticed two guys who were counting their victories. Senmon watched how masterfully these two wielded their swords and dealt with the demons, and very unpleasant thoughts came to him. Looking at his sword, the man realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would never be able to reach those with innate talent. He remembered that even when his innate ability manifested itself, and he believed that he could become a little stronger, it turned out to be insignificant. This ability was very pitiful, and only allowed him to watch the death of his comrade, and he became like a tombstone on the battlefield. His last thought before his face turned to stone was that he couldn't just give up, and that he had to do what he was capable of. Suddenly, the swordsman's stone body began to crack, and the demon rejoiced, saying that he would die sooner than he thought. But Senman laughed in response, saying that it was not at all as the demon thought, and that the cracks appeared because nothing threatened him now. He was right, because whips with blades attached to them, directed by a spell of preliminary arrest, flew towards the demon. They slowly enveloped the body of the girl in which the demon was located, and they heard Xion's voice asking Senman to step aside. Senman recoiled when the whips enveloped the girl's body, and then the blades, driven by the spell of a thunderstorm of swords, rushed at the demon. However, to everyone's surprise, the demon was able to free itself from the grip of the whips and lunged forward so that the swords, without touching it, fell to the ground. After the escape, Maki lashed out at Xion for not being able to hold the demon back. But Xion replied that she had warned her that this technique didn't work well after sunset. However, the demon didn't get far. He watched the girls arguing and said that he wanted to prolong the meal, but now he would finish them all off together. The demon soared into the sky directly above the girls, and began to spin the sword in his body like a propeller, slowly descending toward them and preparing to feast. However, his rotation was stopped by a powerful kick delivered by the nameless swordsman from above, who swung Nisei, and they said that the night snack was cancelled. Lifting his head up, the demon saw something that made his eyes widen and become like two saucers. It was Nisei's sword hanging over his head. Holding the blade above the demon's head, Nisei uttered a spell of demonic transformation, and the demon left the girl's body and took its true form. It fell to the ground with an incredible crash. The demon was dozens of times larger than all the swordsmen combined, and they were already ready for battle. The monster's eyes flashed, it growled, and in a vile voice said that it seemed the appetizer dared to kick, and that it would be better to chew it up. The swordsmen stood in position, ready for the monster to attack them at any moment, not wanting it to catch them off guard. The nameless swordsman approached Senman, who said that he had done everything he could, and that nothing more could be expected from such a weakling. Now everything was in their hands. Without waiting for the monster to attack them, the swordsmen rushed at it themselves, and the nameless swordsman said that Senman was wrong, and that he was not weak at all. Senman asked him not to comfort him, and said that he had done everything he could. The nameless swordsman replied that the demon could have escaped, but the man had prevented that. Looking at the wounded man, the nameless swordsman remembered and quoted a phrase: "To become strong, one must reject arrogance and shame." Senman asked if he really thought he would become stronger, and he replied that talent would run out, but there were no limits to effort. Senman replied that the words of a brat would not calm him down, then smiled at the guy and thanked him for his support. But the guy turned around and headed towards the demon, shouting without even looking back that the man would thank him when he was done with this demon. Senman passed out, exhausted, while Xion tightened the whips with sharp sword fragments, passing through the monster's mouth. The girl, sitting on the demon's head, said that now they had finally figured out who was responsible for the appearance of demons in this village. Maki replied that dealing with the monster was more difficult than they thought, and Nisei added that there was still much they did not know about this demon. Noticing movement behind him, Nisei saw the nameless swordsman and asked how Senman was doing. He replied that the man needed to take a nap. Hearing his words, Maki smiled predatorily and suggested that they deal with the demon before their comrade woke up. The demon growled menacingly, saying that they could no longer defeat him because he had taken his true form and they had missed their chance. Standing on all four legs and turning his entire body, the demon tried to hit Nisei with his tail, but Nisei managed to jump out of the way and remained unharmed. The demon then grabbed Xion, who was sitting on his head, and threw her to the ground with all his might, causing her to roll several times. After that, he tore off the whips that were stretched across his mouth and growled menacingly, letting the swordsman know how angry and hungry he was. Maki shouted at Nisei to be careful because the demon was preparing to attack, and the guy shouted for her to let him go because he couldn't see anything. The nameless swordsman used a high jump spell to get above the demon's head and brought down a thunderous fist spell right on its head. The blow was so powerful that the demon fell to the ground, and the guy, after doing a somersault in the air, landed calmly on the ground and crouched down with his arms outstretched. The swordsmen were surprised by this technique. Maki suggested finally dealing with the demon, but Nisei replied that they needed to check something else first. Approaching the demon, Nisei asked him why he allowed the village chief to submit requests to the alliance, since there were many requests, and this was far from the first. The demon's answer shocked all the swordsmen standing before him. He called them stupid little people, and said that he was the one who forced the old man to send requests. The demon said that since birth, he had been weaker than the others, and his only ability was to transform into humans. He added that it had taken him many years to devour children who were as weak as he was, and so it continued until one moment. When he came to his victim once again, and was already leaning over her, he heard a voice telling him to stop and saw a man with a sword in his hand. The demon was terrified. He thought he was facing a divine swordsman and decided that his end had come. But, completely unexpectedly for him, the man fell to his knees before him and begged him to spare her child. The demon did not expect this. The woman kneeling before him cried and promised to do anything for him if he would let her child go. Her words greatly surprised the demon, but he said he could not trust her, because once she got her child back safe and sound, she would simply deal with the demon. And then something completely unbelievable happened. The woman handed the demon a sword and said that he could take her life in exchange for her child's life. The demon admitted that he remembered that day when the mother sacrificed herself and did not take her eyes off her child, even when he was devouring her. He added that the children he had devoured before were useless compared to what he experienced when he devoured this woman. Absorbing one divine swordsman helped him evolve into a spirit, and he could no longer absorb ordinary people. After all, absorbing swordsmen made him stronger, and parents were willing to do anything for their children. And the villagers themselves summoned the swordsman in exchange for the lives of their children. The shocked swordsmen stood with their heads bowed, and the demon laughed, saying that they had finally realized that humans were no different from demons. While the swordsman listened to his story, the demon managed to transform himself, stood on his hind legs, and said that the swords proved the truth of his words. Maki asked her friend how many swordsmen the demon had killed, and she replied that it seemed it was time to take care of their own lives. Maki reassured her, saying that they had backup from the Alliance, and Nisei, waving his sword, asked how the demon dared to play with human emotions. Saying that he had had enough, Nisei swung his sword and rushed straight at the monster. The girls screamed for him to be careful, that it was incredibly dangerous. After doing a few somersaults in the air, the boy found himself right above the monster's head, which was swinging its paws, each of which held a sword. The next moment, something unexpected happened. The monster opened its huge mouth, studded with sharp teeth, right above the spot where the boy was flying. Before the swordsman could even look back, the boy's body disappeared into the monster's huge mouth, and it snapped its sharp teeth shut with a crunch. Then the guy's sword fell to the ground. The nameless swordsman asked in surprise what had just happened. Shion asked her friend if this was the insurance she had been talking about, and only the demon, satisfied with how well he had pulled it off, grinned, showing his teeth, and looked at the guys with his eyes closed in pleasure. But he didn't grin for long. He felt something happening inside. The smile disappeared from his huge mouth, and his eyes sparkled with surprise. The demon felt sick, decided he needed to get rid of the guy, and spat out Nisei. He flew into the wall, then bounced off and fell to the ground. Returning from the demon's belly, the guy was lying on the ground, and the swordsman noticed that his hair was white, and decided that he had used hair dye. After spitting out the guy, the demon immediately explained himself, snorting and saying that the guy was an ordinary person, and that they seemed to be mocking him by slipping a human in. Maki said she had heard that people sometimes pretend to be demons. Shion suggested leaving, since no one would pay them for this mission anyway. After listening to the girls, the nameless swordsman replied that if they left, he would deal with the demon himself. Shion replied that she wasn't being serious. The demon became seriously angry and declared that the swordsman would pay dearly for ruining his appetite. He added that from now on, every time they attacked him or blocked his attacks, he would give orders to the lower demons. The essence of this command would be that they would receive a signal from him to deal with one captive child, and that would be on their conscience. The swordsman did not expect such a move. Shion asked what they should do, because it did not seem like the demon was lying. Maki replied that they did not have time to discuss it. She added that if they followed the demon's lead, there was no guarantee that the children would be safe, and the demon would only become stronger by taking their power. Stepping forward, Nameless replied that he would try to buy them some time, and that the girls should use that time to decide what to do next. Without waiting for their response, he walked forward. Maki shouted that he was going to play by the demon's rules, and that it seemed like he wanted to die. But he had already approached the demon and stood in front of him. The boy was dozens of times smaller, and the demon asked if he was ready to sacrifice himself for the children. The boy looked up at him and said that it would be better for him to keep his promise, and the demon replied that the children would continue to be bait for the divine swordsman. When the dog mask fell from the boy's head, So suddenly appeared with a sword and asked if he was very late. The demon turned around to see who else was there, so put his sword on his shoulder and said that he was delayed while rescuing captive children from some cave. His right hand was in its proper place. All this time, he was looking at the nameless swordsman and talking to him, addressing him as boss. The latter grinned and said that the guy had arrived just in time. The demon was surprised, asking if he hadn't devoured him yesterday, and looking at the nameless swordsman, he said that if So had come earlier, the guy would have at least died in battle. The latter replied that the demon seemed to be deaf, because he said that So had arrived just in time. The demon laughed and asked what he could change in this situation. Despite his body being covered in sword wounds, the guy suddenly gathered himself, clenched his fists, and all the swords flew out of his body, surprising the demon. The swords fell to the ground with a clang, and the guy looked at the demon angrily and asked if he wasn't going to run away, since his body was covered in wounds. The demon did not answer. He raised his numerous paws, in which he held swords, and growled menacingly at the guy. But the guy looked at the demon and replied that mindless sword swings did not make him a swordsman, and the monster continued to rage and wave his paws. Without wasting any time, the guy grabbed its paw, and squeezing his hand, said that the presence of a spiritual sword did not make the demon equal to a divine swordsman. The girls couldn't believe it. Maki noticed the golden eyes and white hair, and decided that he was the very same Shion, thinking that the guy was just a child. Then they turned their attention to So, who, throwing Nisei over his shoulder, turned to them and said that he was indeed only 17 years old. He said all this in a completely matter-of-fact tone, and added that when the boss gets angry, it's better not to approach him, and they could take his word for it. By this point, Senmon had come to his senses. He stood up, holding his shoulder, walked up to the guy, and asked what had happened yesterday, since they had found his arm. Throwing his friend off his shoulder, So raised his right arm, and asked with a smirk if this was the arm they had found, which confused the swordsman. Last night, the guy really did meet a demon in the form they saw him in now, and he lost his right arm in the fight. Then, the lizard's tail-throwing skill was activated, which moved the swordsman 50 li away and started his body to regenerate. The guy said that after his arm grew back, he traveled about 40 li and arrived in the village about an hour ago. When he returned, he sensed that something was wrong and thought that since he was already late for the start of the mission, it would be a good idea to look around. That's how he discovered the cave where the kidnapped children were being held. The cave was located on the outskirts of the village and was guarded by several lower demons. After listening to him, Senmon asked if it seemed like the guy knew the nameless swordsman from the beginning, and that it was clear he had deceived them about being a novice. The guy smiled and replied that he had his reasons for doing so, and that he had actually joined the Alliance of Divine Swords quite recently. Senmon said that he had behaved very foolishly towards So, and Maki offered to help their colleague, adding that it didn't look like he would be able to cope on his own. Meanwhile, the battle between the demon and the nameless swordsman continued. The monster attacked, swinging its swords, but the guy managed to dodge them. Then he jumped up, and, standing on one of the monster's paws, began to throw streams of energy at it, so that the swords the demon was holding were knocked out of its paws. Turning and looking at the fighters, So added, addressing Maki, that the boss was kind, which was why he hadn't finished off the monster right away. Senmon also came to the conclusion that despite the demon's threats to deal with them, the nameless swordsman seemed to be motivated by entirely good intentions. Maki indignantly asked if someone could explain what was going on. Shion replied that he had a pure heart, and that she seemed to be starting to like younger guys. Her colleagues replied that Maki was slow on the uptake, and that they were starting to worry about the future of the alliance, but she shouted, demanding an explanation. Turning to her, So replied that he wanted to preserve the memory of the fallen swordsman. The ground around the fighters was littered with swords stuck in it. Deprived of all his spiritual swords, the demon became terribly angry and growled in rage, while the boy smiled and asked if he had any other swords lying around. Realizing that he had been tricked, the demon asked if the boy was waiting for him to retrieve all the swords, and the swordsman replied that they would disappear along with the demon. Confident in his invincibility, the demon bared his teeth and replied that he would now show that even without swords, the power he had received from the swordsman had not gone anywhere. After uttering this threat, the demon swung his fist at the nameless swordsman, but the latter managed to jump out of the way in time, and the demon's fist slammed into the ground. While the demon was recovering, the nameless swordsman walked over to where the swords of the fallen swordsman were stuck in the ground and threw one of them at the demon's body. The demon opened its huge mouth and roared at the guy to stop running away from it, then rushed towards him with huge strides, its eyes shining ferociously. The swordsman stood motionless and did not try to run away. He stood in front of the swords with his legs wide apart and his arms outstretched, and began to cast the sword step spell. The first step was a sound step, as a result of which, the swords that had been in the ground before suddenly flew into the air, while the demon continued to run towards the guy. And when he was about to bring down all the power of his fists on it, the guy jumped into the air and leaped over him. He landed calmly next to the other swords, while the demon, carried forward by momentum, continued running forward, and the swords hanging in the air began to fall on him. On the second step, the guy crouched down and sent another batch of swords at the demon, which magically rose into the air and rushed toward the demon. The demon roared in pain and anger, and the guy did another somersault and used a spell of unprecedented acceleration. Without giving the demon time to recover, he used the third step, which was a spell that connected heaven and earth, and the guy seemed to be everywhere at once. He struck the demon with his hands and feet, and the girls commented that no one could be so strong that they couldn't even keep track of him. Finally, the guy decided to summon his spiritual sword. He called it, and used the spell to destroy the chains, all the while hanging in the air. Taking the sword with both hands, the guy brought it behind his back, and looking menacingly at the demon, made it clear that it had lost. The demon raised its head and looked at the guy. The swordsman brought the sword down on the demon's head, splitting it in two. Upon contact with the sword, the ground split open, and the guy used the banishment spell. Soon, in the place where the demon had been just a few moments ago, a cloud of white substance formed, more like an explosion. The swordsmen standing nearby were hit by the energetic remnants of what had recently been a demon, threatening them with destruction. A huge hole formed in the ground where the demon had been destroyed, and the explosion was so powerful that the earth cracked. The swordsman stood in the same place where he had been when he struck the demon, and watched as the energy released by the explosion dissipated. Shion noted that nothing remained of the demon. Maki suggested that the boy had the power of someone who had recently reached the level of 9 heavenly swords. Senmon tried to figure it out. He couldn't understand how the boy had survived if the demon's attacks were so devastating, and wondered if the boy was immortal. So bowed his head and said that none of them were right, that the guy was just enduring until he broke. And at that moment, the nameless one fell to the ground. At the very moment when the guy who defeated the demon fell to the ground, the swordsman saw that the freed children had appeared at the end of the street. The villagers also poured out into the street. A man shouted that his child was in the crowd, and a woman replied that the children were indeed returning. Among the freed children were not only toddlers, but also older children. Seeing their parents, they began to call out to them, some to their mothers, some running to their fathers. When the parents met their children, they rushed to hug them, asking for forgiveness for not being able to protect them, and telling them how much they had missed them. The nameless swordsman approached the village chief and handed him a box, saying that the demon had first used these very blades. The young man assumed that the old man would recognize them, and he replied that he could not forget them, because they were his dear daughter's blades, and of course he recognized. Taking a blade in each hand, the man fell to his knees and wept, saying that he had not even been able to find his daughter's body to say goodbye to her properly. His granddaughter asked him not to cry, but the man continued, saying that he was to blame, that he was a foolish old man, and that he had committed an unforgivable act to protect his family. Maki approached them and interrupted him, saying that there was no need to apologize because everything had been reported to the Alliance, and no one could escape the consequences. The old man humbly bowed his head and replied that he would accept his punishment. His granddaughter, standing next to him, wept bitterly and tugged at his sleeve. So and Senmon also approached them. The young man turned to Maki and said that they had already detained the head and other members of the Tsukaba family. Senmon reported that, based on the investigation, the Tsukaba family had covered up the demon's presence in the village and sent requests to the Alliance on their behalf. Shion tilted her head triumphantly and commented on his words, saying that she knew it all along and that the reward for this mission was so high for a reason. Suddenly, the ground near Maki's feet began to crack, and after a few moments, something small and black appeared from the hole that had formed. It was a mole courier from the Alliance of Divine Swords, who had come to deliver a telegram. He had a huge backpack on his back. After reading the telegram, all the villagers and swordsmen gathered in the village square, and Maki gave a speech announcing the Alliance's decision. She said that the protection agreement between the Alliance and the current lord, Tsukaba, had been violated as a result of collusion between the Tsukaba family and a demon. In connection with this, the Alliance decided that Tsukaba would be stripped of all privileges and powers, and his assets would be confiscated in favor of the Alliance. In addition to the Tsukaba family, the Alliance's decision also affected the villagers, who were forbidden to migrate, and also lost the protection of the Alliance. Some objected that this would doom them to certain destruction, but Maki replied that it did not matter that their actions were dictated by an attempt to protect the children. She added that despite this noble goal, the villagers had harmed other families, and this could not be justified. Under the guise of this goal, the people had consciously allowed the demon to wreak havoc, and they would not be able to avoid responsibility for it. The girl's tone and posture were very menacing, and the villagers realized that they could not escape punishment, so they bowed together before the swordsman. Standing next to the swordsman on the steps, the nameless swordsman said that even though they had defeated the demon, they still couldn't save the village. Senmon replied that it felt more like a funeral than a celebration, and Shion added that the lord was insolvent, so they wouldn't be paid for this mission. Turning around, Maki said that they needed to return to the village because they still had unfinished business, and the swordsman followed her in unison. They came to the forest, and Maki told Nisei, who was kneeling, that she needed to pass judgment on him for pretending to be a divine swordsman. The boy stood bound before them on his knees, and the girl continued that his actions had misled people who needed the swordsman's help. Pulling out a ball, Maki added that the sentence would be carried out in accordance with the laws of the Alliance, and that she, as an Alliance inspector, would carry it out. Looking up at her, the guy replied that he did not dare to object to the execution of the sentence, and the girl promised to make it painless. And when she raised her sword, the nameless swordsman put his hand on her sword. But the girl said that everyone must be punished for violating the rules of the Alliance. She added that he was getting in her way, and the guy replied that, although he was guilty of what she accused him of, he had been fighting demons. The nameless one added that even Senmon had dealt with fewer demons, and the man shouted, asking why he was suddenly bringing him into this. Shion replied that she agreed with the nameless one, but the man not only pretended to be a swordsman, he also took on the identity of another person. But for what reason? Looking at the guy kneeling on the ground, So asked why he did it, and he replied that it was all for money, and that there was no need for a special reason. Shion replied that with such skills, he could have become a bodyguard, or perhaps a mercenary, and he wouldn't have had to pretend to be a divine swordsman. After listening to the girl, the guy looked up and said that he had no desire to serve anyone, and moreover, he couldn't stand the death of people. There was silence. The nameless swordsman turned to Maki and looked at her questioningly, but the girl replied that her decision would not change. The guy took his hand off the girl's sword, and the one who had pretended to be Nisei humbly closed his eyes and prepared to accept his punishment. Everyone froze. Maki raised her sword and brought it down sharply. Everyone heard it cut through the air, and for a second the swordsman stopped breathing. The guy on his knees opened his eyes and saw the ropes on the ground. Turning to the girl, he asked why, and she replied that it was her decision. Covering her eyes and not looking at the nameless one, Maki asked how he knew there would be no execution. He replied that there was no intention to destroy in her sword. The guy posing as Nisei asked if they were really going to go against the Alliance's decisions, because that could get them into trouble. Shion said he was right, but Maki objected that she didn't care about that at all. And besides, she hadn't reported to the Alliance that she had met the imposter. Looking at the swordsman, the girl said she wanted to explain to the guy, in simple terms, that his actions could harm not only him, but also those around him. She added that they didn't need to worry about payment, because the Alliance had decided to pay them for the mission, since they had defeated the spirit with such a small squad. Senmon said that she didn't seem as stubborn as he had thought, and Shion added that she seemed to have a good side to her. Maki blushed in response. In order not to completely ruin her reputation for always resorting to force, the girl snorted discontentedly, telling them to stop praising her. After that, So asked the nameless swordsman if he needed to become one of the 9 heavenly swords to get information about the 12 lords. He replied that he had participated in the mission to maintain the status of the divine swordsman, and added that a base should be set up near the hot springs. So asked if the guy was really doing all this for the sake of the villagers, and added that he would not defend them. But the swordsman remembered the words of his master. Turning to the guy, he said that the task was not to judge what was right and what was wrong, but to become stronger, and that he would protect anyone. Unable to counter such a serious statement, So closed his eyes, nodded his head, and replied that everything would be as the guy said. Then, quickening his pace and catching up with the nameless one, So said that he had long wanted to ask what they should do about the tail, and both young men turned around. A few meters away from them, someone was standing behind a tree, and So asked if it might be time to get rid of this tail. And the young man chuckled thoughtfully. Standing behind the tree, Senmon laughed and said that it was quite expected that he had been noticed, even though he had put all his efforts into hiding his presence. Realizing that there was no point in hiding anymore, the man came out to the guys, and they asked him why he was following them. He replied that they were guided by curiosity. The nameless man frowned and replied that the man had obviously heard stories about how ordinary curiosity could cost people their lives. Senmon laughed in response and said that the young man shouldn't be so rude, and asked if, after going through fire and water together, they hadn't become comrades. The nameless man waved his hand and said that the man could go with them, and the man asked them for some food, saying that he was hungry from following. The 3 of them continued on their way, and after some time, having climbed another hill, So announced to Senmon that they had reached their destination. When the man looked up and saw the village and the flag with a mouth with 2 fangs on it, he was frightened and said that they were joking. In addition, he was greatly confused by the group of people wearing dog masks, who lined up in the courtyard when they appeared. The nameless one wore the same mask. The man was so surprised that he could not stand on his feet. He sat down on the ground and said with disappointment that the guys were not divine swordsmen. After his words, all the masked people standing in the settlement knelt down with one knee on the ground and struck the ground with their fists. The nameless one and So stood on the mountain, the settlement spread out below them, and everyone shouted in unison that the Divine Dog Clan was happy to welcome their commander. Senmon was not mistaken. The nameless one was indeed the commander of the Divine Dog Clan, and it was Yuhua, while So was the captain of the clan's first squad. Senmon was shocked. Stretching out his right hand, he cast an unbreakable stance spell, and it was clear that it took him considerable effort. However, he still had enough strength for this spell, and his body was covered with a stone crust. In this state, he was carried to one of the buildings in the village. Watching him, Yuhua laughed and called him funny. So replied that he had entered the base of the demon lord, and his condition was completely understandable. Surprised by the sight of the man who had been brought in, the captain of the second squad, Kazuhiro, asked why Yuva had brought this strange old man to them. Smiling, Yuva replied that he would be the captain of their third squad. So objected that weren't they going to feed him and send him on his way? The commander of the second squad jumped up to the guy and, bowing his head, asked if he had trouble understanding orders and wanted to leave this world. Ignoring this incident, Yuva asked the captain of the second squad if the monkey clan had made an appearance while they were away. Hearing the question from the leader, the guy immediately straightened up and said that there had been an attack by a squad of 20 members, whom they had duly sent away. Smiling, Yuva replied that they had done the right thing, and that until they received a response from their contact, they should leave everything as it was. Kazuhiro said that if it had been up to So, he would have started a fight, lost a limb, and fled the battlefield. And Yuhua replied that that was exactly what had happened. Kazuhiro replied that someone more worthy than him could take the place of the captain of the first squad, and So asked if he was really going to challenge the leader's decision. This remark infuriated the captain of the second squad. He snorted and ordered the guy to shut up, asking how he dared to interrupt him during the report. While they were talking, Senmon, who was in the same room, began to come to his senses. He sat up abruptly and looked at the guys questioningly and discontentedly. However, he remained silent. The guys interrupted their conversation and looked at him in response. Yuhua smiled slightly as they waited for the man to speak. He jumped to his feet and shouted that he now understood that they wanted to feed him the blood of their lord, to turn him into a demonic swordsman, like all of them. Kazuhiro suggested driving him away, but Yuva said that he could be a good ally. So doubted this, saying that he would hardly be of much use. So hurried to reassure Senmon, saying that they were not going to turn him into a demonic swordsman, and Yuva confirmed his words. Yuva looked at the man with his golden eyes and said with a smirk that the dog clan had never had demon swordsmen. He continued that there were only 2 swordsmen here, himself and So, and that everyone else, including Kazuhiro, were humans, to which Kazuhiro objected that he was not an ordinary human. Looking at the men with a skeptical gaze, the man asked what it all meant, and So replied that it meant exactly what Yuwa had just told him. So decided that he could tell the man everything, and recounted how, 900 years ago, when the first dog lord appeared, humans had helped him. In response to their kindness, the lord began to care for children whose parents had been killed by demons, and the children simply adored the dog lord. A distinctive feature of the dog clan was that it included orphans raised by the lord, which significantly distinguished them from other clans. There were those who did not like this, but even without the demonic swordsman, the lord was very strong, especially when it came to protecting those dear to him. However, 10 years ago, something terrible happened when the 7th Dog Lord became very weak and someone came and killed him. After these events, the Dog Clan became the target of the other 12 clans. Without their lord, the clan was in danger, and a hunt for its members began. Diving into his memories, So continued his story, saying that when a huge lion attacked them, the boys thought that their end had come, and that it was the last day of their lives. It was 3 years ago. The lion, of incredible size, was already leaning over them, opening its mouth and sticking out its tongue, when someone grabbed it by the mane. It was Yuva. It was he who, at the very last moment, grabbed the huge lion by the mane and saved the boys. Then he added, so they met their leader. He was covered in dirt, his hair sticking out in all directions, his eyes burning, and he said that starting today, the dog clan belonged to him. He added that now their enemies were his enemies, and if anyone dared to stand in their way, he would deal with them, and any threat would be destroyed. So looked intently at the man, and said that everything was exactly as he had said, and after listening to the boy's story, the man said that it sounded crazy. Kazuhiro added that even though Yue was only 14 years old, he looked like a demon, which was very cool, and asked him not to dig up his past. Sitting closer to the boys, Senmon asked why they continued to live under the name of the Dog Clan when there was no longer a lord, adding that they were taking too much of a risk. Bowing her head, Kazuhiro replied that the clan had taken them in when they were about to die of hunger, and how could they give up that name? The guy didn't just bow his head to the man. He stood up on the bridge, and suddenly they all raised their heads together when they heard a noise above the roof. Surprised, Senmon asked what was going on, wondering if it was an earthquake, but Kazuhiro replied that the monkeys had arrived earlier than he had expected. Looking seriously at the man, Yuhua added that the invasion of monkeys was another reason why they could not reject the name of the Dog Clan. He got up and walked to the exit, the clan emblem emblazoned on his cloak, and said that this was the fastest way to attract other clans. Senmon remained seated, calmly watching Yuhua and the captain of the second squad, Kazuhiro, leave, but so ordered him to get up as well. When the man asked him why, the boy replied that he was now the new commander of their third squad and was going with them to fight the monkey raid. When they went outside, the village was empty. There was not a single person to be seen, only dust clouds and broken swords lying on the ground. When the dust cleared, they saw a monkey ordering his minions to kill everyone, and next to him stood a girl in an orange cloak. During attacks by other clans, all the children of the PS clan were sent to a children's shelter for their safety, and so it was this time. One of the girls started crying, and another girl approached her and tried to calm her down, saying that the shelter had very strong walls and that bad people would not be able to get in. The little girl objected that the door might not hold, and even though the door was very small, the demonic swordsmen were very strong, and the walls would hardly stop them. In response, the older girl laughed and said that before the demonic swordsmen could gather to break down their walls, the warriors of their clan would save them. These words gave the little girl hope, and she stopped crying and laughed. The older girl suddenly snorted that their warriors would not come for them. The girl stopped laughing and looked seriously at the boy, who, raising his eyes full of horror, repeated that no one would come for them. He remembered that once monsters had already come to the village, and the adults had told them to hide, and said that they would return soon and protect them. He sat with his back to everyone, and repeated that they had not come even after so many days, attracting the attention of everyone in the shelter. The children began to look at each other, and the boy turned his head and said that the situation was the same, and that their adults had betrayed them, and now they had nowhere else to go. The crying little girl asked what they should do, and the boy replied that they first needed to find a way out of there. He got up and was about to go in search of one. The little girl objected that the adults had told them to stay in the shelter, and that nothing threatened them there, but he snorted that it was all a ploy by the adults. Approaching the door and knocking on it with his palm, the boy grimaced and said that the adults were no different from the parents who had abandoned them. He walked up to the door and tried to open it, but the older children lined up behind the girl, and the one who had been comforting the little girl asked who he was. The other children lined up behind her, and the girl looked seriously at the rebellious boy and said that they were not just orphans in the care of the Dog Clan. The children standing behind her took out dog masks and put them on, and the girl said menacingly that they were part of their clan and would faithfully wait for their comrade. The boy looked in surprise at the masked children standing in front of him. The girl's gaze was determined, and none of the masked children flinched. The boy bowed his head and suddenly became covered in a golden glow, and whispered that he thought he could persuade the children, but something had gone wrong. When his disguise fell away, he turned into a monkey and declared that plans had changed and that she would have to deal with everyone in order to break the spirit of the Dog Clan. He was a demonic swordsman named Nito, captain of the second squad of the Divine Monkey Clan, and he threatened to destroy all the children. The girl declared that the clan members would save them, but he laughed and said that this place was made of solid steel, and only children could enter. Even though she was frightened, the girl clenched her fists, and everyone heard a voice saying that even though the room was lined with steel, they had forgotten to make the floor. Then, behind the monkey, the captain of the second squad of the Kazuhiro clan appeared, and suddenly lifted him into the air, which the monkey did not expect at all. And just as suddenly as the monkey's body flew into the air, it crashed to the floor just as quickly and unexpectedly, raising a cloud of dust. After putting the monkey down, Kazuhiro approached the girl, and she said that he was lucky that the floor was wooden, to which he replied that he could break through steel walls. The girl replied that this was a blatant lie, and that such a thing could not be true, and suddenly, someone noticed that the defeated monkey was getting up from the floor. His gaze was furious, and he angrily asked if they really thought he had become the captain of the second squad, with only one pathetic technique. Making his eyes sad and putting on a frightened look, Kazuhiro replied that perhaps he had achieved this rank because of his clownish appearance. The monkey was several times larger than Kazuhiro. He raised his huge paw and yelled that he had achieved this because he was incredibly strong. Kazuhiro stood in front of the children, and the monkey shouted that he must think an ordinary person could defeat him by trying to protect these little ones. Swinging its huge paw, the monkey hit the guy and wounded his cheek, standing there with a victorious look on its face, only its huge forelock falling over its eyes. At that moment, a fierce fight was going on in the street. Monkeys were attacking from all sides, some with axes, some with swords, and dogs were fighting back with whatever they could find. He fought back as best he could, having already been wounded several times, and finally came face to face with a huge monkey that growled, bearing a row of sharp teeth. Throwing the monkey away with a blow of his head, the guy heard Senman shout that he should fight more carefully, otherwise he would have to do it alone. While continuing to fight off the two monkeys, the guy noticed that perhaps the man's caution was the reason why he always turned to stone. As sarcastically as the question was asked, Senman replied that he was very cautious and jumped up, dodging the monkey's blow, and the monkey begged him to stop. Turning to So, he asked what the struggle between the clans was about, and the monkey asked the man to stop fooling around and start fighting. So replied that the monkeys had come for the sacred relic of Lord Dog. Senman, continuing to dodge the monkey's blows, asked if that was really the case. After blocking the blows of another monkey, the guy thoughtfully raised his head and said that perhaps it was true. The man looked at him thoughtfully too. He asked if Yuhua had really gone into enemy territory alone, and the guy replied that he himself had seen what their leader was capable of in the foggy village. Senman remembered how the guy had flown around the demon alone, striking blows, and replied that it clearly did not look like teamwork. So, also remembering the attack on the demon in the village, replied that their leader always ran towards the strongest enemy, or where there were the most of them. He added that the leader did this because they were weak, and he himself jumped into the air to deflect the attacks of two huge monkeys that rushed at him. So shouted that the leader was afraid of losing them and fought recklessly, while they, looking at him, fought even more recklessly because of their anger. Senman grinned and replied that the tactic was terrible, of course, but he understood. And then he noticed a spear thrown by a monkey flying towards the guy. He jumped up and, grabbing the guy by the waist with both hands in midair, pulled him aside, and they fell to the ground together, the spear flying past. Looking at the spear lying on the ground, Senman said that if the guy was cut in half, he would not recover, and the guy replied that he had never tried that. The hostess turned out to be the demonic swordswoman Doria. Looking at the guys, she sarcastically said that she had been given weak opponents, an old man and a boy. Hearing her indignation, the men also became indignant. Senman shouted that she had called him an old man, and So was indignant that the girl had called him a boy. Yuka, meanwhile, fought a multitude of monkeys and used the monkey wheel spell, causing energy flows to swirl around the monkeys. The boy stood in the center of the monkey circle and accelerated the spell, preventing the monkeys from getting close to him. Behind him, the captain of the first squad of the Divine Monkey Clan, Kureda, and the female mercenary of the Divine Monkey Clan, Kaede, watched. Leaning toward the girl, the monkey asked why she wasn't fighting. Kaede replied that hunting begins with waiting and observing the target. The girl looked at him contemptuously and said that only a monkey like him could attack without a second thought, and blushed. Her words angered the monkey. His eyes flashed. He grabbed her and called her names, saying that her arrogance did not change her slave status. After unclenching his huge paw, he let the girl go and said that this was the last time she would do whatever she wanted. Before he could hit her, the girl jumped onto a rock, and the monkey continued that if she disobeyed him, he would demand that her lord make her his concubine. The girl looked at him with hatred and said that a stupid gorilla could not understand her, and he rushed towards Yuvi, who was standing nearby. She watched Yuv closely as the gorilla rushed to attack him, and thought about how strong he was, admiring his speed. His speed was incredible. Kaede noted that his movements were very swift, and did not even give him a chance to catch his breath. The guy rushed around Kureda, delivering blow after blow. His actions were unpredictable, and his maneuvers gave him complete freedom, even in the face of heavy attacks. When he changed position to deliver another blow, and flew up, the girl thought that she had never seen such a beautiful beast before. The guy seemed to be teasing the monkey, flying away and then approaching, and Kaede thought that even someone so cunning and agile must have some kind of weakness. Yuka flew away. The monkey rushed after him, and the girl felt alarm in his gaze and breathing, deciding that it was the result of past losses and regrets. She kept her eyes on the guy, and decided that the alarm she felt would create an opening that would be her chance to attack him. Waiting for the right moment, the girl grabbed her spear and rushed towards the guy, her gaze determined and uncompromising. She threw her spear at him, and the guy thought that her ability to hide her presence was impressive, but he would still be able to avoid the attack. He dodged, but noticed that a huge iron rod had whizzed past his neck, and the guy thought that he had imagined the girl had a spear. Then Kaede had the spear in her hands again, which she began to swing in different direction, while Yuva tried to dodge so that the spear would not hit him. At one point, the spear stopped, and the girl stabbed it into the guy's foot. He was surprised, and thought that she had been aiming for his leg from the very beginning. Kureta, who had been watching them all this time, yelled wildly and sent a stream of abuse at the girl, telling her to aim straight for the guy's heart. However, Kaede threw down the spear and jumped up. Kureta slammed his fists into the ground with all his might, and Yuhua followed the girl up. Yuhua thought that this burly baboon was very stupid, because if the girl had aimed at his heart, he could have easily dodged it. She flew up to Kureta and hid behind him. Another spear appeared in her hand, and the guy thought that the girl was quite a serious opponent. Everything that had happened made Kureta extremely angry, and he shouted at the guy, asking how he dared to be distracted from fighting him by some girl. Looking back at those lying on the ground, he yelled that even if Yuva had dealt with a few subordinates, it didn't make him special, and called him trash. He waved his arms, and streams of energy flew at the guy, trying to knock him off his feet and make him easy prey for Kureta. However, despite this, the guy managed to resist the stream. Then he swung his right leg, from which a spear flew out and hit the monkey. The spear was small but wounded Kureta, causing Kaede to jump out of his hand. She had a spear in her hand, and something similar to a suitcase was flying next to her. The monkey suddenly had spikes in its paws, similar to brass knuckles. It jumped into the air and prepared to strike the guy running towards it. He managed to dive under it, and while Kureta was flying down, the guy asked the girl why she was helping the monkey, since she was not a demonic swordsman. Kaede looked at the guy with an indifferent gaze, and replied that he was wrong, and she wasn't helping the monkey, she just had something she had to do. Noticing that the guy was constantly distracted by the girl, Kureta yelled, trying once again to hit him with his metal weapon, that he seemed to be just air to him. Landing on the ground and using the spell Hellish Power, the monster yelled that the guy would continue to show off when he saw his true power. How surprised he was when the guy flew up to him, swung his sword and brought it down, splitting the monkey's head in two. Unable to hold on, the monkey flew backward, and the guy smiled and said that for a second, he was even curious to see what the monkey could show him. He added that he did not intend to reveal all his secrets, and at that moment, Kaede appeared behind the guy, approaching him, twirling a spear in her hand. She declared that she had managed to study all the guy's movements and landed on the ground, falling to her knees, with a spear in one hand and a suitcase in the other. The girl struck the ground with her spear, sending streams of energy flying toward the guy, while she herself ran away from him a decent distance. Yuka was on the alert and watched all her actions. He realized that the girl seemed to be using centrifugal force, and that this was probably a diversionary tactic. Before he had time to think, the girl waved her hand, and 4 spears flew at him, crashing into the ground just as he managed to jump out of the way. It seemed that this was indeed the case, because a few moments later the girl approached him and struck him with a new spear, and their weapons clashed. Upon contact with the boy's weapon, her spear began to crack, and she decided to use the briefcase she had been holding in her hands all this time. As it turned out, there was a hole in the side of the briefcase the girl was carrying, from which a new spear popped out. Then a second, a third, and many more followed. Yuhua shouted, asking if her suitcase was shooting spears, and how many there were in total. Without answering, Kaede grabbed one of the spears and flew close to the guy, trying to stab him in the other foot and pin him to the ground. Yukva said he wouldn't fall for that trick a second time. The girl struck the ground with her spear, rolled over, and struck again, while he shouted for her to back off. Yukva used the cutting command and drew a circle, and where the line was, the ground began to crack, forming a safe space around him. Then he noticed some movement behind him. Turning around, Yuva saw a huge monster with a spear in its paws. Swinging his sword, he used the Crescent Strike spell, and slammed the spear into the ground with all his might, causing cracks to appear in the ground again. Taking advantage of this, Kaede pounced on him, and the boy realized that she was not only looking for a vulnerable spot, but also anticipating the trajectory of his movements. When Yuva barely dodged the piercing blow of the spear, he thought that the girl had not only studied his movements, but also developed a strategy for attacking him. Lowering himself, Yuva swung his sword, and thought that he would use something she couldn't keep up with, because the skill of a swordsman lies in the work of his feet. He decided to put the essence of the spiritual sword into his steps. With one foot, he would push off to gain speed, and with the other, he would break to change direction. Then he used the sound step technique that his master had taught him, and he began to dart in different directions, changing direction each time. While Kaede swung her spear and tried to keep up with his movements, he ended up next to her and tried to strike, but the girl managed to intercept him. She parried his sword strike by sticking her spear into the ground, followed by Yua's sword. The guy took a few deceptive steps and rushed away from her. Then he descended to the ground and braked with his right foot, but it was the foot that had been wounded by the spear, and the guy experienced incredible pain. Kaede took advantage of this and ran up and struck Yuhua's left shoulder with her spear. Yuhua thought that she was able to react even without keeping up with his speed. The guy grabbed the spear shaft and, looking the girl in the eyes, asked if she could be a winter hunter, addressing her by name. Yuhua remembered training with the master when he and Ren asked him who would win in a battle between a divine swordsman and a demonic one. After thinking, he replied that the strongest would win. Then Ren sighed and said that he had promised to make them the strongest, and it seemed that they had been deceived again. Lifting his head, the master replied that there were only 2 ways for a swordsman to become strong, and that the world was full of strong people who were not swordsmen. These words greatly pleased Yuva, and he asked if the master had met such people in his life, and the master replied that he had. He told them that he had met samurai who served their lord, ronin who had lost their lord and carried out their tasks by any means necessary, and ninja. He also recalled hunters who lived in the harsh conditions of winter, and shamans who studied magic to protect themselves from disease. The master added that all the people he mentioned had different abilities and training methods, and could surpass both swordsmen in strength. The boys listened to him thoughtfully. Ren replied that he would become even stronger and defeat them all. Yuva smiled and added that he would never lose either. The boys were in a truly combative mood, but the master replied that none of these people were enemies, so there was no need for such a combative attitude. Suddenly, the master's gaze became very serious. Frowning, he said that of all these people, it was best to avoid the winter hunters. He described what the winter hunters looked like and said that they only appeared before their prey when they were completely confident of success. Kaede did not lower her spear, trying to hurt him more. And Yuva remembered that, according to the master, it was almost impossible to escape from winter hunters alive. Looking at the girl and holding the spear shaft, he said that, unfortunately, he had not asked his master at the time how he had managed to escape from a winter hunter alive. In the shelter, Nito, having wounded Kazuhiro, talked about how he hated weak people like him, and added that willpower alone was not enough to cope with everything. The boy sat with his head bowed, and the monkey continued that he would understand that illusions could not help these children, and that he could see the fear on their faces. The children in the shelter stood as one, clenching their fists, and Kazuhiro replied that he did not see fear on their faces, because they believed that he would protect them. Saying this, he raised his head sharply. A fire lit in his eyes, and he thought that for the sake of these children's faith, he must protect them and justify their hopes. He got up from the floor of the shelter, crouched down, stood on his toes, grabbed the axe with both hands, and began to slowly lift it, each movement causing him pain. The captain of the second squad of the Divine Monkey Clan watched his action and wondered how an ordinary person could do such a thing with his own hands. Looking at the monkey, the guy asked how he was feeling, because he had heard that if the spiritual sword was damaged, it would be difficult to repair. Pulling out his sword, Nito clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and thought that he didn't know what trick the guy had pulled, but it seemed better not to use the spiritual sword for now. Kazuhiro asked if he would try the sword again and promised to break it in half, but the monkey growled that his fists were enough for him. Straddling his legs and spreading his arms, he added that the power of the sword was not limited to its summoned form. Kazuhiro was several times smaller. Nito used the technique of the immense monkey grip. His arms began to grow, and the guy even had to take a few steps back, but it didn't help much. Spreading his arms far enough apart, the monkey suddenly brought them together and struck Kazuhiro with his bent fingers on both sides. Laughing, he asked how long the guy could hold out, and then, using the monkey's mountain-crushing technique, he jumped up, waving his arms. Taking advantage of the fact that the monkey was in the air, the guy remembered a trick taught to him by his master, Yuhua, and rushed towards his opponent in a zigzag pattern. Noticing this, the monkey began to reach out his huge paws to the guy and growled, asking if he was really going to try to protect the children until the very end. He accused the guy of hiding his weakness behind his desire to protect the children. Then, gathering momentum, kicked him in the chest with both feet, sending him flying to the floor. He then threw a piece of wood at the young man's shoulder and said that no matter how huge a dog's fangs are, if it cannot use them, they are useless. Pulling the wood out of his shoulder, Kazuhiro rushed at his opponent, saying that the dog should be feared because of its grip. because once it grabs hold, it will not let go. This time, he used 2 spells, Space-Cutting Fangs and a Wolf's Grin. Instead of 2 arms, the guy now had 10. His opponent wasted no time and decided to use the mountain-destroying monkey spell, and he also gained 5 extra pairs of arms. After receiving dozens of blows from Kazuhiro, the monkey couldn't understand how a normal person could possess such powerful strength. The monkey didn't let the guy relax, except that he managed to avoid the monkey's fists by shifting his weight. Both were determined, and at one point, looking down at Kazuhiro, Nito thought in surprise that he had completely underestimated the guy. So he said that if they continued in the same vein, the winner would not be decided soon, and Kazuhiro agreed that it was not worth dragging it out. The monkey used the concentration spell when he gathered all his strength and the Buddha's palm when he directed that strength into his right palm. Then he added another spell, focusing energy covering the whole world, and began to slowly lower his palm to the floor. Kazuhiro found himself right in the center of this palm. He squatted down, spreading his legs wide and pressing his feet into the floor, while his hands pressed against the monkey's palm. Using the spell, Atlantis straightened his shoulders and, pushing the palm with his left hand, began to turn it upward so that the monkey would fly into the air. As a result, the guy managed to knock his opponent over by turning his palm over, and he crashed to the floor with such force that the ground beneath him cracked. Since Nito was huge and heavy, he fell into the hole that had formed and roared loudly out of frustration, surprise, and a feeling of helplessness. He raised his head and saw Kazuhiro standing above him, who said that if he wanted, the monkey could use the spirit sword. Jumping out of the hole, Nito replied that he would not use the spirit sword because he acknowledged defeat, and he knelt down with his head bowed. Then he sat down and said that he could guess how their battle would end, just by looking at the place where they had fought. Kazuhiro approached him and said that he was more honest than he had expected. The monkey raised his head and asked how an ordinary person could be so strong. Tilting his head to one side as usual, Kazuhiro smiled and asked who had told him such utter nonsense about him being an ordinary person. Then something happened that the monkey could not have expected. Kazuhiro crouched down and calmly suggested that he join their clan. He added that he was offering him a chance to leave those who wanted to take advantage of children who had nowhere else to go, and that this could not be called betrayal. His words angered Nito. He snorted that the guy was saying that because he had won, and asked what he could possibly know about betrayal and their clan. Kazuhiro stood up and approached the children. They all looked at the monkey, and the guy said that if he thought he was the only one, then everyone here was like him. He remembered how he and So had been in such a situation, and So had calmed him down, but Kazuhiro had replied that 7 nights had already passed, and no one had come for them. The guy reminded Nito what he looked like when he first appeared, and added that he was sure the monkey wasn't playing. It was what he felt. When Nito asked how the guy figured it out, he replied that the monkey's skill was not camouflage, but enlarging its arm, and that it couldn't have 2 skills at once. After these words, the monkey transformed, and a little boy appeared before them again, saying that the guy was right, and that this was his true form. He said that when he realized that no one was coming to save him, he went out into the street, and had no choice but to beg for alms. Then only the Divine Monkey Clan reached out to him, and other children like him, because children could be used for their own purposes. It was very simple. Children could climb anywhere and get anything. And there was another big advantage. They were easy to deal with. He added that those who grew up became useless, and it was surprising to him that years passed, but he did not grow up. Nito admitted that when he became a demonic swordsman, he thought that the gods had blessed him so that he could take revenge on those who had abandoned him. Kazuhiro responded sympathetically that the boy had harbored false resentment, and now he must understand that the adults had not abandoned him, but had died protecting him. Looking at the boy, he added that he understood how he felt, and that bitter resentment had helped him survive because he had been in his place. Then 2 girls approached Nito. One of them put a dog mask on him, and the older one said she wanted him to become one of them. The boy looked up at them in surprise, and the girl replied that she was impressed by his skill. He was completely taken aback and asked what she was talking about. Children in masks surrounded Nito on all sides and began to praise his transformation skill, saying that Kazuhiro was not a swordsman at all. He objected, but they didn't listen to him, and he lost his temper and said that the monkey could get away from them. In response, he heard that he was pathetic and was behaving as usual. Approaching Nito, Kazuhiro took off his dog mask and, looking seriously at the boy, said that in any case, their clan was coming to an end. Glancing at the children standing there, he turned his gaze to Kazuhiro and replied that the girl they had come here with was someone they could never defeat. Besides Kaede, there was another girl in the Divine Monkey Clan named Doria. Nito explained that the girl was a real monster, so they couldn't defeat her, Kazuhiro looked at him, and then replied in a tone that brooked no argument, that their leader could not lose to a demonic swordsman, that they had everything under control. Nito looked at him doubtfully and shook his head, saying that the monster he was talking about was not a demonic swordsman at all. At that moment, Doria saw someone running out of the cave, smiled, and said that he had finally been found, but the girl did not specify who she was addressing. She came to where Yuhua and Kaede were fighting. Kureta saw her and said that she should be somewhere else, and she replied that she had things to do. He turned his back to her and was just about to complain that no one was paying attention to him when the girl took out her weapons. After a few well-aimed blows, the huge monkey fell down, managing to ask why, and the girl cheekily replied that he would be getting in the way. Smirking, the girl licked her lips and, completely satisfied with herself, said to Kureta that there was absolutely nothing personal about her actions. Having dealt with the monkey, the girl moved on, turning to the fighting couple and calling them sweethearts, asking if they had managed to enjoy each other. Yuka looked at her indignantly and asked how she had managed to get through, since this side was supposed to be guarded by his first squad. The girl raised her chin defiantly and asked if he was talking about that pathetic newbie and useless old man, and also about those insignificant people in masks. In the fight with Doria, So lost his right arm and part of his left leg, after which he came to the conclusion that this time he really should have been more careful. As a result of the same joint fight, Senmon was completely covered with a stone crust, and his last thought was whether So's skill had worked. Since he was completely safe and out of Doria's reach, the girl found his skill incredibly boring. When the other members of the clan rushed at her, the girl smiled at Senmon and told him to watch carefully, promising an entertaining spectacle. He was sure that he had seen the weapon the girl was holding before, and he did not want to watch her deal with his comrades. Nito told him about the monster, which was Doria. She had lured him and the other children with promises of food and shelter, and brought them to the demon clan. The boy remembered that he and other children had to do disgusting work. They desecrated graves and took valuables and other things from them. He added that in 20 years, even though he himself looked like a child, the girl had not changed a bit. She remained exactly the same as she had been. He looked at everyone with eyes wide with fear and said that this was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was her ability. It turned out that Doria's ability was to create a dome, and once inside it, no living creature could escape. Several birds that had entered her dome tried to escape, but unfortunately, in some unknown way, the dome pulled them back in. The girl did not leave those who entered her space alive, and she did so with a smile, saying that she did not want it to break prematurely. Yuka and Kaede turned around after Doria's words, and the guy said that he didn't understand why the hunter was interfering, but he advised her to get out of there. He decided to chase the girl away immediately with a sword step spell, and then, with a sound step spell, he stamped his foot. The ground beneath him shook, and everything spun. Doria was completely unimpressed by his action. She stood there grinning, and continued to do so without moving. Then he decided that the first thing he needed to do was to break away from Kaede, who was hanging on his tail, but the girl kept up with him, literally not a step behind. The guy thought that even though she was able to react to his speed, she wasn't fast enough to keep up with him. He could feel her breathing down his neck, which made him very angry, and he wondered if she was using the air currents from his sonic step. He saw a spear in Kaede's right hand, and she prepared to strike. The guy thought she was going to aim the blow at him. Yuka leaned back, keeping his weight on his feet, but the spear passed him by, not because of that, but because it was aimed at Doria, who was standing nearby. Yuka looked at her without hiding his surprise, and the girl, without lowering her spear, told him about the first rule of the tribe of winter hunters. The tip of the spear was pressed against the smiling Doria's chest, and Kaede continued that the rule was that if you don't eat the prey, don't dare destroy it. The girl said that she had once broken this rule, and, looking into Doria's eyes, said that she had promised to deal with her the next time they met. But Doria suddenly laughed and said that the girl was indeed the debtor, and that the pledge was actually a large one. She touched the spear under her hand, and the metal began to dissolve. Doria asked what she should do with Kaede, since she had no plans for her. Soon, the metal of the spear dissolved and burned Kaede's hand, and the girl fell exhausted to the ground. Yuva looked at them, surprised by everything that was happening. He looked at Kaede indignantly and shouted, "Are you really on his side?" She looked up and replied that he couldn't handle Doria alone. She remembered a saying often repeated in her tribe, that to catch a bear, sometimes you have to team up with wolves. However, the guy didn't believe her. He asked her to be quiet and said that they were both just villains who had the audacity to break into someone else's house. Having said that, he suddenly disappeared, leaving the girl sitting alone on the ground. Doria was still standing nearby, watching what was happening. The girl bowed her head so that Doria would not see her tear-filled eyes, and whispered softly that perhaps she had not sounded convincing enough. But unexpectedly for her, Yuva returned and said that they would need weapons, and the girl asked in surprise if he really would not refuse to help her. Without turning to her, the guy replied that looking at the girl during the conversation, he decided that Doria was something like her sworn enemy. Without thinking twice, the guy jumped up, grabbed his sword, shouted at the girl to keep up, and rushed towards Doria. A small battle ensued between the three of them, during which Yuva used his sound step technique to move chaotically around the space. The spears flew back and forth like crazy, as if they had a life of their own, but each of the three participants in the battle dodged. Yuva noticed that Doria had never attacked him directly. She only dodged his blows, and he shouted, asking if the girl was going to fight at all. Suddenly, the girl flew up to Yuva, and placing her hand on his heart, said that she could not harm him until it became hers. She smiled and said that, apparently, the fragment of the spirit sword was still in the boy's heart, and he asked in surprise how she knew. The guy was surprised that she knew about the fragment of the divine sword in his heart, and began to remember that only he and one other person could have known about it. The other person was the one who fought with him after the attack by the snake Habuna, who also watched the fight between Habuna and his master, Iji. The guy cursed in frustration. He remembered their meeting at the edge of the forest, and the technique that the master had shown him, which was easy to dodge but extremely difficult to block. Yukva remembered that using this technique, he was able to at least wound the observer so that Ren would understand who he should avoid. The guy was able to wound the observer, but the observer failed to do what he came for, so he wounded the guy, and at that moment, he realized that he was not the one he needed. Yukva looked up and asked if he really knew everything, and the observer replied that he was the one who arranged everything, including the appearance of the divine snake clan. He added that he would leave the boy alive, so that he would grow hatred in his heart. And as he left, he said that the boy would become a useful tool. The sword in the boy's heart split, and the observer said that if the boy could not surpass the owner of the sword, he would never regain his true power. And now, looking into Doria's eyes, the guy asked harshly how the girl knew, and she replied with a smirk that she was just tired of waiting. Doria put her hand on the guy's heart, and he heard it tremble. But then Kaede jumped up to them with a spear in her hands and told the girl to get away. Yuhua stood pensively. Kaede asked him to wake up, saying that she was playing with them, and that they needed to find a way to deal with Doria, who was instantly recovering. However, the guy raised his head decisively and replied that Kaede urgently needed to get out of there, because now it was only his battle. But Kaede clearly disagreed with this. Turning her head slightly, she snorted at him, telling him not to talk nonsense because this was her battle too. Unexpectedly for the girl, Yuhua took several chaotic jumps backward, and she screamed, not understanding what he was doing. Without even looking at her, Yuva replied that she must have decided that after watching him for such a short time, she could understand him. When he finally turned his head toward her, his eyes were flashing, and he growled through clenched teeth for her to step aside and not interfere with him. Then, with chaotic jumps, he rushed towards Doria, and lowering his sword onto her shoulder, asked who the man was who had stabbed the master's sword into his heart. He swung again, but the girl smiled and replied that he had no right to ask about this man, and that she would not tell him anything anyway. When Yuva swung again, Doria managed to jump out of the way, and the sword struck the ground, cracking it and sending fragments of stone flying into the air. Kaede, despite the guy's demands, did not go anywhere. She stood aside and watched them, cursing the guy with the worst words she knew. But she couldn't help but admire how the guy was fighting now. Something had changed, and he had begun to fight more cautiously. Watching the battle between Yuva and Doria, Kaede thought that the guy's tactics were similar to studying his opponent's technique. Kaede remembered his words that she couldn't learn his techniques in such a short time, and realized that he was not a wolf, but a real cunning fox. Sitting down, she began to analyze his words, and suddenly realized that she needed to study her opponent's behavior, and then step aside and wait for the right moment. He really did observe how Doria behaved, and then decided to use the IG-style technique of 108 clones of emptiness. In less than a second, countless guys just like Yuhua appeared and swirled around the girl. However, his actions once again failed to impress the girl. She looked at him with a superior gaze, hinting at the futility of his efforts. Finally, she said that judging by the fact that he had resorted to this technique, the guy realized that all his attacks were useless, and she stretched out her hand, reciting a spell. Yukva fell to the ground when Doria suddenly jumped on him, and, pressing her palm against his chest, continued to cast the spell. Her hand was burning hot, and the girl, continuing to smirk, whispered that the guy just needed to give up and become hers. Yukva dropped his weapon and grabbed the girl's hand with both hands, saying that perhaps his attacks were useless, but there was something she was avoiding. He didn't let go of her hand and said that it was happening right now, when her dark energy was concentrated in her left hand. Doria was so focused on charming the guy and subjugating him that she didn't notice a huge black cloud approaching her from behind. It was Kaede, and she was rushing forward with her spear, using the deadly lunge technique of a winter hunter, and she was almost close to Doria. The ground split in half where the girl ran, and Doria was caught off guard when the spear was placed against her back. Having achieved her goal, Kaede, satisfied with how she had pulled it off, said that this time Doria would not recover, but Doria only responded with a sarcastic gasp. Turning to the guy, she asked if he wanted to find out everything, but Yuva replied that he needed to finish with her and take care of his subordinates. And at that moment, something unexpected happened. Doria leaned toward the guy, bit his shoulder, and said that her plan to make him hers was cancelled. Yukva was holding the girl's left hand, so she put her right hand on his heart and said that as a final act, she would rid him of the fragment of the spiritual sword. When she took out the fragment, Yukva collapsed to his knees, and Doria said that if he survived, he would become the instrument that the man had spoken of. Touching the tip of the spear, the girl made it melt, and she smiled and said that the guy would regret not being able to find out anything from her. The spear did not harm her. Taking a few steps back, the girl heard the footsteps of the Dog Clan warriors and their cries, asking what she had done to their leader. Smiling again, she said that it seemed like it was time for her to leave, because she didn't want to show her other side. However, she completely forgot about Kaede. The girl called after her, asking where she was going, and Doria snorted in dissatisfaction. Kaede shouted with determination that she would not let her leave, but Doria replied that she had not come here to play, and that she did not care about the girl. Turning away and walking away, Doria shouted without looking back that the girl was not worth her attention. At that moment, a huge lilac-colored dome opened above them, through which the cries of the Dog Clan members could be heard as they came to the aid of their leader. Kaede noticed this and began to think that the line Doria had drawn was a boundary, and then it dawned on her what would happen if she crossed it. She shouted at the members of the Dog Clan running towards them not to think about crossing this line and that they needed to stop. But they did not even think to listen to her. They were sure that the girl was also their enemy, and shouted at her to shut up, saying that they did not listen to enemies. Kazuhiro and Senmon ran shoulder to shoulder to save their leader. The captain of the second squad silently prayed, asking the leader to wait, and that they would save him. Senmon was the first to cross the line, where the lilac dome began, and his body began to be covered with a stone crust. Kazuhiro froze in shock. When he first saw Senmon, he was covered in a stone crust, but now the guy saw it happening for the first time himself, and even cursed in surprise. Senmon was gradually covered in a stone crust as his body entered the dome. Kazuhiro put his hand out and told everyone to stop. However, it was not so easy to stop those rushing to rescue the leader. He had to exert himself, as everyone was pushing and asking what was happening. At some point, the pressure from those standing behind him and those arriving became unbearable. The guy felt that he could not hold them back and shouted that they were falling. Kazuhiro fell first, and the rest were about to fall on top of him when his bangs touched the dome and a small explosion occurred. At that moment, a huge monkey hand appeared out of nowhere, grabbed everyone, lifted them up, and threw them away from the threatening dome. The boys flew to the ground, falling wherever they could and tumbling in flight, but their savior, Nito, arrived just in time. During the powerful blow with which Nito pushed the boys away from the sphere, several masks flew through it, and everyone noticed that the masks were burning inside it. Becoming a child again, Nito said that this was the monster's ability he had mentioned, which was corrosive decomposition. Looking at Senmon lying inside the sphere, he said that he seemed to be dead too, although he wasn't sure because Senmon had turned to stone. However, despite their predictions, Senmon began to come to his senses and even swear. Kazuhiro said that this was a property of his ability. Taking a wooden stick, he poked the sphere and said that it seemed that because of Senmon, this thing had stopped, or even that it was scary what could happen to them. Meanwhile, the unharmed Senmon was already taking out his spiritual sword, and when Kazuhiro asked him to save their leader, he replied that he could rely on him. However, he had not taken more than a few steps when he was covered with a stone crust again. Kazuhiro could not help himself and swore again. Kazuhiro yelled at Kaede to remove the barrier and come out to fight, to stop hiding, and the girl asked in surprise if Doria was afraid of them. The guy's assumption that she had created the barrier angered her, and she yelled that she was a winter hunter and did not resort to such tricks. Seriously worried about his leader, Kazuhiro shouted, trying to calm the girl down, saying that her complaint was misdirected, and he asked her again to come out and remove the barrier. Nito shouted that it was not her doing, but the demons, and that they had no choice but to wait, but he replied that while they waited, the girl could attack the leader. Nito looked at the girl and replied that there was no need to worry about the leader, as she was a winter hunter, and they did not harm those they did not intend to eat. Those standing in front of the dome stamped their feet and shouted, asking her not to eat their leader, to which she replied that she had no intention of doing so. Still not trusting her, Kazuhiro shouted that she might get hungry. Nito turned away and thought that he had been too hasty in joining their clan. Kaede turned around and walked away, and they shouted, asking where she was going. She replied that she couldn't just sit idly by. When the girl walked away, Senmon's paralysis passed, and he drew his sword and shouted for her to attack him. Nito replied that she had already left. Suddenly, everyone heard someone calling Kazuhiro. The girl ran up, and the boy asked her why she had come, since he had told her to take care of the wounded. The girl said that after the battle with Doria, all their warriors from the 1st and 3rd detachments had been poisoned, and their antidotes had not helped. Hearing about the poison, Senmon remembered that when he had been petrified, Doria had promised him an entertaining spectacle, and decided that this was probably what she had meant. Sadly lowering her eyes, the girl said that at first the poison seemed quite harmless to her, and she decided that it would not cause death. Nito said that Doria had been perfecting her poison for a long time, and was using it to manipulate someone, so death would come in 3 days. He added that the antidote was most likely either with Doria or with the Monkey King. Hearing this, Kazuhiro raised his head and said that everything would be fine. Looking at Senmon, the guy said that as soon as the chief came to his senses, they would break into the Divine Monkey Clan and get the antidote. The female doctor who came to tell them the sad news said that this would be the case, and in the meantime, she would do everything she could to alleviate the symptoms of the wounded. Kazuhiro replied that he would stay here with the leader, and ordered the members of his squad to go to their wounded comrades from other squads and help them. They rushed to carry out the order. Nito asked if they were placing too much faith in their leader, since he could leave them without even regaining consciousness. Staring intently at Yuhua, lying inside the sphere, Kazuhiro replied in a tone that brooked no argument that this was out of the question, and that their leader would never abandon them. Nito replied that he believed Yuhua would succeed, because the last time Doria had used the barrier was 20 years ago. He explained that the barrier was expanding, preventing anyone from entering or leaving, and that it was half mixed with the earth and air, so they had to wait for it to finish. When asked how long it would last, the guy said that this barrier was smaller than the one 20 years ago, and the concentration of corrosion was lower. Nito estimated that it would take about 2 hours for the barrier to end, to which Kazuhiro and Senmon shouted in unison that it was too long. Kazuhiro suggested digging a tunnel underground, but Nito replied that the barrier was spherical, meaning it would also be underground, and it wasn't that simple. The captain of the 2nd squad said he couldn't know that, and that they would soon find out who was right. Nito replied that it would happen very soon. They saw that Kaede had said she had to endure terrible cold, and her only companion was silence, so 2 hours was not long. Saying this, the girl sat down on the ground, leaning on the spear stuck in it, and Kazuhiro defiantly asked if the girl had dug graves for everyone at once. Then, turning to Nito, he asked if no one had tried to destroy the barrier. Nito replied that the barrier was a secondary problem. He remembered that Doria had dug up the body of the divine swordsman and subjugated, and, wanting to test his strength, had closed them off with a barrier. Kazuhiro couldn't believe his ears. He said that couldn't be true, and asked how the girl could subjugate someone who was already dead. Nito replied that it was her ability. Senmon remembered that 20 years ago, there had been a report of an attempt to desecrate the tomb of Empress Torihime. At that time, 100 divine swordsmen gathered to protect the tomb. They needed neither money nor fame, and no one knew about the barrier. The Empress was the greatest divine swordsman in history, and then she became a demon, but no one fled, nor could they because of the barrier. Nito asked how the man knew, since no one had survived that tragedy, and Senmon replied sadly that one man had managed to survive. It was him, and he survived because he was covered in a stone crust. He watched his comrades die and was forced to hide. And today, seeing the weapon Doria used, Senmon thought he had seen it before, and now realized that it was the spiritual sword Torihime. He asked if it was true that her ability was to control the dead, and added that it didn't seem like she was controlling Torihime. Nito replied that she did not need to control every movement. She could create an army of the dead, each with abilities from their past lives. Kazuhiro leaned over and asked at what point a person could be considered dead, and Nito replied that it was probably when their heart stopped. Hearing this, Kazuhiro rushed headlong toward Yuve, shouting for him to wake up, with Nito running after him. Kazuhiro was already ready to cross the barrier when Nito grabbed him and shouted that Doria could only control those who had already died, and that it was too early for him to go to the other world. Kaede, hearing all this, leaned over the boy to listen to his heartbeat and said that he would live. His breathing was uneven, but his heart was still beating. Her words made Kazuhiro think, and he said that this couldn't be, and that there was only one reason why the boy couldn't die. All four of them had the same thought at the same time. The guy couldn't die because his heart had stopped beating a long time ago. Kaede thoughtfully asked Senmon if that was really possible, and he replied that he had never heard of such a skill before. Kaede remembered that Doria had mentioned his heart, and the man suggested that the loss of consciousness was a reaction to his heart beating again. Nito replied that now, all they could do was wait for the leader to come to, and for the barrier to fall. Kazuhiro sat down on the ground and replied that he would wait. Senmon folded his arms across his chest and said that getting excited wouldn't help the situation. Nito said that he had nowhere else to go anyway, and also sat down on the ground. Kaede also sat down not far from the guy, and said that under the current circumstances, she also saw no other option but to wait. Time passed slowly. After a while, Kazuhiro asked if 2 hours had already passed. Nito glanced at him with displeasure and snorted. He turned into a huge monkey and, leaning over the guy, pressed him down with his forelock and yelled that he should stop asking if 2 hours had passed. Kaede watched the boys and, seeing the scuffle, shouted that they were a pathetic sight, but they barked at her to shut up. Senmon smiled and said that they were all tired of waiting and could spend the time getting to know each other better. Kaede was the first to say that she didn't feel like telling her enemies about herself. Kazuhiro replied that he had no desire to listen to the stories of a villainous hunter. Nito said that he would listen to how she became Doria's subordinate. Senmon added that she didn't seem like a villain and probably had her reasons. The girl lowered her eyes and said that they had no need to know this story, but then suddenly announced that it had happened on a dark night. The boys shouted indignantly that she herself had said she wouldn't tell anything, but then fell silent, as everyone was curious to hear her story. Kaede, ignoring them, continued her story about the girl who ran through the forest on a dark night and ended up in the territory of winter hunters. The girl was not running alone. She was carrying her little daughter in her arms. The girl kept asking her to calm down, repeating that her mother was with her. The girl was being chased, and a man's voice shouted angrily at Mitsuha to stop, and that she had nowhere to run. 3 men were chasing the girl, chains in their hands, and they were happy that they would soon catch up with her and receive a large reward. The man running closest to the girl threw the chain at her, swinging it over his head like a lasso, and it wrapped around Mitsuha's right leg. Having caught his prey, the man pulled the other end of the chain with all his might, and the girl fell to the ground, still holding the baby in her arms. Her gaze was determined and unyielding as she held the girl closer to her, thinking that they couldn't catch them. The jerk of the chain was powerful, and the girl fell on her back. The man pulled her toward him, cursing that she had led them into the wilderness and had been running away for 3 whole days. The men pulled the girl toward them and began to laugh, saying that her body betrayed her as a courtesan, and asking if she knew what awaited her for running away. Still holding the girl to her chest, she began to beg the leader, saying that she was ready to go with them, but only asked that they let her child go. The one she called Mr. Kubo grabbed her by the hair and said that no one needed her because she was not a courtesan and did not dare to command them. Looking at the girl, the man said that they were not interested in the woman. They had an order from their leader to take only the child. The man laughed wildly after these words and said that since the boss was only interested in the child, he could deal with her without consequences. However, the men decided to have some fun with the girl, and when Mr. Kubo leaned over her, another man saw a pair of lights in the darkness and warned him. When Mr. Kubo raised his head and looked into the darkness, he was surprised to see that 5 more pairs of lights had joined the first 2. He asked his men in which direction they had been traveling all these days. One replied that they had been heading north, and the man asked if he was sure about that. These lights were human eyes, and the man asked if they had not heard of the hunters in the north, the giants who exterminate people alive. The lights grew more and more numerous, and suddenly they heard a voice asking how they dared to enter the territory of the winter hunters. The men were seriously frightened, shouting that these were the very giants and that they were doomed. They rushed to flee, abandoning the girl and the child. At that moment, they no longer wanted comfort or reward for their capture. They thought only of running away, and Mitsuha and the baby finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Mihutsu looked up and saw two pairs of glowing eyes in the darkness. Frightened, she lost consciousness, and the baby began to shake her and call for her mother. Now the girl also saw the glowing pairs of eyes and black shadows approaching her. Her eyes widened, and she began to shake her mother harder. Soon, Mitsuha began to come to her senses, and, remembering what had happened, called her daughter. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was her crying baby. The girl was sitting next to her mother, crying, asking if she was okay, and begging her to wake up, while other children crawled nearby. Finally coming to her senses, Mitsuha sat up abruptly on her bed and rushed to hug her daughter, asking her if she was okay. She replied that everything was fine. Looking around and noticing the strange children, Mitsuha asked who they were and where they were, and the little girl replied that they were winter hunters. Glancing at them, she admitted that she thought they were giants, and they replied that they hunted moon wolves and polar bears the size of houses. Then a girl in armor appeared and said that her name was Arakan, and that she was the 37th chief of the Winter Hunters tribe, and that they were safe here. Surprised, Mitsuha asked if they were the giants, who were ferocious hunters and devoured people. Then, realizing what she had asked, she became embarrassed. Bowing her head, she said she was sorry for her words, because they had saved her and her daughter, and the children happily began to repeat after her that they were also very sorry. However, Arakan laughed at these words and said that these rumors had been deliberately invented by their ancestors in order to protect the tribe from strangers. Coming closer, Arakan stroked the girl's daughter on the head and said that she had told them their story and that if they had nowhere else to go, they could stay. This offer touched Mitsuha, and she burst into tears and began to thank them. The children immediately began to repeat after her, but Arakan replied that there was no need for thanks. Mitsuha and her daughter stayed with the winter hunters, and the children took the girl with them everywhere. Once, while picking berries, Kaede found some strange berries. They were like speckled cherries, and the girls forbade her to try them, saying that if a person tasted them, their hair would become like theirs. But it was too late. Kaede had already tasted the berry, and then collapsed to the ground, and the children began to scream, asking why she had done it. After that, the girl's hair turned light. Once, while running away from a wild boar, the girls shouted to Kaede that the basis of hunting is waiting, and that the prey must be caught. As Kaede grew up, she was taught new skills. Her hair became lighter and lighter, and once the three of them caused a whole explosion. Then the time came, and Kaede was chosen as the 38th leader of the Winter Hunters tribe. Her mother, Mitsuha, also remained in the tribe. Upon hearing that she was to become the leader, Kaede burst into tears, asking if this was really possible, and everyone said that she was the most responsible among them. No one doubted that she was the best choice, and she promised herself and the tribe that she would be a leader who would protect everyone. One winter day, the scouts told her that the hunters who had gone to replenish their supplies had not returned, even though it was already past the appointed time. They tried to calm her down, saying that they had few supplies and had hunted little. Kaede blamed herself for all this, saying that she should have foreseen it. One of the scouts said that death is part of nature, and that just as they get food from the forests and rivers, sometimes nature consumes people. However, Kaede said that they had technology that allowed them to challenge nature, and at that moment she was holding a gun in her hands. The girl said that from now on, they could no longer rely solely on nature, and that money was necessary for the well-being of the tribe. After gathering some of the tools that helped them hunt, Kaede went to the city and put them up for sale at low prices. It was there that she first met Doria, who smiled and said she knew a way to make more money than by trading on the street. She said that all they had to do was share their technology, and Kaede saw no other option but to agree. Kaede took the girl to where their tribe was located, and when she saw how much money Doria was willing to pay, she asked why it was so much. Doria said that the tribe of winter hunters was a guarantee of quality, and that they would use their technology to make and sell goods throughout the country. Mitsuha tried to warn her daughter, asking if she was sure it was worth doing, but she replied that their technology was unmatched, and that everything would work out. A year later, Kaede was happy with how she liked working with Doria, but it took a lot of energy, and perhaps hunting would have been much easier. Thanks to this, she no longer had to worry about the tribe's survival during the harsh winters, but her thoughts were interrupted by the girls who burst in. They reported that the houses recently built on the tribe's territory had been destroyed by monsters, and many people from their tribe had suffered. Kaede couldn't believe it. She said that their structures could withstand even fire or earthquakes, and that everything needed to be thoroughly checked. But they reported that the man hired by Doria had replaced the materials with the cheapest one, and in this case, Even their technology would not help. Next, a boy burst in, shouting that their new ship had sunk. He was simply horrified. Kaede jumped up, saying that this had never happened before, and was told that a man named Doria was in charge of construction, and that their blueprints had been replaced with others. That wasn't all. She was told that they were under attack, and at that moment, her mother, Mitsuha, rescued the children from a giant monkey. The camp was attacked by the Divine Monkey Clan, and chaos ensued, with spears flying everywhere and explosions ringing out. When Kaede arrived at the scene of the battle, she saw monkeys destroying everything around her, and Doria pacing back and forth nearby. Running up to her, Kaede asked what she was up to, and Doria smirked and replied that she should have read the terms when she signed the contract. Unable to restrain herself, Kaede lunged at Doria and wanted to hold her accountable for violating the terms of their cooperation and for everything that had happened in their camp. But Doria stepped on the girl's head and said that she would have to answer for the defective product under the contract, and Kaede replied that this was nonsense. Trying to get up, Kaede shouted that all the troubles that had happened were not related to their technology, and that Doria herself had arranged it all. Smiling, Doria replied that according to the contract, the girl was responsible not for the technology, but for the problematic product, and she was obliged to pay the debt. Meanwhile, in the camp, the monkeys were winning and ordered all the winter hunters to surrender if they valued the life of their leader, which they were forced to do. The monkeys ordered all the winter hunters to be gathered, leaving no one behind, saying that they would be valuable hostages, and they behaved very aggressively. Kaede, along with the others, was taken into custody, and the girl was thrown into a separate cell. And of course, she felt guilty about all this. She was distracted from her thoughts by the shout of a guard, dragging someone on a rope, and ordering him to get up, saying that he still had a lot of work to do. Opening her eyes, the girl saw one of the girls from her tribe, named Rumi, being dragged down the corridor on a rope. She screamed and rushed to the bars. Despite the pain, the girl opened her eyes, looked at Kaede, and said with parched lips that it was good that their leader was safe. The scene was horrific, and Kaede began to sob, bowing her head. Her tears dripped onto her hair, and the ends suddenly turned black. But the tears dried up, and anger overwhelmed her. She was so strong that an explosion occurred, and Kaede broke out of her cage. Freed from captivity, Kaede went to the 9th Monkey Queen, the demon lord Haruku, to ask for her forgiveness, help, and protection. Falling to her knees before the queen, Kaede promised to do anything she asked if she would free her people in return. Their meeting took place in the palace. The girl did not see the queen's face, but she said that Kaede would serve as a mercenary and thus repay her debt. When the story came to an end, the dome was still in place, and the girl concluded the story by saying that this was how she came to serve the demon lord. The men cried. Nito said he knew nothing. Kazuhiro replied that she should not worry, and that as soon as the chief woke up, she would tell him everything. To everyone's surprise, Yuhua had already regained consciousness. He stood up and announced that he had heard the girl's entire story from beginning to end. Everyone froze, waiting for him to speak, and he looked seriously at his companions and said that they must save the winter hunters and obtain the antidote. Everyone immediately rushed to ask how he was feeling and if he was okay. Kaede boldly stated that she had not asked for his help. The girl added that he had just been unconscious, and Yuva replied that he had had a long dream about crossing a river in a boat. Yuva turned to Kaede and thanked her, and when she gave him a questioning look, he said he was grateful that her story had brought him to his senses. He added that he also had people who were very dear to him, and even though their hearts had stopped beating, the memory of them could not die. Despite his words, the girl proudly replied that she would save her tribesmen with her own strength, and that she did not need anyone's help. And then something incredible happened. Yuva humbly bowed his head before her, and said that if she did not need help, then he asked her to help him. Kaede looked at the guy questioningly again, and he bowed his head and asked her to find the monkey base so that he could get the antidote. The girl looked at him thoughtfully, thinking that he could do it himself, but he was willing to bow his head to help her. Then she stood up and said that she didn't agree and offered to make a deal. Yuhua would help her save her tribe, and she would help him get the antidote. Yuhua was satisfied with this option. He raised his head, smiled, then took a few steps toward the girl, and they shook hands. Then they heard Senman's voice. He asked if they had a plan, and added that it might be possible to steal the antidote, but not to rescue all the hostages. Yuhua replied that he proposed to break in through the front entrance, destroy everything, take the antidote, and rescue all the hostages. The man called the plan stupid. He explained that they would have to fight the demon lord, and 2/3 of their forces were poisoned and incapable of doing so, and they had almost no chance of winning. Kazuhiro shouted that he couldn't believe he was doubting the leader's plan. Senmon replied that he had not agreed to become captain, and that the plan was absurd. Senmon explained that they couldn't even deal with this barrier, when suddenly Yuhu said he could deal with the barrier, and they needed the man's help. Doubting that the guy could deal with the barrier, Senmon said that if he did, he would consider his proposal. After Senmon's words, Yuhua boldly and decisively walked up to the barrier and passed through it without any problem, shocking everyone present. Surprised, Nito asked how the guy was able to do it, and he calmly replied that thanks to his master, he had learned to understand barriers. Turning to the barrier, Yuhua said that it could work in two ways, either preventing intrusion from the outside or preventing escape from the inside. Recalling how Doria had built the barrier, he added that she knew he would not run away, and probably erected it so that she could freely use her technique. Yuhua added that she may have used this barrier so that no one would interfere with her attempt to win his heart, but Kaede had prevented her. Kaede, standing next to him, said that according to Doria, they would not be able to escape, and the boy asked what the girl knew about Doria. The girl thought for a moment, and then said that Doria had deceived her and her entire tribe, and the thought flashed through her mind that she had been fooled again. After Yuva explained everything about the barriers to them, Kaede and Senmon also decided to try to leave it, and they succeeded. There was one more question to be answered, which Yuhua voiced. He asked what the demonic swordsman was doing among them, and pointed to Nito. The boy didn't know how to answer, so Kazuhiro answered for him, saying that he would like to make Nito a member of his squad, and Yuhua asked why. The guy replied that even though Nito had attacked the children of their clan, he had not attempted to harm them, and had tried to take them hostage. Kazuhiro looked at the boy, and added that he was sure that if the battle had ended in victory for the monkey clan, Nito would not have harmed the children. Yuka replied, looking at Nito, that perhaps that was true, and the boy would not have touched the children. But he did not have time to finish his sentence before an explosion sounded that surprised everyone. Before the explosion, Yuka swung his sword and aimed it at the boy, and then there was a loud bang, and dust rose. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that Nito, in the form of a huge monkey, had sunk waist-deep into the ground, deflecting Yuva's sword strike. Despite being larger than Yuva, Nito looked at him with a pleading gaze, saying that he was indeed a demonic swordsman, but wanted to change. Yuhua pushed Nito away, and shouted that he had already drunk the blood of the demon lord, and would not be able to overcome his thirst or change. Wielding his sword, he advanced on the boy, and said that one day he would not be able to control his thirst and would crawl on his knees to his lord. But Nito denied this. With another powerful kick, Yuva threw Nito away, adding that for a sip of the lord's blood, he would be willing to do anything he wanted. Nito did not attack Yuva. He only defended himself, holding his sword in front of him, shouting that this would not happen until Yuva finally cut his sword in half. When the sword was cut in two, the huge monkey turned into a little boy. He fell to the ground, and Yuhua asked him why he wanted to join their clan. Looking at Yuhua, Nito replied that when he saw Kazuhiro protecting the children in the shelter, he realized what a miserable life he had lived before. Crying, he added that at that moment, he realized he never wanted to become like that, and at that moment, Yuhua approached him and looked down on him. He held out his sword to the boy and said that those who became demonic swordsmen had committed a sin, but those who made mistakes had the right to forgiveness. He added that those who have committed a sin have no right to forgiveness, then smiled and said that if the boy was ready to live with it, he would be accepted into the clan. Yuhua turned to leave when Nito shouted after him to stop, and asked if it could be that the boy also carried a sin. Hearing this question, Yuva stopped and, without turning his head, replied that in his case, the sin was simply that he was alive. At that moment, the ninth monkey queen, Haruku, sitting on her throne and looking at the antidote with a smile, said that she needed to prepare for when they came for it. Squinting her eyes, the queen asked if she had ordered to deal with the boy in such a way as to poison his subordinates so that he would come for the antidote. The queen sat on her throne with her legs crossed, and this question was addressed to Doria, who was standing some distance away from her. Looking boldly at the queen, the girl replied that she had acted solely in the queen's interest, and that everything else was up to her. The queen just laughed, and asked if this was really Doria speaking, who had lost all her strength, and seemed to have forgotten who she was talking to. Doria remained silent, but the burly men behind her responded. One said that Haruku was going too far, and the other barked, asking why she dared to insult his mistress. Their words amused the queen even more. She said that it was all very funny, and asked if Doria still had her divine sword. The girl remained silent, while Haruku tore off a strand of her hair and placed it on her palm. It suddenly glowed with a bright light, and the girl blew it away. The hair flew through the air above one of the bodyguards behind Doria, then turned into a weapon and pierced his chest. Doria screamed, asking what Haruko was doing, and why the man standing behind her arched his back and fell to the floor. Flashing her tail, Haruko took a long leap from her throne and landed on the spear shaft, saying that she was freeing her hands. Doria turned to protect the second guard. Haruko jumped towards him, grabbed his arm, wrapped her tail around his neck, and told the girl not to waste her strength. The girl turned away so as not to see what was happening. The man fell to the floor, and Haruko suddenly said that it was his own fault. Doria asked what she meant, and the queen, heading for her throne, replied that she found it very strange that the girl hadn't noticed this herself. Turning her head slightly and smirking, she said that, did she really think she could hide from his eyes and ears behind the barrier? Seeming to realize something, Doria asked if Haruko had deliberately sent her to the boy, knowing that she would go against his will. Taking a few more steps toward the throne, and without turning her head, the queen said that while she was trying to buy time, she would take care of Juve. Doria raised her head in surprise, and asked if that would make her his enemy. The queen smiled, and said that it might well be so. Meanwhile, Juve and his team returned to the village, where the Divine Dog Clan's camp was located, and they had a council meeting. Senmon asked Nito what the Monkey Queen was like, and why she was involved in trade and extortion, perhaps for money. To everyone's horror, the guy replied that she wasn't interested in money, and just liked to watch humans suffering. Kaede replied that she used contracts and demons to make money, and the guy replied that this was because money was the most reliable tool. Looking seriously, Nito added that in any era, there was no temptation sweeter than money, and a person who succumbed to temptation could easily be brought down to the very bottom. He added that for the queen, swordsmen are a tool that can be discarded, and there is always a crowd of divine swordsmen ready to serve under her command. Then, lowering his head and looking at everyone from under his brow, he said in a tragic tone that perhaps right now the queen was replenishing her losses. Kazuhiro was greatly disturbed by what he had heard. He looked at the boy angrily and asked if it was really so easy to create demonic swordsmen. The boy replied that it was very easy to do. One only needed to mix the Lord's blood with a decoction to obtain divine blood wine and find willing participants. He added that the transformation was only possible if the divine swordsman knew that he was drinking it secretly. Otherwise, such a transformation was impossible. In addition, there were difficulties in preparing the decoction, so the wine was diluted to be enough for 900 demon swordsmen at a time. After listening to him, Senmon concluded that the demon swordsmen of the Monkey Clan were weaker than the others, but their numerical advantage was the main problem for them. After listening to everyone, Yuhua beamed with joy and said that there was no need to worry because his plan was simply perfect, and everyone turned to him. Senmon's face became stony, as he said that if you counted them, there would only be 5 people against 900 demon swordsmen. Kazuhiro looked at the clan leader in confusion and asked what he had counted, but instead of answering, Yuhua lay down on his back and pretended to be asleep. Then he told everyone to go to bed because they would be leaving at sunrise. There were no more questions, and everyone went to their houses. Heading to his house after the council, Kazuhiro met So, who was walking towards the clan leader's house, and looked at him for a long time. When they were side by side, the captain of the second squad said that tomorrow morning they would go to the Monkey Clan to get the antidote. Seeing how his comrade was looking at him, So turned around and asked what was going on, and if he was really going to pretend that nothing had happened. The man remained silent, and So shouted that he had run away again, and that it was his fault that his comrades had been poisoned. He demanded that Kazuhiro say this to his face. Without answering, Kazuhiro turned around lightning fast and punched the guy in the face with all his might, bending him in half. Looking at the guy for a long time, Kazuhiro said that he was no longer a trembling child hiding behind his back, just like his subordinates. He added that the guy should no longer fight as he did before, protecting children and using sweeping movements to attract attention. At that moment, images from the past floated before them. Kazuhiro said that the boy should no longer save anyone by constantly sacrificing himself. Everyone except Senmon left the clan chief's house. He remained and watched silently, then said that he was trying to understand why Yuvi needed him so much. The guy smiled and replied that, in his opinion, it would be much more fun than if Senmon didn't go with them. But Senmon asked him to tell the truth. Looking thoughtfully at Yue, the man suggested that it was all because of his unique ability to turn to stone. The guy grinned and did not answer. Senmon said that regardless of the circumstances, the guy would fight the Monkey Queen. Yue sat down and replied that now this battle was inevitable. Senmon flew into a rage, grabbed the boy by his clothes, and shouted that with his strength, they could avoid direct confrontation. But the boy just smiled in response. Then Senmon thought that perhaps, in case of defeat, the boy wanted to use him as the only witness, and asked if that was so. After a pause, the young man said he was asking for his forgiveness, and the man asked why he was doing this, whether he wanted to leave the world a heroic story about himself. Yue looked at him and said that there are situations in which one cannot retreat, regardless of whether one wins or loses. Senmon yelled that with his strength, the guy could destroy demons left and right, gain wealth and fame, or live a life helping the innocent. Senmon continued to hold the guy by his clothes, and the guy started to say something to him, looking him in the eyes, and a glow formed around him. When everything was said, the guy looked at him again, smiled, and asked if they could consider that he had answered the question. The man let go of the guy, sat down in front of him, and said that even though he was a worthless person, he would serve him faithfully and be the captain of the third squad. In the morning, in the Golden Fortress where the Divine Monkey Clan was located, the clan's warriors were preparing for the invasion of the Divine Dog Clan. A huge army of monkeys lined up in front of the Golden Fortress, against which only 5 people from the Dog Clan came, led by Yue. After an evening conversation with the clan leader, Senmon was unperturbed, but Nito was indignant, saying without hesitation that it was complete madness to go with only 5 people. Despite his calmness, Senmon said that it was worth calling on the rest of the Dog Clan's forces from the main base. Sen replied that it was small in number. Senmon asked if he was serious, but Yue finished the sentence for him, raising his right hand and saying that the dogs were practically everywhere. There was a rumbling sound, and Yue's companions asked if it was thunder or an earthquake, but very soon they realized what was causing the noise. One after another, groups of people wearing dog masks began to appear out of thin air. The first to arrive was the team led by the head of the Eastern Division. They were followed by the teams from the Western and Southern Division, each announcing in turn that they were ready to follow their leader. Next came the Southern branch of the Mad Dog. There were so many of them that you couldn't see the end of them. They all had burning eyes and dog masks on their heads. They kept coming and coming, and soon almost the entire sky was covered with the burning eyes of the Dog Clan members. The monkeys were shocked by this sight in the sky. Senmon said that there were 5 times more of them than their opponents. Nito decided that Yue knew where the Kaide clan was, and snorted at why he was pretending to be stupid. When everyone was assembled, silence fell. Everyone waited for the signal to attack, and finally, Yue stretched out his right hand and said it was time to begin. After the command was given, the entire huge choir with burning eyes roared in unison that they would bite their way through for him. Having made this promise to their leader, the dogs immediately rushed to attack the monkeys gathered near the Golden Fortress. Their numerical advantage was obvious. The dogs attacked the monkeys several to 1, using everything at their disposal, true to their promise to bite their way through for their leader. Despite the fact that the monkeys were fewer in number, they were confident of victory and called their opponents nothing more than a pack of dogs, insignificant. The monkey commanders were discussing this among themselves when 2 dogs rushed at them, silencing them forever. The monkeys were huge and much more cumbersome than the dogs, which were smaller, lighter, and moved much faster. The monkeys stood in a tight wall, trying not to let a single dog pass, but the dogs jumped over them and fought their way through the ground, knocking the monkeys off their feet. Not only did the dogs attack, but the monkeys also grabbed swords and tried to break through the defense, but the dogs stood close together, forming a shield defense. The monkeys tried to find a breach in the shield defense, striking them with their powerful fists, but the dogs stood their ground, not moving back a single step. No matter how hard they struck, no matter how powerful their fists were, the dogs stood shoulder to shoulder, and their shields were incredibly strong, which infuriated the monkeys. Then a command was given, and a gap appeared in the shields, through which the monkeys were let in, and then they were pinned down on all sides, causing them to growl. One of the leaders of the Mad Dogs jumped on top of the shield and raised his club, shouting at the dogs to perform a symphony of their enemies' screams. Without turning into a monkey, but with the dog's shield, he yelled to his comrades that surely Yue had decided to found his own state. Otherwise, how could he have gathered such strength? So was standing next to him, and he heard the question addressed to him too, and replied that he couldn't say that they were directly gathering this strength. He said that in 3 years, Yue had become a candidate for the Heavenly Sword, and the boy had followed him, getting rid of demons and helping people, without forgetting to fight back. So continued that one by one, people gathered around Yue under his protection, and then were ready to defend him themselves. He added that he could see this in Kazuhiro, Instead of creating demonic swordsmen, the king dog left a legacy so that everyone could defend themselves. So also notice that the squad commanders had 4 stars each, and only Kazuhiro had 6, and the dogs cried out that the leader was coming. For Yuhua and his 4 companions, the dogs cleared a path through the air, pushing the monkeys to the edges, where they were held back by dogs with shields. Flying through the gate leading to the Golden Fortress, with pieces of wood flying around, Yuhua shouted that they had come for the Monkey Queen. Senmon said he never would have thought he could so easily break into the house of the demon swordsman, but Nito replied that something was wrong here. The fortress was indeed completely silent. Yukta asked why there was no one in the fortress, and then they heard a noise coming from above. Then, not far from Yuhua, a sword made of pieces crashed into the ground with an incredible whistle, and the guy thought that he seemed to have seen it somewhere before. A girl landed next to it, grabbed the sword, and uttered the command, "Shadow Blade," and the sword turned into a whip made of pieces of the sword. Senmon couldn't believe his eyes. He asked what had happened to her, and whether she had become a demonic swordsman while they hadn't seen each other. The girl was wearing a mask, through which she smiled, and said that she always chose the most profitable path. It was Shion, nicknamed the Financier. Taking off her monkey mask and woolen gloves, the girl said that, in addition to working for the Alliance, she was always happy to take on private orders. Smiling, So said that when they were in the Foggy Village, he had asked the girl to infiltrate the Divine Monkey Clan and conduct reconnaissance. Shion said that they found out about this place thanks to her, and an important condition was to teach her to drink wine and not become a demonic swordsman. Her story greatly frightened Senmon, who grimaced and asked if it was really worth agreeing to such a dangerous mission just for that. Shion was outraged by his foolishness and shouted that he was talking nonsense because she could sell this information to the Alliance for a very good price. Yuhua smiled and said that today they planned to destroy the Monkey Clan, so the girl would hardly have anything to sell to the Alliance. Shion asked if he was serious and added that no matter how strong he or his subordinates were, they would not be able to defeat the Monkey Queen. Without arguing, Yuva grinned, and flashing his golden eyes, asked if she wanted to help him. The question made the girl think. Shion did not answer immediately. After thinking for a moment, she said that it was too late and apologized to the guy, then walked past him. But suddenly changing her mind, she turned around and said that from now on, the customer would take all the risk. Yuhua could not help but smile. Shion said that the antidote was probably in the Red Tower, along with all the clan's treasures in the Black Tower, where everyone who had ever been taken hostage was kept. Yuhua listened carefully to everything the girl said, and she added that the Monkey Queen was in the Golden Palace in the center. After listening to her, Yuva sent Kaide and Nito to free the hostages from the Black Tower, and ordered them to take a team of medics with them. Next, Shion and Senmon received their assignment. Yuva sent them to the Red Tower to find and bring back the antidote to save those who had been poisoned. The boy left the most difficult part of the operation for himself. He had to go to the Golden Palace to fight the Monkey Queen, so tried to stop him, saying that since he did not have a fragment of the spiritual sword in his heart, he would not be able to use his master's skills. Turning around, Yuhua said that this was indeed the case, and so added that perhaps because of this, the boy would no longer be able to bear death. The silent Nito shouted that something was wrong here after all, and that it wasn't just him who thought it was very quiet. Shion supported him. Then, preparing to jump, the girl shouted in a silent voice for everyone to take a step back, because there was a trap in the floor. Everyone took a step back, and suddenly the ground beneath them shook and cracked. Everyone began to look around, and Yuhua looked down expectantly. In the place where they had just been standing, a monster with the head of a bull and the body of a spider appeared. Senmon thought it might be a Gyuki demon. The man took out his spiritual sword and asked what it could be doing here, so replied that, according to rumors, the Monkey Queen used demons and controlled them. Looking at the monster that had appeared before them, Nito said with surprise and a slight sense of guilt that he could not even imagine that something like this could be hidden here. After examining the demon's armor, Kaide came to the conclusion that it was made using hunter technology, and the girl understood the reason behind the scam involving their technology. Yuka went up to the monster and, raising his hand, told his companions that he had forgotten to mention that when the shard disappeared from his heart, his own skills returned. This news surprised everyone gathered there. It was the first time they had heard about the guy's own skills, so they began to watch his actions closely, not taking their eyes off him. He was already taking out his sword, using the spell of the sword's power, and approaching the monster, swinging it and preparing to attack and repel attacks. With a swing of his sword, Yuva used a skill called Overwhelming Veil and the monster disappeared, leaving only a huge hook that crashed to the ground. All that remained was the hollow where he had been hiding before jumping out. Everyone's mouths fell open, and Kaede asked if that was really his true skill. Yuva himself was delighted. Turning to his companions, he asked if they had seen what he had done, and if this skill would be enough against the Monkey Queen. However, his companions had doubts about whether Yuva had used this skill before. The look on his face suggested that he had not. So said in surprise that it seemed their leader had slept well that night. Shion advised him to use the skill less often, so that its value would not diminish. Yuhua replied that great and important deeds awaited them, and there was no need to worry about such trifle, waving his hand to indicate that they should follow him. The assignments were given, so went to find the antidote. Kaede went to rescue the tribe of winter hunters, and Yuhua headed off to fight the Monkey Queen. At that time, in the Golden Fortress, in the tower of the convicts on the first floor, 4 men sat at a table in the large hall with their heads bowed. Each had a bandage with a hook around his neck like a collar. When they heard the question, they probably waited too long, and they also sadly raised their heads. Mitsuha appeared before them. She was wearing the same clothes she had worn during the kidnapping. She carried a plate of worms, saying that her children were very hungry. Placing the dish of worms on the table, the woman said, ignoring the prisoners' looks of disgust, that their mother had taken care of them and prepared food for them. The woman was very enthusiastic, despite what she had brought, and told them to take their time and chew everything thoroughly so that not a crumb would be left. The captives began to whisper among themselves as they took the live food and began to chew it. Some refused, but others told them to eat if they wanted to live. Mitsuha sat at the same table, and seeing how they were eating, smiled tenderly with her hands folded, and said she was glad that the children would be full. One man felt sick from the food she brought, and wanted to spit it all out, but the man sitting next to him demanded that he endure it. It was disgusting, and the man couldn't take it anymore, and spit it all out. Those sitting nearby cowered in fear, afraid that punishment would follow for everyone. Mitsuha, in the form of a demon, appeared behind him and scolded him, telling him to chew thoroughly. He begged for forgiveness, saying he wanted to live. Suddenly, she took on her normal form and said that she couldn't hurt her dear child, and he asked in surprise if she really forgave him. Mitsuha laughed and began to stroke his head, saying that of course she forgave him because she was ready to do anything for the happiness of her children. The man looked at her incredulously, cried, and asked if that was really the case. Could she let him go home to his family? Mitsuha began to pace along the table, the men watching her actions intently. She continued that she was indeed ready to do anything for her children. They hoped that the woman was telling them the truth, and began to beg her to let them all go home, saying that they missed their families very much and wanted to leave. After listening to their requests, the woman turned to them in surprise and said that they were already home. Her gaze was empty, and it seemed that she herself believed it. Her face darkened, and she shouted that she was their only family, and that their false families had done nothing when they were captured, so she had destroyed them. The men panicked and shouted, asking why she had done this. Mitsuha calmed down and said that they could not change their decision, or they would disappoint her. Suddenly, the mouth of a huge monster appeared, sucking everything into itself, and the woman said she was ready to comfort her beloved children in her arms. Then she went out into the corridor and ordered the guard of the divine monkey clan, named Yan, to tidy up and prepare a place for the new family. The room was cleaned up, and the captured children were brought there. Mitsuha returned, and, taking a little girl with lush hair on her lap, began to stroke her hair. She praised the girl's hair, and said that if she had noticed it earlier, she would have taken care of it, and told the other children to eat the giblets lying on the plate. The children refused to eat, so Mitsuha scooped up some of the contents of the dish, and said with a smile that it looked like she would have to feed the girl herself. But at that moment, there was a crash as the doors broke, and Kaede and Nito burst into the room in the form of a huge monkey, with a guard barely keeping up with them. Seeing them sitting at the table, Kaede asked what was going on. Mitsuha was delighted to see the girl return, and the little girl whispered that the chief had returned. Mitsuha smiled and said that she was very upset when she found out that her daughter had become a mercenary for the Monkey Queen, and was glad that she had returned. The girl looked at the woman sitting in front of her and asked her rudely what she had done to her mother. She couldn't believe that the woman sitting in front of her was her mother. So Shion and Senmon went to the golden fortress of the confiscation tower for the antidote, and, slightly opening the door, Senmon cautiously peered inside. His companions urged him on in every way possible. Shion said mockingly that time was money, and so urged him to go in quickly, but the man was in no hurry to do so. Turning to them, He whispered that they didn't seem to understand the situation they were in, and that they needed to sneak in as quietly as possible and take the antidote. He whispered that they should avoid fighting for as long as possible. But then a girl wearing a dog mask approached the tower door and kicked it off its hinges. It was the coordinator of the fighting dogs named Hichi. Waving her fists, the girl shouted that they had come for the antidote and demanded that it be handed over. Senmon hissed loudly at her that they could break in here with a whole crowd of fighting dogs. But the girl just laughed in response to his words. She barked that the guys weren't made for such raids. Senmon asked her not to be so loud, fearing that demonic swordsmen might break in. Turning his head slightly, So noticed the girl and said that she didn't look like a demonic swordsman, and Senmon also turned to look. Behind a tall counter, they saw a girl with purple hair. She was the warehouse manager of the Divine Monkey clan, named Mara. Seeing the guests, the girl stirred, opened her eyes, and said that she was in charge of confiscated property. Not expecting anyone to come, she had fallen asleep. Hichi demanded that the girl give them the antidote. Senmon hissed that she was just a child, and they should be gentler with her. So replied that it didn't matter now. Approaching the counter, he pointed his sword at the girl and said he needed the antidote to the poison created by the shaman Doria. The girl asked in surprise if they were talking about this antidote, leaned over, took out a bottle of pink liquid, and placed it on the counter. Mira added that she was sure someone would come for it, so she had prepared it, and there was nothing else related to Doria in her storage. Hichi reached out to take the bottle of pink liquid and said that since the girl had agreed so quickly, she would only hit her once. Mara fell onto the counter, crying bitterly, and repeating that she couldn't give it to them because if the queen found out that the antidote had been given away, she would be furious. Hichi was about to hit the girl and had already raised her hand, but Senmon stopped her, asking her to give him a chance to persuade the girl and not take the antidote by force. His words shocked Mira, and she cried out that he was standing up for her, that the swordsman didn't care about her, and that everyone else wanted to get rid of her. Reaching out to the girl, Senmon asked if they could come to an agreement with her, and what she wanted in exchange for the antidote. Her answer surprised everyone. She said she needed his kind heart. He asked her to repeat herself, and the girl replied that what people call a heart was beating inside her. Xian said with a bored look that it seemed the man was not doing well, but he snapped at her not to interfere, and that he would manage everything himself. Looking hopefully at Mira, the man asked if he could offer her something else, and she replied that she didn't need anything else but his heart. So had lost his patience and said that it was time to end this farce, and that he would simply take the antidote. Senmon had no choice but to agree with him. After these words, the girl's eyes flashed, smoke rose from her hands, and she began to resemble a demon. The men looked at her with astonished eyes. Mira said that all people are the same, and they wanted to deceive her with sweet words, but she herself was to blame, because she almost fell for these words. The girl's body began to dissolve into reddish smoke. Senmon drew his sword and ordered everyone to step back, and then there was an explosion. At that moment, the Monkey Queen, sitting on her golden throne, managed to dodge Yuwa's sword, and said that the guy had come earlier than she expected. She added that the boy had appeared even more impressive than she had thought, and called him bold, while he was preparing to attack the queen again. Pulling Yuwa's sword out of her throne, she called him a boy, and said that it was very foolish of him to rush with the sword. Without listening to her, Yuhua used his ability to dissolve into thin air. There was an explosion and smoke appeared, but the queen only smiled. A few moments later, the guy jumped out of nowhere right next to her throne, saying that it was foolish of her to touch other people's things without asking. The queen did not answer him. She only looked down at him, her eyes glowing red, a slight smile on her face. Yukva stood up, holding the sword to the queen's throat. She grabbed it with her left hand and did not take her eyes off the boy, her gaze completely unperturbed. Without saying a word and continuing to hold the end of Yuva's sword, she moved the tip slightly to the side and stood up from the throne, continuing to look the young man in the eyes. Then, without looking away, Haruku began to forcefully lower the young man's arm so that he had to kneel on one knee to hold the sword. Looking at him mockingly, the Monkey Queen slowly pronounced each word, saying that the strong take from the weak, and that is how the world works. Flashing his golden eyes, Yuhua boldly replied to the queen that in the world he knows, something else happens with people like her. He snatched his sword from her hands, but she threw it away from her with force, and Yuva swung his sword, preparing to attack. He growled that in the world he lived in, people like the Monkey Queen standing before him usually got a good beating. The guy felt a scratch on his forehead, called her a monkey, and Haruku, putting her gloved hand to her face, said that by coming here, he had signed his own death warrant. Haruku took her hand away from her face. The glove glowed, golden hair swirled around, and the girl said she would deal with the guy, since that's what he wanted. Looking at the floating hair, Yuva thought that it seemed to be the form of her spiritual sword, which turned into swords, and the guy barely dodged them. When the sword stopped sticking into the floor, the guy stopped, and at that moment, Haruko flew through the air toward him with a smoking sword in her hand. Swinging her sword, the girl brought it down with all her might, hoping to hit the guy, but he managed to jump out of the way, and the sword crashed into the floor with a bang. After doing a few pirouettes, the girl grabbed the sword and swung it at the guy again with all her might. But Yuva managed to jump out of the way. During one of Haruko's somersaults, when the sword hit the floor, the guy managed to grab it while the girl was landing. Looking at her, he asked if she really wanted to destroy the weapon of the god of destruction so much. And if she wanted to deal with him, why didn't she come in person? Snatching her sword from the guy's hands, Haruko swung it in the air and angrily replied that she didn't need her help to destroy him. Yuha managed to jump out of the way when she swung her sharp sword at him with all her might, but it hit the sword Yuha was holding above his head. The guy asked if it seemed like she had failed, and then she decided to reveal the location of her clan, but the girl remained silent. Yuha added that over the past 3 years, it had been impossible to find out the location of the Demon Lord, and there was no information from the Alliance of Divine Swords either. Deciding to get around the girl from the side, Yuwa asked if it was worth luring him into her lair and tried to get behind her. Haruko barked indignantly, telling him to shut up, and swung her sword. But Yuwa jumped into the air, and she didn't have time to hit him. Hovering in the air for a few seconds, he threw himself down, his body spinning like a top, crashed into the girl, and jumped aside. Without giving her time to recover, the guy rushed towards her again. The girl threw her sword forward, but Yuva dodged it and continued talking. Since the sword didn't hit the guy, Haruko pulled it back, but that was enough time for Yuva to jump closer to her and strike the sword. The force with which Yuva struck the girl's sword was so powerful that the shockwave shattered the floor, causing it to crack and stones to fly. Yuha flew back to where the floor was intact and, preparing to attack, shouted that he had realized that Haruko was afraid to leave her shelter. The Monkey Queen barked so loudly that it echoed, telling the guy to shut up, but he grinned and asked what such people were usually called. Yuka tried to remember the word, and then he blurted out that the girl was a recluse. She frowned and yelled at him to shut up in a rude manner. Lowering her head, Haruko looked at him menacingly and asked what difference it made if the guy was about to say goodbye to his life very soon. Yuka realized that he had found the girl's weakness. Pleased, he sparkled and decided that it was time to use the sword's power spell. This was followed by the command, destroy. Now, waves of energy sparkled around Yuka's sword. The guy swung his sword, and Haruko froze, watching him. Yukva drew a huge circle in the air with his sparkling sword, then struck the floor with it, and used the spell of the overwhelming veil. A stream of energy crashed down on the girl from above. She didn't even have time to react. It was so powerful, and all her clothes were torn to shreds. A few moments later, she found herself kneeling on the floor, with black and red feathers from her cloak falling from above. Haruko didn't just end up on the floor. Where the powerful energy stream had struck, a hole had formed in the floor, and the girl was inside it. Looking at her, Yuhua said that she had avoided opportunities to go outside, and asked why she hated people if she never left the palace. She replied that she did not need to leave the palace, and he saw what was happening in the foggy village, and that people were willing to sacrifice others for the sake of saving children. Yuka realized that she had drawn him into the mission. He found it strange that the alliance members had said that his status as a divine swordsman would be revoked if he refused. Haruko climbed out of the hole before they spoke, and when the guy asked her why she had done this, she replied that she wanted him to learn a lesson before he died. The girl swung her sword faster and faster, and as she walked towards the guy, she said that he had to understand that saving people was pointless. Then she suddenly sped up, stopped her sword, flew towards Yuva, and brought her sword down on him with a powerful blow. But he managed to block it with his sword again. After parrying her blow, Yuhua asked her, while she was somersaulting around the sword, if she was the cause of the suffering of the inhabitants of the Misty Village. After landing, Haruka swung her sword in a circle. The guy dodged, and the girl shouted that it was punishment for the villagers' greed and selfishness. They met again, Yuva's sword burning blue, and the girl's sword burning red, and he asked if she was doing this out of resentment. She replied that he would not understand. Now Yuva attacked, and the girl parried his attack with her sword, and the boy said that he had always thought that she had some valid reason. Saying this, he glanced at her, and said that he had no reason to hold back because he considered her reason insufficient for such behavior, and he decided that it was time to use the technique of the finishing blow of the overwhelming veil, and a stream of blue energy gushed from his sword. However, he was still fighting the Monkey Queen, and after blocking his attack, Haruko said that his sword skills would not work on her this time. With that, the girl spun around, leaning on her sword, and kicked Yuhua in the chest, knocking him away. The guy flew across half the hall and landed on the steps, destroying them. Haruko said that she was not so generous as to let one attack go twice. While the guy was recovering, she explained that his skill concentrated air currents, and the sword strike created energy. She added that it was enough to stop him before he reached the concentrated airflow. Smiling, Haruko said that the guy couldn't destroy anyone with such a blow, and that she doubted he could be considered dangerous at all. The girl raised her index finger to the leather bracelet around her neck, and, unfastening it, said that she was asking the guy for permission to show him the power of the sword. Haruko uttered the spell of 3,000 great worlds, and suddenly, everything spun and mixed together, the locks of the planet, and the guy's body became transparent. Then Yuva found himself in space and saw trees flying in the air instead of roots, with rocks and a purple sky above his head. Looking around, Yuva thought that this did not seem like an illusion, but rather that everything that was happening was real, and he heard a voice behind him saying, "Welcome." Turning around, he saw Haruko sitting on a high and very narrow rock, who repeated that she was glad to welcome him to her world. While Kaede was trying to understand what had happened, the little girl from the tribe sitting in Mitsuha's arms cried and asked for forgiveness for what had been done to her. She said that after being captured, Mitsuha had helped one of the men who had been taken hostage, who apparently had a broken leg. The man was seated near the wall and told to rest. The little girl added that, although they had made a crutch, it was better for the old man not to move now. The man said sadly that he had caused trouble again, and another replied that if he did not show up for work, they would have problems with the guards. The woman laughed and said she would ask the guards to assign him to light work, and the little girl replied that the guards would not be able to refuse her. She looked at the prisoners and said that she understood how difficult it was for them, but she asked them to stick together and think about their families waiting at home. Her words inspired the men, and they said that since she said so, they would not lose hope. And suddenly, the guy sitting in the corner spoke up. Looking at them with contempt, he asked what hope they were talking about, and added that they would all meet their end here. Hearing these pessimistic words, the little girl shouted that the newcomer was tired of whining, and that, as the eldest, she had to give him a proper scolding. Mitsuha approached him, put her hand on his shoulder, and said that she was also scared, and that it was difficult for them. But the little girl shouted that she got used to it almost immediately. The woman looked at the guy with kind eyes, and said that people are strong, and as long as there is hope and they are together, they can cope with anything. The young man replied that he no longer had a family or hope, as his parents had died, leaving behind a pile of debts because they had been cheated. Stroking his arm, Mitsuha replied that the young man still had a future, and that if they all stuck together, they would be able to cope. Her words made the guy think, but at that moment, a guard looked into the cell and told her to stop talking to the prisoners and leave. He added that the warden had returned from vacation, and if she saw a woman talking freely with the prisoners, she would deal with everyone. On the way, he said that although he had decided to help them, the warden had not, and Mitsuha asked if it was true that the demon was evolving by devouring people. The little girl said that she could fight polar bears with equipment, and the guard laughed that she had recently been crying over her leader. She stamped her feet, saying that it was true, but it was a long time ago, and Mitsuha said that she understood why the man cared for them. She continued that the Monkey Queen treated the prisoners as her property, and if they were injured or fell ill, it would result in losses for her. He replied that the queen did not care about those in captivity, and told the woman to think about why she took prisoners, and then persecuted their families. Mitsuha replied that they needed to show that they could work better in good condition, and asked why Eito did not become a guard. He smiled and said that it was better than senseless suffering, and that perhaps someday he would establish his own rules in this fortress. He wanted to say something else to the woman, but he didn't have time because he was dealt with. Look at the Yan Tower. It was huge and took up the entire passageway. She growled at the man, asking how he could consider himself the boss, and added that she was surprised that none of the prisoners had died during that time. Then Mitsuha shielded the girl with her body, and now the little girl was looking at Kaede and crying, asking her forgiveness for not being able to protect her teacher. Kaede listened to this story with a stony face, not a single muscle twitching. Nito tried to calm her down, asking the girl not to act on her emotion. Turning his head to Kaede, he noticed that she was showing him something with her right hand behind her back. This sign meant that everyone had to wait for her command. The entire team of dogs that had come with Nito and the girl to free the prisoners froze, and he thought that she seemed to be a natural leader. After listening to the little girl, Mitsuha became angry, and began to shake her, asking how she dared to cry over her bad daughter, and whether she really didn't care about her feelings. Kaede slowly raised her spear, then flew into the air at breakneck speed, and rushed across the room to the table where Mitsuha and the girl were sitting. Flying up to the table, she landed with one foot on her knee, swung her spear, and struck behind the girl. The woman who claimed to be her mother managed to grab the spear before it touched her face, and the girl yelled that it was time to attack. Nito reacted first, using his monkey grip to grab the girls sitting at the table and throw them straight into the arms of the running dogs. Last, he grabbed little Rumi off the floor, and she indignantly demanded that he put her down, which he hastened to do. Kaede and Mitsuha stared intently into each other's eyes, the girl not even thinking of lowering her spear, holding it to her mother's eyes. The woman said that when she first saw her, she thought she would have a family that would care for and protect the girl, allowing her to rest as much as she wanted. She added that despite this, the girl ran away from her, abandoning her, and now she had returned and attacked her mother, joining forces with those who had once separated them. Throwing off her robe, she added that this would not break her love, not even the fact that she was born to the one who charmed everyone with her unpleasant smile. Straddling a monster with huge fangs, the woman added that she would bring the girl back into her arms. The table beneath her broke, and Kaede fell to the floor. Nito, still in the form of a huge monkey, covered the girls with his hand so they couldn't see what was coming, but little Rumi saw everything. Turning to Rumi and the others, Nito ordered them to go and rescue those who were in the dungeon, promising that they, Kaede, would deal with the monster themselves. But the girls had their own opinion on the matter. They shouted that they would not go anywhere and would rescue their tribe's leader. They looked very determined. Nito tried to tell them that they would only get in the way, but the girls called him a monkey, which infuriated him, and asked why he looked down on them. Not wanting to argue and waste time, Nito rushed to Kaede and shouted to the girls to go help the Dog Clan's squad and free the prisoners. Meanwhile, Kaede used a suitcase that shot spears to attack the woman prancing on the monster, but the woman spun the spear like a propeller. Flying up to Kaede, Nito grabbed her arm as the spear flew toward her and simultaneously struck her opponent, riding the monster with several paws. Flying away, Nito said that if the monster took its true form, it would be like the Gyuki that Yuhua had fought, and they would not be able to defeat it. The enraged woman heard his words, and, red with anger, asked how he could compare her to a Gyuki that had not even evolved. Raising her arms so that streams of red energy swirled around them, she said that now she would show them the difference between a beast and a spirit. Kaede shouted that she shouldn't do it, and Nito added that their comrades were still downstairs with the prisoners, but the tower was already exploding. After Mera Senmon exploded in the Golden Fortress, she turned to stone, and when the others came to their senses, they couldn't find the girl anywhere. Shion asked if they knew a demon who could control her blood, and Hichi complained that Mera had managed to scratch her mask, so interrupted his companions, and declared that whoever the girl was, they had only one goal: to take the antidote from her unharmed. Meanwhile, Mera reappeared in the vault, crying and asking herself why people always wanted to take something from her, so ran up to her on one side, and Hichi on the other, shouting that they had no choice, and that they really needed the antidote. So hit the girl on one side, and Hichi on the other. But she continued on her way, and said that if anyone tried to take anything from her, she would fall silent. Senmon, still under the stone crust, thought that it was impossible to harm her, and that she was not a demonic swordsman. The more she was wounded, the stronger she became. And then he realized that the girl was actually a mermaid, and at that moment, Mira shot her blood, almost hitting So's hand and not wounding Hichi. Yuka, along with the Monkey Queen, saw the explosion of the tower and the fight with the mermaid, and asked her if she could really see what was happening outside. She laughed, and, scratching behind her ear, said that she could, then showed him a picture of the monkey dealing with the dog, and said that it was all over. Yuhua looked at her indignantly, and asked if she meant to say that everyone had died. She replied indifferently that it didn't matter anymore. Jumping off the high cliff where she was sitting, and flying towards the boy, preparing to attack him, she said that the same fate awaited them all. Yuka managed to block her blow with his sword, but Haruku was too strong for him to hold his sword, and the guy had to kneel down again. Finally parrying her sword, the guy flew into the air, and the girl, spinning around with streams of red energy, asked if he had forgotten where he was. A stone hand emerged from the ground, and its index finger struck the boy in the back. Haruku shouted that he was in her world, and that he could not escape or hide from her. Taking advantage of his confusion, the girl attacked him from above, holding a sword with two blades on either side, while Yuva raised his hand with his sword. This time, Haruku was able to cut the guy's sword in half, and he, having lost the magic of the sword, slowly but surely fell down onto the stone ground. The girl managed to get down to the ground before him, and she was safe and sound, while the guy crashed into the rock as he fell, sending fragments flying. With a single leap, Haruko closed the distance between them, clinging to the sheer rock face and hanging over the guy to check on him and see if he could still fight. Yukva grabbed a new sword and wanted to attack the girl, but she did a somersault and threw a stream of energy at him, embedding him in the rock. Waiting for him to come to his senses, she said that he used to be more talkative, and perhaps he had lost the desire to see his dead subordinates. Yuva replied sarcastically that he just needed a little more time to get used to her new power. He added that he had no subordinates, only comrades, and that he believed in them despite what she had shown him, because she hid lies among the truth. Haruko looked at him with displeasure, and Yuva added that she did this all the time, forcing people to see what she wanted them to see, deceiving them. Pulling himself away from the rock and stretching his muscles, Yuva said that her actions only made him more confident, and now he was sure that his allies would not lose. Now he would be calm for them, and that would allow him to put aside all other thoughts and focus only on defeating her. Waving his sword, Yuva uttered a spell of sword power, but suddenly realized that the air was not gathering around the sword as it had before. At that moment, Haruko had already climbed onto the rock. Looking at Yuva's futile attempts to cast a spell, she said that she had already told him that this was her world. Waving her hand around, she added that everything here was her land, that he was standing on it, that the laws of nature, the sky, and even the stars all belonged to her. With a wave of her hand, a huge fiery funnel formed in the sky. Looking up at it, Yuva said that it looked very dangerous. At that moment, he decided that if he couldn't use the veil, he would use the technique of forceful impact and the sword that crushed stars. After these spells, his sword became huge, and he was able to go where Haruko stood on the rock. The demon lord was shocked by his abilities. Her eyes widened in surprise, her hair stood on end, and she screamed, asking who he was, because he was not a divine swordsman. In the Golden Fortress, So and Hichi continued to fight Mera, who was shooting blood, and the guy decided that it seemed like the girl's blood was acting on its own. Senmon stood covered in a stone crust, and Shion, hiding behind him, took out a whip and decided to use the sword power technique, activating the shadow blades. When So and Hichi ran up to her, the girl reminded them that she had asked them to be careful, as she herself was waiting for the right moment to attack. Sharpening her blades and preparing to attack, the girl smiled and asked if her comrades remembered that gratitude was accepted in cash. Mira's blood splattered on Hichi's mask, cracking it and causing it to fall. The girl gasped and cried, wondering how she would fight without the mask given to her by the leader. Shion drew her sword and told Hichi and So to retreat, as Shion, an expert in debt collection, was taking over. Shion looked like a real girl, but she was a master with weapons and was determined to defeat Mera and take the antidote from her. Mera repeated that people always wanted to take something from her, but she was only asking for the life of one of them, and why couldn't they make such a sacrifice? Behind her, Shion cast a spell with her whips, which glowed with blue energy. The girl asked again what Mera wanted to sacrifice one of them for. Taking a step forward and throwing her whip, she shouted that it was not profitable. Mera turned to her, and the streams of her blood crossed with Shion's whips. Several times, Mira's red streams broke when they collided with the girl's whips. Sometimes Shion spun the whips like a propeller and moved around that way. Shion bent down and began to vibrate the whips, and Mira's red streams formed a dome around the girl, creating a safe space for her. Watching Shion fight, So noted that there was nothing superfluous in her movements. The girl was indeed very calm and focused. Noticing how she sent the whip to the ceiling and then flew up, holding on to it in the air, he realized that with his skills, he would be of no use. So didn't understand why she was stalling, but then Senmon broke the spell and said that Shion had noticed that Mera was a mermaid who became stronger when wounded. The man explained that Shion was stalling for time, forcing the mermaid to waste blood, and thus weakening her, and said he thought the guy would figure it out. Senmon said he decided this because of the blue uniform, and the guy snorted and said that such uniforms were given to those whose skills were suitable for reconnaissance. Shion added that it was also given to those who were better at assessing the situation and controlling their emotion, and that they had the highest rate of completed missions. Sighing sadly, he said that he usually became a burden, and that perhaps there had been a mistake with his uniform. Senmon replied that this could not be the case. He said that the color of a swordsman's robe appears after contact with blood and reflects his nature. He learned this from Yuhua when he asked why he needed it. It was the night before the expedition. Yuhua laughed and said that the man was not the weakest. He just didn't know how to take the next step yet. So admitted that he also had a conversation with Yuhua, who said that he fought with a mercenary from the Monkey Clan and that she saw right through him. Unexpectedly for So, he then asked if the guy knew what his weakness was. So did not understand and asked the chief what he was talking about. Yukva looked at him seriously and said that his weakness was impatience. When he was afraid of losing someone, fear made his heart waver. He added that tomorrow he would focus on the Lord, while the others would take care of the prisoners and the antidote. So asked why Yukva had asked him this question. Yuhua turned his head, smiled, and said that they were similar in that if a guy trusted those he fought alongside, he would be able to open up himself. So remembered that he had gotten angry at the leader at the time, saying that if he wanted to give advice, he could say so directly, thinking that otherwise he might not understand. And now, standing in the vault, So thought that he would have to figure everything out for himself and turned to Senmon, asking him to take care of him. Then he thought about where he should start, and decided to start with what he had always avoided, and boldly stepped between the two girls. When he appeared, Mira began to throw more red streams, and So thought that he couldn't stand fighting, and hated pain even more. Senmon remembered how he fought when they attacked the Monkey Clan, and thought that he was acting differently. Before, he had attacked the enemy head-on. Dodging the red streams, the guy wondered if he could reveal himself, and when Senmon asked how he was, So thought about whether he should run away. Hiding around the corner, So thought that he had never been caught before, even when he stole food, while Kazuhiro was often caught. Breaking the window at the top of the storage room, the boy jumped into the room, and the red streams rushed after him, while he thought about how to proceed. He saw red streams burst through the window, and hid behind the counter, thinking that his ability to hide would help him survive among the demons. Then he came out from behind the counter, and a red stream from Mira rushed towards him, but Shion, who appeared just in time, managed to intercept it with her whip. Looking at his sword, So decided that it was too cumbersome for him and no longer suited him. The sword was the size of a man's arm, and very heavy. So thought that the strongest would now take on the leader, and he no longer needed to be in the front lines, so he rushed towards Mira, unarmed. When he freed himself from the sword, and thought that he should only do what he did best, energy flows swirled around his body. Senmon, watching the boy's transformations in surprise, decided that it looked like he was going to change the form of his spiritual sword. At that moment, he flew towards Mira, and was already preparing to grab the jar of antidote, thinking that he had to do it for the sake of his poisoned comrades. Then something happened that neither Shion nor Senmon, who were accompanying him, nor Mera, the guardian of this place, expected. The guy cut off his own hand. He held the sword in his teeth and grabbed the jar of antidote with his left hand. It all happened so unexpectedly that Mera didn't even have time to react. Faced with what he had always feared, namely the loss of his limbs, the guy got the antidote and ran away before they could catch him. Running past his companions, So shouted that now everything else was on their shoulders, and without slowing down, rushed away from this place. Picking up Hichi, and without letting go of the sword from his mouth, the guy uttered a spell. The lizard shed its tail, and he and the girl disappeared as if they had never been there. Shion and Senmon were stunned. They looked at each other in surprise, and asked if So had really managed to steal the antidote, but then Mera distracted them. She was already quite weak, having lost a lot of fluid. Looking at them, she asked if they had taken what belonged to her, and were now going to run away. They stood shoulder to shoulder. Shion warned the man that the mermaid looked dangerous and asked him not to get involved. Senmon replied that he knew what to do. Shion said doubtfully that if he meant his technique, it wouldn't work. The man laughed and said that in this case, the technique would not work. Seeing a sword appear in his hands, Shion was very surprised, and he shook his head and said that their comrade So was not the only one who had changed today. Taking the antidote, So and Hichi moved to a forest near the Golden Fortress, and the guy said that Hichi should deliver it because he couldn't move. Having lost the mask that Yuhua himself had given her in battle, the girl hid her face under her long blonde hair, leaving only her left eye visible. Since the antidote was urgently needed, the girl immediately ran away, and So breathed the sigh of relief that he had one less problem to worry about. Then, in the nearby bushes, the guy saw 3 pairs of glowing eyes, and thought that his peace of mind had not lasted long. In the vault, Shion suggested that Senmon escape, since they had the antidote, but he replied that Mera would follow them and cause destruction outside. The man asked the girl to trust him, and promised that they would free the hostages, and that this time he would take care of everything. Xian thought she had no choice, as it was difficult for her to refuse when someone spoke in that tone, and with that expression on their face. Turning to him, she asked if he remembered what happened when someone broke a promise. He smiled and thanked her for her trust. Mara's red streams rushed towards them, each looking like a snake with its tongue sticking out, but they stopped thoughtfully right in front of the man. Xion turned slightly and noted with surprise that Senmon had somehow managed to stop their attack. She became curious. Looking at Mara, the man smiled and said that he was right, and that her blood did not attack those who did not show hostility towards her mistress. Hearing this, Mira was quite surprised, and her surprise grew even more when the streams returned to her and began whispering something to her, behaving as if they were alive. Senmon remembered the night before the trip to the monkey clan, and his conversation with Yuhua, when he promised to serve him faithfully, even though he was a worthless man. He asked if it would be okay for such a weak man to go on an important mission, or if there was anything he could do to become strong. Yuhua replied that, unfortunately, the man had already reached his limit, and there was no point in continuing the harsh training. Senmon was very upset to hear this. He had hoped that he still had some chance to become stronger, and he was afraid of disappointing his master. After a pause, Yukva laughed and said that he knew how to overcome Senmon's limit. Senmon flew into a rage, saying that the guy probably wanted him to turn gray. Yuhua took out his spiritual sword and said that Senmon's sword skills were much stronger than he had thought at first. The man stood silently and waited for what would happen next. Then, Yuhua began to wave his sword in front of him, saying that Senmon could withstand such an onslaught perfectly, and could even hear it perfectly. After these words, Senmon froze, and Yuhua added that only his shell was hardening, and that sword skills were not an accidentally acquired ability. The mind is an inner force that perfects breathing and accumulates energy, while physical practices are an outer force that develops strength and endurance. He poked him in the stomach and added that sword skills come from a combination of internal and external strength, and in his case, training and fear in the subconscious. Despite the fact that the man was petrified, he heard everything, and Yuva asked what could defeat a swordsman who trained only his external strength. He punched the man in the stomach so hard that he trembled, and said that it could be a technique that uses only internal energy, bypassing external energy. The trembling spread throughout his body, and Senmon's stone mask began to crack, and Yuhua punched him in the stomach again, using a through-punch technique. This time, the blow was painful for Senmon. He could not even stand and fell to one knee, his stone crust crumbling completely. Yuhua continued as if nothing had happened, saying that his skill might work on a stupid demon, but a swordsman would be able to find his vulnerability. The main thing was to know the basics. Yukva said that the man was very lucky to have lived to see this day, and he replied that his opponents probably had no intention of finishing him off. The leader said that he could either train his internal energy, or, knowing how to destroy the protective shell from the outside, find a way to do it from the inside. After listening to him, Senmon doubted that he could cast aside his fears overnight, and even if he destroyed the stone shell, he was still a weak swordsman. Then Yuhua told him that a divine swordsman cannot be weak. Senmon just doesn't know what to do next. He gave him one piece of advice. He recommended that the man change his thinking and consider whether there might be another way to use his defensive skill. Leaving Senmon in thought, Yuhua said that he would also discuss this with So, but first he had to ask Kaede how the girl had discovered his weakness. As he was leaving, he turned and said that he had one more request. It concerned a mermaid that had appeared in the monkey clan. Yuhua asked that she be brought to him alive. Hearing this request, the man couldn't believe his ears. He asked again if they were really talking about a mermaid, whose blood and flesh grant eternal life to humans. Yukva replied that this was complete nonsense, invented by humans, but despite this, it had caused the death of many mermaids. He asked why the guy had decided to entrust this mission to him, and the guy replied that according to rumors, if you harm a mermaid, her blood attacks the offender. Turning around, Yuva said that the others would obviously attack first, but knowing Senmon, the guy was sure that he would hardly be able to harm her. Mira shouted at her red streams not to let her attackers escape, but the man said that she would not obey her because she had her own will. He added that the blood had self-awareness, and even if it attacked them against its will, they still had no way to avoid the fight. Hearing him, Mira threw even more streams at him. Senmon immediately froze, thinking that she was reacting immediately to hostility. Each stream had a snake-like head at the end, and the streams hit the stone crust on the man's body, and could not break through it. One of the streams changed shape, and Senmon thought that he did it to deliver a blow that would cause internal shock, revealing his vulnerability. Under the crust, he blushed and thought that no matter how ashamed he was of his ability, he could not have imagined that his vulnerability could be exposed so quickly. He thought that this was karma for a coward who avoided battles that were too difficult for him, and that there was no turning back, and his stone crust began to crack. As it cracked, Senmon thought that if the weakness in his defensive skill had been found, he would have to erect an even stronger defense. Seeing the stream of blood rapidly approaching, he decided to use the unbreakable sword skill technique and completely freed himself from the stone mask. Then, using the summoning of the spiritual sword technique, he pulled a huge sword from his neck and immediately supplemented it with the technique of uniting soul and body. He rushed forward, using the complete defenselessness spell, and when Mira screamed, he thought that it seemed he would not be able to carry out the head's order. The final blow was so powerful that it caused a crack in the Senmon tower, and he thought with satisfaction that this blow had turned out to be his best defense. Mira's body also seemed to have participated in this blow, and this event awakened long-forgotten memories from her past. It all happened when she and her sisters came out of the water onto the shore, where they met some people and asked them to leave them alone and not do anything to them. But they just laughed and said that the girls would be sold to fools who believed in legends of eternal life for a very decent sum. Among them was a very cruel man, the leader of this group. He told his people to be very careful and ordered them to destroy the mermaids without delay. When her sisters died, the girl was left alone and blamed herself for disobeying her elders and going ashore, and asked why they were treating them this way. He replied that it was all because of who they were, and when he was about to finish her off, she thought that if it was her fault, she didn't want to die like this. At that moment, she heard a voice in her head saying that if she felt bad, she just needed to call out. The girl asked who it was, and was told that it was someone who could help her forget the pain. So the girl saw something huge and red in front of her. Trusting Mara asked how she could rid herself of the pain, and the voice replied that a small wound on her body would be enough to start with. The girl brought her left wrist to her mouth and bit it. The voice said that it was good work, and that she could cope with such intense pain. After that, she dealt with all her offenders. When she came to, she remembered nothing, only that her head was spinning. Then Mara saw her parents. They were stained red and told her to remember that their kind could not live with pain. When Mira grew up, she got a job at a tavern, where she was constantly rushed to work faster, and the girl apologized all the time. Once, she scratched herself on a wooden table, and then the blood called out to her, asking if it hurt. But the girl said she could handle it. For everyone who was in the tavern that evening, it was their last. Mira ran away and thought that since she had ruined her parents, she could not return to the sea. Hiding between houses, the girl thought about how hungry she was, but she no longer wanted to accidentally hurt people and was afraid to go to them. Suddenly, two guys noticed her and asked what she was doing alone in such a place, and if she was hungry, and offered to take her with them. The guys promised not to hurt her, and said they were just offering her food and didn't expect anything in return, but she said it might be dangerous for them. Suddenly, the guys fell right in front of her, and Mira heard a woman's voice saying that they had a mermaid here, and now it was clear where the smell of blood was coming from. Mira saw Doria, and next to her a big guy, who said that the girl should stay away from people who say they don't want anything in return. She added that these two wanted to take something that belonged to the girl, and offered her a job in exchange for food and drink. Looking trustingly at the girl, Mira said that she would like to go with her, but it was too dangerous, and she wanted to tell her about her blood. No one listened to her. The thug who was with Doria grabbed her and carried her away, saying that not letting her blood detect the threat was a very effective method. 10 years ago, Nito and other children were kidnapped, just like Nira, on Doria's orders, and then Mira dealt with her abusers in front of the children. The thug who kidnapped Mira reported to Doria that the girl's blood reacted to those who were hostile towards her, and that she had difficulty controlling it. Hearing that after 10 years of training, Mira had still not learned to control this ability, Doria became angry and ordered the thug to simply throw the girl away. He informed the Monkey Queen that the tower needed a new guard, not a demonic swordsman, and suggested sending Mira away, so she ended up in the Monkey Clan. Now, after Senman's powerful blow, the girl felt that everything was finally coming to an end, and perhaps it was for the best. But suddenly she realized that she should be wounded, but she didn't feel a scratch or any damage on her body, and she couldn't understand what was going on. Looking back at Senmon, Mara asked why, and he replied that his sword was incapable of harming a child who was crying out for help with her whole body. He told her to find other members of the dog clan and promised that they would help. He thought that he was unlikely to be able to carry out the order and carry the mermaid now. Senmon felt an inexplicable tremor and thought that perhaps it was because he had disobeyed the will of the sword. After taking a few steps, he collapsed to the floor. Xian went to see what was happening on the street. Flying past the Golden Palace, she wondered why it had been destroyed, since its value would now fall. She flew up to the tower of the convicts and noticed that it was shaking violently. This confused and frightened her at the same time, and she decided to find out what was going on. Meanwhile, in the tower of convicts, the demon was growing to incredible proportion, and Kaede and Nito thought that if it didn't stop, the tower would not withstand it. Nito was on the alert, waiting for the right moment, and when the girl shouted that it was time, he used the crushing palm of the monkey technique. Then he added the energy of a moving mountain, and, wrapping his huge fingers around the demon, Nito tried to squeeze it. But there was an explosion, and the demon flew out of the tower, nearly hitting Xian, who was passing by. The girl managed to lean back and press herself to the ground. Kaede flew out after her with a suitcase full of spears, and when Xian asked how they were rescuing the hostages, she replied that hunting wild boar was more important right now. Craters formed where the demon ran, and Kaede made an effort not to be sucked into one of them while continuing her pursuit. Spears flew out of her suitcase, which the demon successfully caught, but this greatly upset her, and she asked how she dared to wound her beautiful body. She yelled that she was not ready to accept the girl into her arms, and the girl, pointing the suitcase with spears at her, replied that she herself would never agree to it. The demon continued to rage while sitting on the boar's back, shouting that she would deal with everyone who rejected her love, threatening to turn them to dust. Looking at Kaede, the demon shouted that the girl was unworthy of such a body, and that she would send her to be used as fertilizer, a huge fork appearing in her hands. Xian shouted that the demon was so fat that no attack could pierce her. Kaede asked her to dodge and hold out as long as possible. The demon growled and cast a spell of boar rage and madness. Kaede flew around her at the speed of light, throwing spears from her suitcase every now and then. Xian wasn't standing idly by. She used the shadow blade and spatial capture technique. They tried to wear the demon down as quickly as possible. She whipped around the demon's waist with her whips, and the demon was angry that she was so annoying, and yelled at her to get out of the way. Xian asked how long they would have to keep this up. Kaede replied that they would continue until their prey was exhausted, but the girl responded that they would tire first. Meanwhile, the members of the dog clan freed the prisoners, asking everyone to be careful, to come out one at a time, and to make sure that they had freed everyone. Little Rami turned around and looked at the tower that Nito was supporting. He asked her to hurry because the tower was falling apart, and he wouldn't be able to hold it up for long. Rami folded her arms across her chest, tilted her head back, and said that the tower wouldn't collapse from such minor damage. The boy asked how she knew. The girl showed him her scratched hands and said that they had built the tower and it would not collapse so quickly unless it was cut diagonally. Nito asked doubtfully if Rumi was sure, but then lowered his hands and crouched down to see if the tower would collapse at that moment. At that moment, the other freed girls arrived and said that they had brought the hidden equipment they had made from stolen materials. Nito looked at them seriously and asked if they really still wanted to intervene, because in their current situation, they would be of no use. The girls retorted that they were not afraid of demons or beasts, and when it was pointed out that they had been caught by demonic swordsmen, they replied that they simply weren't ready. Rumi stated that winter hunters live in cold conditions 10 months out of 12, which is not easy, and that they can catch mountain spirits. The girls said that everything changed when money appeared. They became lazy, stopped hunting, and some even stopped checking their equipment. Rumi added that their leader fought alone and blamed herself, and they would no longer dare to blame everything on the leader. The girls looked very determined. Nito realized that there was no way to get rid of the girls, and, resigning himself, he asked if they had any plan to defeat this demon. The girls gave him a bundle of equipment they had brought with them, and ran to the pond they had seen earlier, calling him to follow them. Seeing the prisoners leaving the tower, accompanied by people from the dog clan, the demon screamed that they were leaving her, and she became terribly angry. Forgetting that she was fighting Xion and Kaede, she turned her attention to the prisoners, and screamed that she didn't understand why they were leaving her, and changed direction. At that moment, Xion flew up to her, and using her whips, cast a shadow blade spell, spatial capture, shouting, "Stop!" Unnoticed by the demon, the whips managed to wrap around her waist several times, and when Xion pulled, she realized that it was difficult for her to move. Xion pulled the ends tighter and tighter, saying that she hated working when the work was not profitable. Soon, the boar was also wrapped in the whips, their ends wrapped around his fang, and Xian thought that working without money would do more harm than good. However, the demon and the boar proved to be stronger. They broke free, Xian fell to the ground, and looking at her hands, she asked if it was worth injuring her hands. Seeing what had happened to Xian, Kaede shouted for her not to take her eyes off the prey, while she herself, holding a spear in her hands, continued to chase the demon. Kaede heard the demon scream that she should have dealt with her earlier, and that she would send her to her mother, but she said that it would not work to provoke her. She crouched down to wound the boar with her spear. Her eyes flashed as she looked at the demon, and shouted that she had been angry for a very long time. Nito and the girls were preparing everything to carry out their plan when he wanted to go help the girls, but they told him that everything was already ready. They approached some kind of structure with Rumi, and when Nito asked what it was, the girl replied that she had prepared it for the battle with the Monkey Queen. Nito didn't understand how the structure worked or what to do, and when he honestly said so, Rumi told him to shut up and immediately start turning the lever. Nito grabbed the lever and began to push it, doubtfully asking if it would really help, but Rumi asked him to turn it with all his might. Without stopping for a second, Nito looked defiantly at the girl and said that if he broke something, she shouldn't dare blame him. He used the monkey hands technique, and the wheels of the structure spun like crazy. The guy's hands flashed back and forth, and lightning flashed between the stones. Nito continued to turn when silver dust appeared in the sky, and Rumi shouted that everything was ready, that this was what it had all been organized for. Silver particles flew out of the instructions. The girls raised their index fingers and gave the command to fire. Nito looked at them in surprise. These particles gathered into one huge cloud and flew straight towards the demon, who was busy with Xian at that moment. The demon was distracted when the cloud of dust began to scatter on her. She brushed it off her shoulder, asking in surprise what kind of dust it was. Nito continued to turn the levers like a madman. He didn't quite understand what was happening or why he was doing it, but he didn't stop. Although he was already quite tired of it, the girls stood with their index fingers pointing upward, and he shouted, asking them if that was all. Suddenly, something fell right on his nose, something sparkling, and the guy looked in surprise at the tip of his nose. It was a snowflake. As the particles grew larger, they turned into snowflakes and gathered into snow whirlwind. The girls shouted that it was their victory. Suddenly, snow fell everywhere. Xian lowered her injured hands to the ground to cool them, and when she exhaled steam, asked where the snow could have come from. Kaede sat down on the ground and noticed that it had started snowing, and that it had already covered the ground with a thick layer. She asked in surprise when the girls had managed to prepare this. Turning her head, she saw a tent behind the ruins of the tower, with the emblem of their tribe, and the girls, led by Rumi, who supported her. Behind them, she also saw the invention they had made to create snow. The girls shouted that they believed in their leader and her victory. Kaede smiled, feeling the snow on her skin, and her face became determined. The girl said that in that case, she would not allow herself to lose. Continuing to turn the handle, Nito asked in surprise why it had started snowing and how it could help them win. He did not understand that it was the result of his work. Rumi replied that water sprayed under the action of compressed air and then froze. Turning to him, she told him to keep turning without stopping. Nito sped up and asked in surprise if it was really possible to change the season so easily, and the little girl replied without turning around that it was possible for them. The girls explained that they were born with a congenital ice heart disease, and that their ancestors used to feed only on crops damaged by the cold. Rumi added that they were more sensitive to the cold than ordinary people, and their bodies involuntarily cooled the air around them. The children jumped into the pond when Rumi said that they needed to hold out until the leader's victory, and that they needed to cool not only the air, but also the water. They supported each other, and Rumi said that the point was not to freeze everything, but to give the leader an advantage, and then the hunt began. Due to the blizzard that had risen, the demon could not see anything around her. She rushed around furiously in different directions, shouting and demanding that Kaede come out. The demon yelled at the girl to stop hiding and come out to fight, and she used the giant spear spell and yelled that this was what she wanted. This was followed by the early winter Ice Lord spell, and an entire ice mountain burst out of Kaede's spear, barely giving the demon time to jump out of the way. Kaede landed on the snow, and the demon praised her work, saying that she was very good, but added that the girl's mother was already waiting for her. The demon got tired of her constantly talking to her, and shouted for her to say goodbye to life, and swung her four-pronged spear at her. But Kaede ignored her, struck the ground with her spear, and began to recite a spell. The words were about the fierce wind that had blown for many years. When she uttered the words, contrary to all expectations, the ground suddenly split open, and a huge pillar of ice rose from it in a powerful whirlwind. Kaede ceased to resemble herself. Her hair flew up, and and she glowed when she finished the spell with the word soar. The demon realized that something was wrong. The spell was part of a ritual to summon the giant spear. When Kaede struck the ground again, a huge ice mountain rose straight out of the earth. It grew where the demon was sitting on her boar, and they were both trapped in ice. The demon froze at the moment of the scream. Finally exhaling, Kaede said that even though she hadn't destroyed the demon, it was no longer destined to thaw. The girl's hair turned black again. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky when Kaede heard a chorus of cries. The chief and the little girls rushed to her and hugged her. The girl sat down with them and began to apologize for what they had to go through. But Rumi interrupted her, saying that it was not her fault. Looking up, Rumi asked how Aunt Mitsuha was, and Kaede replied that they needed to help the others get out, that her mother would have wanted that too. From her words, the girls understood that they would never see Mitsuha again, and they threw themselves on her, weeping bitterly. Nito was silent, not knowing what to say. Kaede asked the girls to join the other groups and wait in a safe place, saying that she had something she needed to do. But the girls unanimously declared that they were not going to leave and that they wanted to fight together. Kaede refused, saying that it was the leader's order. The girls were visibly disappointed, but then Kaede smiled and, striking her spear, asked if they really meant to say that they didn't believe in her. They beamed at her, looking at her with wide eyes, finally seeing their former leader, and declared that of course they believed in her and would wait for her return. While the girls were rejoicing, Nito, still in the form of a huge monkey, approached them, carrying the incredibly exhausted Shion on his shoulders. He asked if this meant that the rescue of the captives could be considered complete, and then he saw something that made his eyes widen and his mouth open. Nito said that all that was left for them to do was to defeat the Monkey Queen, and Senmon, who was being carried by Mera, finished the sentence for him. Nito decided that she had been taken hostage and was about to strike a crushing blow when Senmon shouted for Nito to stop and listen to him. Pointing to the girl who was still carrying him, he said that her name was Mira, and that she had also been deceived like Nito, and that she had saved him. Shion, who was sitting behind Nito, whispered loudly, "Could it be that they—" He replied that Senmon was much older, and his ears turned red. Looking at the mermaid, Nito became small, so Shion fell to the ground when he transformed, and the girl remembered that he was a gloomy dwarf. Hearing this, Nito transformed again, still holding Shion by the legs, who flew into the air again, and growled that he was not a gloomy dwarf. Watching everything, Rumi looked at Kaede and said that the leader had some strange friends. The girl replied that, to be honest, she didn't know them very well. Kaede said she would take care of the wounded. Senmon replied that, as the commander of the third squad, he would stay with her. Shion declared that she hadn't been paid yet. The battle between the monkeys and the members of the dog clan continued. The opponents were strong. One of the monkeys yelled, asking why the guy had come to his certain death. Everyone was exhausted, but they got up and continued to fight. When one of the dog clan fell, the monkey thought that he didn't even have the strength to stand on his feet. The fallen man raised his head and said that the monkeys, having lost their humanity, would not understand what they were fighting for, to which he replied that he was not interested in the reasons. The dog clan was initially larger than the monkey clan, and at one point there were about 900 monkeys left against almost 5,000 dogs. The battle was so fierce that in the end, no one from the monkey clan remained, and with one survivor from the dog clan, victory was won by the dog clan. After locking the demon in ice, everyone went to the Golden Palace, where they found a huge ball on the floor, and Rumi declared that someone was fighting inside it. When everyone came closer, Nito said that Yuhua and the Monkey Queen were fighting inside. Senmon replied that it didn't seem like the boy's abilities. They caught the moment when the Monkey Queen, looking at the boy in shock, asked who he was, and claimed that he was not a divine swordsman. Looking at Haruka, Yuhua replied that he didn't understand why everyone had decided that he would be the instrument that would awaken the destroyer of lords. Gradually, the girl began to understand the meaning of his words, and she began to understand who he really was. Her hair stood on end, and her eyes widened in horror. Electricity kept flashing around the guy's body, and he asked her why she thought he appeared in the guise of a lord dog and not a divine swordsman. Standing at the other end of his sword, he said that the battle was not between the demon lord and the divine swordsman. His eyes flashed, his hands turned into huge paws, and Haruka saw an explosion at the other end of the sword that served as a bridge between the rocks. What she saw there terrified the demon lord Haruka. Her face froze in an expression of fear and panic, and she couldn't even find the words to say. Yukva, who had been standing against Haruka just a moment ago, turned into a huge demon in a few moments, inside which was the image of the Lord Rabbit. Terrified by what she saw, Haruka ran away, but since they were in her world, the girl suddenly wondered why she was running away. She felt someone pull her by the tail, and before she knew it, she was on the ground, knocked down by someone very powerful. The blow was so strong that Haruko flew headlong down, breaking rocks so that debris flew in all directions, and her tail remained in the monster's hands. Getting on all fours, the girl yelled that her opponent seemed to be mocking her, but he only smiled, and her tail lay next to him. Summoning all her strength, the girl glared at the demon and shouted that this was her world and how dare he hurt her in it, her eyes burning with anger and resentment. At that moment, a huge stone hand emerged from the rock and loomed over the demon. The girl shouted, ordering it to immediately deal with her abuser. But suddenly, something incredible happened. The demon raised its head, and one of the planets that had fallen out of orbit rolled down the sword that served as a bridge between the rocks. All Haruko could do was watch with wide eyes as someone changed her world without her permission. The demon waved his hands, and the planets gathered into a pattern. The sky lit up with multicolored colors, and the girl realized that he wasn't even using his skill. The stone hand that was supposed to deal with him collapsed without even touching him, and Haruko realized that he had subjugated her world with his primal power. The girl ran away. The bridge between the rocks dissolved. She collapsed to the ground, and a demon in the form of a rabbit with burning eyes approached her. In the place where Haruko lay, a stone hand rose from the ground, and the rabbit struck with its huge paw right in the center of the hand where the girl lay. All she saw in front of her was a huge black muzzle and eyes burning with fire. And then Rumi's voice rang out, asking Kaede who this monster was. All this time, Yuha's companions watched the battle between the rabbit and Haruko through the ball, until Rumi finally voiced the general opinion that she was very scared. Kaede understood perfectly well why the girl was scared, because no matter how hungry and cruel the beast was, it couldn't have such a look in its eyes. Nido, covering his face, said that he had left one lord for another. Shion replied that she had accepted the assignment because there were no demonic swordsmen in the clan. She lamented that if her help to the lord became known, her missions and money would be lost. Nido asked if she was really worried about money now. Still holding Senmon in her arms, Mara thought for a moment and told the man that she had seen a similar look before. It was long ago when she had encountered soldiers nicknamed Children of Enmity, and they had had exactly the same look. The girl recalled with shock that the eyes of those boys had revealed unbearable pain and fear, as well as immense sadness mixed with anger. But that wasn't even the worst part, according to the girl, because her huge eyes were filled with complete emptiness, and that was unbearably scary. Senmon said that she might be right. That night, Yuhua told him that he was the son of the Rabbit King, who was born to destroy the demon lords. The man remembered that when he stayed with Yuhua, the latter looked up at him with golden eyes and confessed that he was the 8th demon lord of the rabbit deity. Senmon didn't believe him and replied that the boy was talking nonsense. At that moment, this confession was shocking and absurd to him, and he didn't pay any attention to it. Yuhua then explained that the 12 lords had such power because the strength and abilities of the previous lords were passed down through inheritance. 3 years ago, after the battle, his friend Ren buried him, but the guy was still alive. He rose up, destroying a mountain of rocks. And that's when it all happened. After that rebirth from the sword in his heart, he received the power and abilities of the previous lords. It looked as if a stream of lightning had descended upon him. According to the guy, he also inherited the memories of all the past lords, the most vicious of the 12 lords, and it was like hell. He saw the second Rabbit King, Tariq, and the monsters she summoned, and these were the first demons to set foot on Earth. Thanks to her, the fourth Rabbit King, Inaba, exterminated countless people and instilled terror even in other deities. Yuka said that when the power of the divine demon manifested, the emotions of all the past lords filled his mind, suppressing his own will. There were so many of them, and their intensity was so great that the boy realized at that moment that he could not control himself. And when he, in the form of a huge rabbit, received all this information, abilities and emotions, something inside him suddenly exploded. It was the fragment of his master's sword stuck in his heart that reminded him of himself, and it did not allow him to fully gain this power and helped him come to his senses. According to Yuhua, of all the memories he received at the moment of initiation, only one ancestor did not have a guilt-ridden feeling. These were the memories of his mother, whom he saw when she was still pregnant with him, crying and telling him that he would learn about the sins of the past lords. Yuhua saw memories of his mother, helping a poor family remove a stone lying in their field, and how they thanked her. With tears in his eyes, the boy said that his mother had spent her whole life helping people, not out of mercy, but in order to atone for the sins of their ancestors. Then he said that he wanted to drive away all demons and protect people, and until he gained power, his heart was filled with his mother's intentions. Senmon remembered that Yuhua's golden eyes shone with joy, and the boy said that he would live on, inheriting his mother's kind heart. Senmon added that now it was clear what sin the boy was talking about. Kaede sadly added that she thought he was a fox pretending to be stupid. Nito summed up that now they knew that gaining power was accompanied by a flood of emotions from their ancestors, and then they understood what that meant in this situation. Sitting behind him, Shion said that the same flood of information and emotions had overwhelmed the Monkey Queen, and at that moment, she smiled. Haruku was kneeling, scratching the ground, when Yuhua, in the form of a giant rabbit, said that he was giving her a chance and that she needed to unleash all of the Lord's power. Beside herself, the Monkey Queen clenched the stone in her hand and growled that he would bitterly regret not dealing with her when he had the chance. Looking at the guy with hatred from under her brow, she shifted her gaze to the stone in her hand and said that the first memory she had inherited was hatred. It was the memory of the second Monkey Queen named Haruna. The girl was distracted by some noise and indignantly went to look for its source. On one of the paths, she saw a man whose sword had been taken by her monkey. He was cursing and demanding the return of his sword, saying that he was the ruler of Kamakura. He threatened to punish them for insulting his noble family, but then the girl appeared and declared that names and titles from the human world meant nothing in the forest. The guy recognized her and fell to his knees, asking if she was Haruna, the guardian of the winds and ruler of the forest, the merciful deity who destroys evil. Haruna was surprised at how long her name sounded in his mouth, and she said that the guy should leave the forest immediately since he knew who she was. Suddenly, he fell prostrate before her, crying and begging the girl for mercy and asking her to save the poor people of Kamakuri from the impending battle. However, after listening to him, Haruna turned away and was about to leave, saying that her mercy would be shown by not interfering in human affairs. He grabbed the hem of her dress, saying that innocent people were being unjustly deprived of their homes and families, and promising to do whatever she said. His audacity enraged the girl, who asked what he could possibly do for her, since he had come to beg without vassals or an escort. And then the guy said something that surprised the girl incredibly. He promised to be her friend for the rest of her life. This proposal was so surprising that the girl was taken aback. She asked again if she had heard correctly, that the man wanted to be her friend. The guy looked at her with his black eyes. He was serious, even though he could hear the monkeys laughing around him. Haruna couldn't help herself and laughed until she cried. In the end, she said okay, let him be her friend, and she would save his people. Her words made the guy happy, and with tears in his eyes, he promised to be a friend who would never dare to tarnish the honor of the great deity. Haruno saved his people, and 40 years later, Konoe Yokai was still the ruler of Kamakura. He was sitting on his throne when his friend appeared. The girl burst in like a whirlwind, and noticing her appearance, the man greeted her and asked her to guess the reason for her visit, asking what he had done wrong. As she walked towards him barefoot, he asked with a smirk what had put his friend in an awkward position this time, his expression defiant and bold. Putting her foot on Haruna's throne, she shouted that they had recently finished a battle, and now there was a new one. Did he know that the soldiers were exhausted from constant fighting? The girl added that their opponent was not a small country like Kamakuri, and asked him why he wanted to do this. He replied that he wanted to save their people. He said that the country was constantly being invaded by its neighbor, but the king and his vassals did not care. Looking into the girl's eyes, he asked what would happen if the king of that country decided to lie to a deity like her, asking for help. He added in a serious tone that even if sacrifices were required, it was his duty as king to protect his people from any possible danger. After listening to him, Haruna said she would fight alone. He asked if she would be all right, because according to rumors, she had not been herself lately. Without turning around, the girl put her hand on her stomach, stroked it, and said confidently that it would not be a problem for now. At dawn, the girl arrived at the battlefield and said that the Kamakuri soldiers had lost their fighting spirit due to endless battles. Looking closely at the army, she thought that it was different from what King Konoe had told her. She saw the king and his vassals ready to defend themselves. The girl did not want to stain her hands with blood anymore, and decided that it would be enough to simply scare her opponents, and they would surrender. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the army, and a powerful wave of energy knocked the girl off her feet. She realized that her enemies had turned to another deity. When Haruna came to, she felt pain in her stomach. Looking up, she saw the Rabbit King Inaba, and wondered why it had to be her. She asked how far the mercenaries' request had gone, and whether the girl wanted to stop the battle or destroy Kamakuri, then silently walked away. The girl wondered why Inaba had destroyed the people who had asked for help, but then she turned around and said that she had simply cleared her path. Haruna couldn't believe her ears when suddenly the Rabbit King returned and leaned over to ask if the girl was pregnant. The girl remained silent, but Inaba said that she wouldn't do anything to her, that she had already beaten her up badly, and, declaring that she was tired of the girl, turned around and left. The girl lost consciousness, and when she began to come to, she heard someone calling King Canoe, saying that they had found Haruna. In a semi-conscious state, she opened her eyes and, seeing the king, reached out to him, saying that he must take care of her child. But instead of helping the girl, the king told the warrior that she had to be gotten rid of, because he no longer needed her. He added that lately the girl had been interfering in his affairs too often, and when the warriors carried out his orders, he stood and watched. Remembering Haruna's words that she must give birth to the child and endure everything, Haruka promised that she would never allow people to boss her around. Haruka waved her hand and streams of fire flew from it. She said that the one who takes away what is dear to someone else will become better. When the girl said this, 2 of her clones jumped at the rabbit, and he asked if she really thought she could stop him with these clones. But she just smiled and looked at him defiantly, asking what he thought about her sending these clones to those outside. One of the clones jumped out of the ball, his eyes burning with fire, tongues of flame sparkling everywhere. Senmon shouted to everyone in the hall that they should retreat. Having sent the clone to the Golden Fortress as promised, Haruka laughed wildly and asked the rabbit what he was going to do now. One of the clones managed to slip through the portal, but he caught the other 2. And a voice in his head told him that it was more important to defeat the enemy in front of him. The rabbit thought about those in the fortress, but the voice continued, saying that for the greater good, he must defeat the Monkey Queen in order to fight the other lords. Another voice shouted that he was not going to fall for the monkey's tricks, while another insisted that he should not dare to ignore the teachings of his ancestors. Yukva repeated his offer to voluntarily release the energy of the demon lord, mentally berating himself for letting the clone escape. He saw what was happening in the Golden Fortress and decided that he needed to save his comrade, but the voices continued to insist that he should return and fight. He noticed that the Monkey Queen had taken control of the world, and the voices replied that it was because he was constantly distracted by useless things. Several clones attacked him, striking him with lightning speed, and he couldn't respond to them all, as the voices in his head constantly distracted him. Haruka asked sarcastically what she should do with the clones, saying that the fewer there were, the stronger they were, while he stared intently at what was happening in the Golden Fortress. He was worried about his comrades, and looking at what the clone was doing, he thought that he had gone off the rails. The voice kept saying that he needed to forget about people and fight. Another voice said that the Lord's power came from the desire to rule, and the rabbit shouted that he didn't need such power. Haruka said that his head was a mess. Before he could scatter the clones, Haruka flew up to him and struck him several times in the neck. The rabbit flew away, hitting his own huge sword. After that, the girl laughed wildly, saying that unlike him, she had become much stronger. But Yuva got up and took the sword again. Continuing to laugh, the girl said that it seemed he was resisting the voices of his ancestors, sounding in his head because of the people outside. Then she bent down, and with a powerful kick upward, she summoned lightning, saying that it was a very pitiful sight, and then ran forward. A sphere with a curved sword appeared in front of her, and the girl shouted that in order to gain the power of the ancestors, one must follow their will, which even she knew. Grabbing the sword, Haruka used the spell of 3 generations of deity, then the union of heaven and earth, and numerous bolts of lightning flew from it. Yuhua thought she was too fast, and moved silently, and he couldn't keep up with her, but the voices asked him to listen to them, promising to give him the technique. In response, he shouted that he also had the technique of the Veil of Liberation. He struck the ground, and it vibrated. The voice was indignant that the name was strange. Next, Yuva used a technique of forceful impact. His sword vibrated from the energies rushing through it, but the Monkey Queen was able to parry the blow. In response, she swung her sword using the technique of the 4 generations of deities, supplementing it with the technique of the great sage, equal to the heavens. Having charged her sword in this way, the girl brought it down on the ground right in front of her. The blow was so strong that the earth began to crack. In addition, the tip of the sword blazed with real fire. The earth caught fire from the blow of the sword, an explosion flashed, and the rabbit was caught in its center. Deciding that this was not enough, Haruka walked over to Yuvi, who was lying on the ground, and prepared to use the technique of the 6 generations of deities. Striking the ground next to him, the girl did not expect him to suddenly jump up using the water dragon technique, which resembled a huge wave. The water not only helped him recover from the previous fire, but also protected him from the technique Haruko was about to use. Throwing her head back, the girl said that it was in the Golden Palace that she first inherited memory, and that it was the first place she remembered. In these memories, the man Yuhua fought near his village was walking through the dungeon of the Golden Palace toward the girl's ancestor. He found her crawling out from under a huge stone that was completely covered in chains. The girl couldn't even speak and was afraid of bright light. The man leaned over her and said that she had spent her whole life locked up instead of awakening her power, and did not know who she really was. She was the 8th Monkey Queen. Her name was unknown, and the girl held out an empty bowl to him, trying to explain what she wanted, and hiding her eyes from the light. The man said that even if she tried to awaken the power of the Lord, her consciousness could not be corrected, and she was useless. But the girl held out the bowl and asked for food. After taking a few steps, the man returned, said he had changed his mind, and promised to free this place from people and build a new home for the girl. He added that even though the girl was useless, he was very curious about what kind of child she would have, what her memories would be. Haruko said that her mother had lived her life as a tool in the hands of the King of Men, and died immediately after giving birth to her. Yuhua listened to her through the water, and Haruko confessed that she had decided to deal with him when she learned that a tool like her mother's had appeared. She shouted that the boy was not just a tool, but a destroyer of gods, and she was waiting to see the face of the King of Men, so that he would understand that everything had gone wrong. The spell of 6 generations was ready. The sword twisted, and raising it, Haruko shouted that Yuhua's end would come here and now, and she would come out into the light. A memory flashed through her mind of Inaba walking away from Haruna, who was writhing on the ground, her words about deception, exploitation, and betrayal. She screamed that it seemed this rabbit would never disappear from her memories, and rushed straight at Yuhua, intending to pierce his protective cocoon. And when her sword was about to touch his body, Kaede appeared out of nowhere and stopped the girl's sword by striking it from above with all her strength with her spear. Looking at Haruko with hatred, Kaede shouted that no matter how difficult her life and the lives of her ancestors had been, it could not justify her actions. Haruko's body was already entangled in Shion's whips, so she had to drop to the ground. The Monkey Queen, boiling with rage, shouted, asking how they got there. They were all there, and they dived into Yuhua Nito's water cocoon, holding the girl with their whips. Rumi shouted that she had left them a door, and they couldn't help but enter. Haruko decided that she could use the appearance of Yuhua's companions to her advantage, and, laughing, shouted that his weakness was actually to her advantage. Yuhua was not as happy about their appearance as the Monkey Queen. He shook his sword and shouted for them to get out of there, because he could handle it himself. With that, he jumped out of the water cocoon and rushed toward the queen with chaotic movements, hoping to catch her off guard. Following Yuhua, all of his companions jumped out of the water cocoon, trying to figure out how to help him. Haruko laughed, asking if he really thought the defender could defeat the invader alone. He replied that even if he lost, he would not lose anyone. The voice in his head said that the Lord was strong when fighting alone. Haruko laughed, saying that it seemed he had once again disagreed with his ancestors. Kaede's spear struck one side of Haruko's sword blade, and Nito's sword struck the other. Nito asked sarcastically if the queen hadn't noticed their approach. The next moment, Yuhua heard a woman's voice shouting at him to duck immediately, which the boy did. Mira, who was in a water cocoon, was already casting a spell on the mermaid's technique, strengthening it with a spell of 3 forms of current. Waves of energy stretched from her hands. A moment later, the spell was ready, and a powerful stream of water flew from the water cocoon to the Monkey Queen, knocking Haruko off her feet and flooding her with water. Shaking herself off and spitting, the girl got to her feet and growled at the mermaid, calling her names and saying that she would be punished for her betrayal. She had barely gotten up when another stream of water hit her in the face, but then Mira got scared and decided that she could stand up to the Lord. She began to panic and rush back and forth, worried that she would die right there. Yuva told her to get out of there, saying that it was his battle. Nito and Kaede were standing nearby. The girl looked at him angrily and shouted that they had not come to protect him, but to fight. Rumi shouted that she had come to protect her leader. Nito said that he had come to start over, because if he ran away, he would not be able to change. Shion was in her usual form, and declared that she had come for the money. Mira was worried that she also needed to say something, but she couldn't think of anything. While she was talking, Haruko snapped her fingers, and the water cocoon disappeared. She yelled that if everyone had come here to die, then they should attack. Yuhua noticed out of the corner of his eye that the portal through which his comrades had entered was disappearing, but they didn't even look in his direction. Rumi shouted that Haruko had no right to speak as if she had already won. Then she yelled loudly for Rumi's team to get to work. Shion was the first to rush into the attack, using the power of her sword and Haruko's shadow spell. Haruko tried to strike the girl with her sword but was too late. Following Shion, Kaede rushed into the attack, thrusting her spear forward and using the Winter Hunter style and a deadly lunge while crouching. Then Nito joined the fight, using his monkey hand technique and his sword to deliver a powerful volley, forcing Haruko to retreat. At one point, Haruko was fighting off 3 opponents at once. Shion was attacking from the air, Nito was attacking from below with his sword, and Kaede was attacking with her spear. Watching, Yuhua said he had doubts that they could defeat the Lord this way, and at that moment, the stone Senmon told him to watch carefully. Rumi, who was standing next to them, said that the chief's hunting style was based on the law of the jungle, and that she also had her own style because they were Rumi's team. Remembering her tribe, the little girl said that her hunting style was to defeat a strong enemy all together, as they did with bears. This style was being implemented right now by Yuhua's 4 comrades. Kaede and Shion attacked Haruka from the air, while Nito and Mera attacked the girl from the ground. Haruka set both blades of her sword on fire, and Rumi commented that there was a difference in style, which she had seen when the Monkey Queen fought with clones. Drawing Yuhua's attention to their team, Rumi said that they had their own strengths and would use them. Yuhua said that Haruka could use the experience of previous generations, but Rumi replied that she had developed a plan that they would stick to. The little girl stated that the Monkey Queen was no different from a child with great power, lacking experience because she had never left her palace. While Haruko was preparing a new spell, Nito was digging something with all his might. Shion asked him to hurry up, but the guy's hands were already moving like crazy. Meanwhile, Haruko was preparing a spell of the 3rd generation of deities in the Haruna style, when Rumi shouted that they needed to attack right now, all together. By this time, the whole team was already in the pit dug by Nito, and Mera, stretching her arms forward, was casting a spell of the 3rd form of the mermaid technique. Next was the Sea Maiden's Abode spell, and when lightning flashed in the sky, Haruna's 3 generations of deities' sword spell took effect. Haruko added the technique of connecting heaven and earth, and a temple appeared and collapsed right above the pit where Rumi's team was sitting. Thanks to Mera's technique, no one was hurt. The temple debris flew past, and everyone in the pit was able to get out freely. Rumi looked at the team, which included a mermaid who possessed power but could not control it, trying to glide on the water when she was not there. Nito, whom she nicknamed Monkey because she didn't know how to use her power properly, as she had only been involved in looting before. Shion, who during the attack on Haruka was indignant that she could pull her arm despite her injury, possessed excellent agility and flexibility. There was also Kaede, the best leader of the Winter Hunters tribe, whom the little girl admired and who had an amazing animal instinct. Rumi looked at Senmon and, thinking about who he was, switched her attention to the one who had united this whole company and made them first-class warriors. It was her, the brilliant and dazzlingly beautiful Rumi, who would leave the enemy without a single chance. The little girl smiled, believing in the team with all her heart. She told all this to Yuvi, whose voice in his head said that trash is trash, and if he trusted him, he would put Haruko's heart right into his hands. Noticing that Yuhua was distracted, the little girl asked him not to pay attention to the voices whispering in his head, and added that the Monkey Queen was wrong. She was referring to Haruko's words that his comrades were his weak point. The little girl smiled again, and said that those who have something to protect are stronger. Surprised by the wisdom of the child standing next to him, the rabbit turned his head toward her, and asked if she meant that they should all fight together. The little girl laughed and said that Yuva was quite clever, and that she would add him to her list of potential suitors. He asked her what he should do now. Rumi replied that he should strike at the decisive moment. Yuhua asked if he should do it now, and she replied that it was not his turn yet. The whole team was watching Haruka, and at that moment, Rumi shouted to Shion that it was her turn. She called her greedy, and the girl boiled over. Receiving the command, Shion raised her hands. Her hair also flew up, and the girl shouted that she really didn't want to use this technique. It was a shadow technique, and a screen appeared under the girl with the current balance of her storage, which was more than 4,700 silver coins. All the participants in the battle froze. It was their first time encountering this technique, so they watched Shion's actions without taking their eyes off her. Haruko froze. She did not use this technique, and behind her, purple lightning began to gather. It was a debt collection technique. After Shion announced that she would use the shadow technique of debt collection, she became a copy of Haruku, with the same huge hairstyle. But at that moment, a scoreboard appeared, displaying information about the penalties imposed on the girl for using the technique. Each such message was also voiced, causing Shion to shudder, but she went on to fight the Monkey Queen. Hearing her approach, Haruku turned around, but Shion grabbed her waist from behind, and pieces of Shion's shadow flew around, gradually scattering her. Shion lifted her up, and she flailed her arms and legs, while the system continued to deduct silver coins from her as a penalty for using the technique. When the amount of the penalty became critical, the shadow weakened and loosened its grip, and the Monkey Queen collapsed to the ground, laughing wildly. The shadow began to crumble faster as the amount of debt on Shion's storage balance grew, and Haruku continued to lie on the ground and laugh wildly. When the debt reached 20,000 silver coins, the shadow completely shattered into pieces, and the girl fell backward onto the ground. A piece of paper fell on her face, stating that she was bankrupt and prohibited from using the shadow vault until the loan was repaid. Realizing that the girl was not dangerous, Haruku stood up and said that she had foolishly shown people her abilities, and they had forgotten that they were in her world. Sitting down like a sumo wrestler, spreading her legs, lowering her arms, and leaning forward, Haruku declared that she decides where this world begins and where it ends. Her words seemed suspicious to Rumi, and the little girl decided that something was about to happen, so she shouted for everyone to retreat and hide immediately. And so it was. As soon as everyone gathered together, there was an explosion, and they ran. But fortunately no one was hurt, not even Senmon, who was caught by Nito. Everyone fell down, and Rumi said they had done a great job. Mera replied that she couldn't fight, and the little girl replied that they had done enough. Then she shouted that it was time to deliver the decisive blow. Behind her, the rabbit Yuhua stood in a huge stream of water, preparing to attack. Haruku was already rushing forward in the form of a fire demon. Everything burst into flames where she flew, and the girl shouted that Yuhua would be buried along with his friends. Voices shouted that Haruku would destroy the world, and that Yuhua needed to surrender. Otherwise, he would remain in this world and have only one chance to get out alive. Yuhua replied that he was not the only one with a chance, but Haruku was already splitting the world in half, using the 3,000 worlds technique and the collapse technique. The rabbit jumped using the curtain technique and then the release technique, and where he flew, everything was covered with water, and he slowly moved towards the fire. Haruku split the ground with her fiery sword and set everything around her on fire. The fire seemed to rise from the center of the earth and swirl into a giant funnel. Yuwa's comrades watched in horror. Senmon said that Rumi was wrong, and that the opponent's powers were incomparable. Kaide asked hopelessly if this was really the end. Yuhua became himself again. Smiling and stretching out his hand with his palm open, he asked them not to worry, saying that he would not lose. This time, he used his absorption technique, and the planet slowly began to be covered with water, centimeter by centimeter, extinguishing the fire. For a while, it still vibrated with energy, but then it simply disappeared, and the whole team found themselves back in their world, in the estate of the Dog Clan. Shion was upset that she had a lot of debts. Kaide asked in surprise how they got out. Nito was glad that the space created by Haruku had disappeared. Mira asked hopefully if the Monkey Queen had really disappeared. The girl was still afraid of her, while Rumi rejoiced, shouting that the big-eared one had won. Senmon lay covered in a stone crust when Yuhua smiled, his golden eyes flashing, and said that it wasn't him who had won, but all of them. After his words, Senmon destroyed his stone shell. Yuhua said that it was time for them to return, and they all hugged each other and went home. A month later, a meeting was held at the headquarters of the Alliance of Divine Swords, led by the Alliance leader Miyabi and her deputy Ken. Miyabi began the meeting by greeting everyone present, saying that she knew they had things to do and thanking them for coming. The head of the southern branch, Hiroyuki, welcomed her, while the head of the eastern branch, Masao, was indignant that not even half of the 8 heads were present. The head of the western branch, Emiko, noted that they would be punished. Masao yelled at a guy, asking how he dared to sit where he was sitting. The guy replied that he was in 7th place and was sitting where he should be. The girl next to him supported him, and someone pointed out that 7th place was considered last. They were the Heavenly Swords, Yusuke, Miku, Eri, and Shohei. He asked if they had gathered because of what had happened not long ago. The deputy leader of the alliance, Ken, said that it was true. He turned the board towards them and scrolled to the very beginning of the materials he wanted to show them. On the first page was a photo of Yuhua and information about him. Eri asked when he had awakened his powers. Ken replied that he was as much of a genius as they were. Ken said that a month ago, Yuhua had used the army of one of the demon lords, the Monkey Queen, to destroy the Golden Palace. In response, Yusuke said that if they had known the location of the Golden Palace, they would have dealt with her earlier, and asked what had prevented the Alliance from finding it. Miyabi replied that they couldn't act rashly because of Haruko's control of the Shadow Mark, and that she still didn't pose a threat to the Alliance. The guy couldn't believe his ears, and asked if she was serious, because Haruko had deceived and caused suffering to many people and their families. Emiko asked if he would take responsibility if a global battle began. Masao shouted, asking how the guy dared to speak to the leader like that. Shohei peeked out from behind his bang and said that he didn't mind arguing with stupid Yusuke, but if they had intervened earlier, everything could have turned out differently. Masuo roared that they were getting out of hand, that he had fought demons when they were under the table. Eri asked him what the divine swordsmen were for. Her words enraged the man, and he shouted that he would teach her good manners. Turning to Emiko, he told her not to think about stopping him. The head of the Alliance told him to be quiet, and Ken continued, saying that all the demons captured by the Alliance had been destroyed, and Haruku's demonic swordsmen were in custody. He added that the sources of funding had not been found, and then Hiroyuki asked why they had gathered if the investigation was not yet complete. Mia replied that she had summoned them to decide the fate of the divine swordsman, who had defeated the demon lord, as he had 4 crimes to his name: the creation of his organization, the destruction of Haruku, the assistance to the village, and the reference to the lords in the clan's name. Masao and Emiko declared that such things could not be forgiven. Hearing their opinion, Miyabi suggested resolving everything right there, and asked if she should strip Yuvu of his title of Divine Swordsman. At that moment, a man wearing a dog mask came to Yuvu in the Divine Dog Clan to report that a man from the Alliance had arrived and wanted to see him. Looking intently at those gathered, Miyabi asked if they could solve this problem at its root, by which she meant Yuhua. Shortly before that, a man wearing a dog mask and a burgundy cloak was spotted in the settlement where the Divine Dog Clan, Senmon, and Kazuhiro were located. They tried to catch up with the guy when one of the clan members rushed at him. Kazuhiro asked Senmon if he knew who he was. It seemed that Senmon recognized the uninvited guest and asked how he found this place. Kazuhiro asked again if the man recognized him and cursed. Then he realized that if Senmon had not yet turned to stone, it meant that either the guest was not dangerous to them or he was too weak. Hearing his words, the guest stopped and took off his mask. Turning sideways to them, he asked why they thought he was weak and that Senmon recognized him. It was Nisei, the one who pretended to be a fake divine swordsman and wore a blindfold over his eyes. Senmon considered him a candidate for the heavenly swords. He helped the guy who had knocked him down to his feet and said that he had come to deliver something to Yue, but they had attacked him. He had also heard that Senmon was now with them. He was taken to Yui, who told him that he had been corresponding with Yui, and that So had asked him to pretend to be Yui, but now he needed to see the leader. He asked about So, and the man told him that when they attacked the monkeys, they were supposed to meet to make a deal with the bull deity clan. Senmon shared that after So used his skill and went to recover, he might have encountered those near the Golden Palace. Nisei said that after human trafficking was banned, the traffickers began to act very secretly, and it would not be easy to track them down. Kazuhiro walked alongside them and listened to their conversation. Snapping his fingers, he said that So was not one to be easily intimidated and would definitely find a way out. They heard a scream and saw Shion on the roof, lamenting about the money. Nisei asked if she was with them, and Senmon replied that she had simply stayed behind. The men moved on. Kazuhiro told Shion to come down. Senmon said that a month had already passed and it was time to calm down, but the girl continued to lament. Rumi and the other girls from the tribe were training hard, and Rumi had already learned how to use the Monkey Queen's artifact, which she told everyone about. She put on a show, pointing the artifact at the clan members and shouting that if they bowed their heads, she would take pity on them and become their commander. Then she lowered the artifact, and at that moment Kazuhiro appeared and began to tease her, saying that she should try to convince him first. The girl grabbed the artifact, raised her right hand, and quietly uttered a spell. Kazuhiro was immediately engulfed by a huge column of water. Nisei and Senmon moved on. The guy said that many people had their sights set on this place, and the man replied that he had earned indigestion because of these fools. On the way, they met Mira, who was carrying a load of scrolls. One of them fell, and Nisei picked it up and handed it to the girl, who rushed to apologize. Seeing that the girl couldn't pick it up herself, Nisei decided to help her and put the scroll on top. She bowed, and the scrolls scattered around again. The men began to help her gather the scrolls. Mira apologized with wide eyes, saying that she was nothing but trouble to everyone. Senmon looked at the girl and asked if Yuhua had asked her to stay here, and she said that she was writing down everything that came to mind, but there was still a lot more. The girl remembered how Yuhua had called her and said that he had wanted to meet her for a long time, and the girl assumed that he wanted to take her as his bride. Mira, not listening to him, said that no matter how hard he tried to convince her, it was all pointless because she knew that he did not have long to live. Yuhua looked up in surprise and asked how she knew. Mira was surprised that he knew too, and told him about the song her mother used to sing to her. The song had words about a mother holding her child, her tears becoming a river, and the image of the boy on the water's surface being distorted by a swaying tree. Mira looked sadly at Yuva, with a gaze full of anguish, and said that the boy in the song about the 12 gods of the zodiac, who was soon to perish, was him. Someone above said that mermaid songs were like prophecy. They could know about the heredity of lords, and could predict a nervous breakdown in a child. The girl listened to these words in surprise. Then someone sitting above was about to jump down. Yukva calmed Mira, saying that it was one of their own. Very clumsily, the man jumped down several times, hitting the ground. It was the elder of the Divine Dog clan named Shiva, the weakest ninja in history. Despite his clumsiness, Shiva smiled charmingly at the girl, and said that Yuva had learned about the mermaid's song, thanks to him. Yuva replied that after hearing the song, he had been waiting to meet the girl, because among his memories of his ancestors, there was only one memory of the first Rabbit King. Shiva, with his hands behind his back, walked around them, and indignantly declared that even the 7th Queen of Dogs had no memories of her first ancestor. He added that there are only 2 stories known about the first 12 gods of the zodiac, the Queen of Dogs and the Queen of Dragon, and they are preserved in the songs of the mermaids. Looking at Mira, Yuva smiled awkwardly and said that according to Shiva, the legend of the rabbit deity was one of the mermaids' songs. Mira raised her finger and said that her mother also believed this, because mermaids love stories related to water, and this song had been composed a very long time ago. After listening to the girl, Yuva replied that this was why he was interested in mermaid songs, because perhaps they contained something about how to deal with the gods. Mira gasped and replied that there were hundreds of mermaid songs, so it would be quite difficult to understand which one the boy was interested in. The girl promised to help him, but asked him not to expect too much. Yuva thanked her and said that if she didn't find anything, it didn't matter. This conversation flashed through the girl's mind as she gathered the scrolls, and she confidently said that she would find what Yuva needed no matter what. Having said that, Mira suddenly ran off. Nisei, watching her go, asked Senmon if her eyes looked scary, and he agreed. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion, and stones flew toward the men. One of them hit Senmon right in the forehead, and Nisei barely managed to dodge it. The man shouted in rage, asking what was going on. And then, when the smoke cleared, he saw Kaede training with her spears. Nito was helping her with her training. He was in the form of a huge monkey, and raising his paw, he apologized for the inconvenience. Senmon asked them to be more careful. Kaede shouted that she wanted to continue training. Nito threw stones at her again and asked for help, saying that this had been going on for several days. He added that the girl was constantly eating berries and forcing him to train. She was covered in sweat, but glanced at Nito and told him to continue. At that moment, one of the boys they had rescued ran up to her and said that he wasn't sure, but there was a possibility that her mother, Mitsuha, might be alive. He added that Yan was jealous of her mother and locked her up. And then there was a rumor that she had died, but the boy was sure that the guards could have helped her escape. Without turning around, Kaede replied that she also did not believe her mother was dead, as she had saved her from the underworld when she was still very young. An image of her mother flashed before the girl's eyes, smiling lovingly at her, and she said that her mother was waiting for her, so she would definitely find her. Nito had already prepared a cobblestone for her and threw it at the girl, who grabbed a spear and prepared to deal with him, thinking that she had to become stronger. Kaede jumped up and smashed the cobblestone into pieces with a blow from her spear, thinking that she had to find her mother and all the winter hunters who needed her. Nisei was struck by Kazuhiro's aura and Kaede's movements, and it was hard to believe that they did not have the gift of a divine swordsman, which meant that he had to train harder. Meanwhile, they approached the house where Yuhua lived. Slowing down, he said that they had arrived, and that the boy's employer and his current leader lived here. Senmon opened the door, and Nisei crossed the threshold, paused for a moment, looked at Yuhua, and then asked him to accept his congratulations. Yuhua was sitting on the floor. He looked up at the guy with his golden eyes, and the guy added that he was now the 8th heavenly sword of the Alliance of Divine Swords. Yuhua became a member of the Heavenly Swords, ranking 9th, and the head of a subsidiary organization of the Alliance of Divine Swords called Black Dog. Yukva was surprised by this news. He honestly told Nisei that he had expected punishment, and added that he did not understand what these guys from the Alliance were thinking. When Miyabi raised the question of Yukva's punishment, Hiroyuki asked why they should not punish the guy, but instead place him in the vacant position of Heavenly Sword. She added that Heavenly Swords could create organizations. Masao yelled that they wanted to reward the guy, while Emiko said he should be executed. Hiroyuki replied that Haruku had no heirs left, and that punishing him could cause discord in the Alliance due to the interrupted lineage. Mia thanked everyone for their opinions, and said that it seemed that the head of the southern branch was favoring the boy, and that perhaps he should be promoted. The girl lowered her eyes and said that this was possible, as she understood that she was now going against the members of the Alliance. But for her, it was the right thing to do. A month ago, the spiritual swords that Yuhua had taken from the demon in the Misty Village were delivered to the Alliance, and Miyabi felt indebted to him. She added that instead of deciding on the boy's punishment, perhaps they should decide on how to help the victims of the Golden Palace, and so they decided. Mia announced that Yuhua would take the place of the 8th Heavenly Sword and become Tushin, and after becoming a Heavenly Sword, he would take that name. She added that another Heavenly Sword would be the Raven, who would take the position of the 9th Sword and renounce his former name. Now he would be called Sura. Yusuke asked how the rankings would be distributed, and whether Tushin would probably move them up. Eri replied that the rankings were determined based on results, according to the rules. Shohei, who had been silent until then, asked Ken, the deputy leader of the Alliance, how many points would be awarded for defeating the Demon Lord. He replied that he had not considered the possibility that any of the Heavenly Swords would defeat the Demon Lord, and that Tushin was currently in 9th place. Each of the swords had their own attitude towards the newcomer, with Shohei saying that they could not compare to their achievements over the past 10 years. Masao shouted that they, the powerful Heavenly Swords, were obsessed with some stupid rating, his expression extremely contemptuous. Emiko replied that the rating determined the support fund and tax break, so of course they cared about it, as did their subsidiaries. Ken smiled and announced that if Sura's points over the past 3 years were counted, he would take 4th place, which made Yusuke unhappy. Eri was also very surprised to hear this, and asked if the guy's achievements over 3 years really surpassed theirs. Masao shouted that the achievements of 1/7th Heavenly Sword were comparable to the achievements of the Alliance brand. Emiko added that one person couldn't have done it alone. Ken laughed at all their objections, and replied that he could. The 9th Heavenly Sword was Ren, and he was in 4th place in the rankings. At Yuhua's house, Nisei asked why the 9th Heavenly Sword was looking for the golden-eyed swordsman, who now had to pretend to be Tushin. Tushin asked in surprise if Nisei had really met him, and he told him what had happened to him a few days ago. The guy was going about his business when suddenly someone called out to him, asking if he was the divine swordsman with golden eyes, but he asked what the big deal was. Then the guy felt a sharp pain, and everything around him burst into flame. His interlocutor silently cut his mask, but it was as if he was checking something. Nisei remembered how painful it was, lightning flashing around him, and the stranger saw that his eyes were actually blue. He cursed and said that it was all a lie, and that he was not a swordsman with golden eyes. At that moment, everything stopped. The pain went away, and so did the light. Unable to stand on his feet, Nisei collapsed to the ground. His acquaintance left, saying contemptuously that he was a fake, his eyes red. Introducing Rina, Tushin thought that he would continue to search for him, but if he was a tool that had to die for him, they should not meet. Senmon asked why, if Sura had injured the guy, he was fine. Nisei snapped, saying that he had only cut his bandage, which was dear to him. The man remembered that when they met, Sura had summoned a sword from his shoulder, while his clothes remained untouched, which had surprised him greatly at the time. Senmon thought that at that moment, he was sure he could cut only what he wanted. But now in the camp he began training in defenselessness. The girls from the tribe of winter hunters invented a training device for him to practice defenselessness. He trained again and again, but without success. Returning from his memories, he asked what was going on. Sura was his friend and brother, so the guy knew what techniques he had mastered. Tushin remembered his youth when he and Sura were resting between training sessions, and the master's words that they had promised to show him something, but they were exhausted. Eiji had a knot tied around his neck, and the master told them to learn how to cut the knot. Otherwise, they would not be able to move on from basic physical training. Barely able to stand, they got up. Yuva said that in order to end these damn training sessions, Ren continued, they had to do it. Barely moving their feet, the guys jumped up. Yuhua used the power of his sword, and Ren then used the heavenly step, and they rushed to fight the master. Watching his students and fighting back, Eiji then thought that the guys were learning sword techniques without his knowledge, but for some reason, they were using the same technique. After analyzing it, he noted to himself that Yuva used the force of the blow to reduce the speed of the fall, and he observed this time and time again in training. Ren had a different tactic. He always attacked from above and then pushed off with all his strength, and the guy also repeated this technique every training session. He was very surprised when he realized that his students were able to create a unified and unbreakable bond by combining their fighting styles. During that training session, he teased his students with a smile, saying that, according to his calculations, they would be able to complete their basic training next year. Yukva then became extremely angry and shouted at the master to stop mocking them because they would finish this training today. He used the veil technique and made a cut on the master's neck bandage. The master, assessing his style and the nature of the cut, realized that the cut was very unusual. Eiji thought that the guy had managed to make the cut immaterial, and the thought flashed through his mind that perhaps it was not Ren, but Yuhua, who was the lady's child. Ren used a vibration cut, and Eiji was surprised that the cut was able to pass through any object using vibration. Looking at Ren, Eiji realized that without hesitation or doubt, he had used Yuhua as bait, and the guy was convinced of his opinion. When the training was over, both guys looked silently at the master, who thought that, as expected, Ren was the child he was looking for. The guys had a great time and were happy that their teamwork had paid off. Yuhua danced, saying that basic training was now over. The master's reaction that followed was very unexpected. He approached Ren and punched him on the right, then explained his actions. To the surprised look on the boy's face, he yelled, calling Ren stupid for spending all this time mastering an imperfect technique. Ren disagreed, looking at him from under his brow, and slowly said that his technique was perfect, the abrasion on his cheek stinging unpleasantly. The master nodded at Yuhua and said, "You wouldn't know." Ren looked at his friend, but he didn't understand what was going on, and said he seemed fine. Having said that, he felt dizzy, and barely standing on his feet, added that everything was fine because they no longer needed to do basic training. The master said that their basic training would be doubled, and that he forbade them to use both techniques until they had honed their swordsmanship skills. Yukva pointed to the scratch on his forehead and his broken nose, and began to whine and complain that why was he being punished too, since he hadn't done anything wrong. Eiji replied that he had excellent technique, which even he found difficult to dodge, and he wasn't sure until the end that he would succeed. But he added that the boy's body was not yet ready to use it, and showed Yuva his dislocated wrist, which made him cry out. Ren laughed. Sura had this dream when he woke up sitting on the ground, leaning against a tree, and someone's voice asked if the guy was dreaming about peaceful days. When he finally woke up, something huge with one eye was looking down at him, and he thought that he was lucky on days like this. As always, the jurisdiction of the northern branch of the Alliance of Divine Swords was located in Sharoon. It was quiet in the inquiry office, and some swordsmen were sleeping on benches. The office manager, Chie, was bored, and, not knowing what to do with herself, whined that she wanted to go home when Maki appeared at her doorstep and asked why she was sad. Sighing, Chie replied that Maki had recently visited the prosperous south and now had come to this unworthy place, and she would never understand her. Maki was surprised by her words and asked what was wrong with this place. She liked it very much. The commissions were high, and there were more battles every day. Chi shouted indignantly that this was why migrants flocked here, reducing public safety, and that was why they had more demons than in other areas. Chi added that because of this, they hadn't had any new swordsmen in a long time, and Maki said that she had just completed an assignment and brought back some stones. The girls looked at the swordsmen lying on the benches. Chi said that only these were left. Maki shared that she was burned out after the mission. Chi pointed to the board with orders to capture demons, and said that no one except Maki and that guy takes them, and Maki replied that he had not been there for a long time. At that moment, Chie saw that very guy coming and said that he was her salvation. With one hand, she raised her eyes, and with the other, she did her hair. That guy was Ren, the 9th Heavenly Sword, who ranked 4th in the Heavenly Swords ranking, and he was also carrying a bag of demon stones. There was even a whole bag of stones there. Entering the room, he threw it on the floor and said that the bag was full. Maki said in surprise, and Chie stood up with a smile. Continuing to smile, the girl said that she would check everything now and make the payment immediately. Maki asked where he had been, as she hadn't seen him in a long time. But without answering, he walked over to the board where the demon capture assignments were posted. Maki shouted, asking why he was silent when she was talking to him. The girl added indignantly that it seemed like the guy had become conceited after becoming Asura. But his expression changed, and Maki asked what had happened to him. A few days ago, Maki told Chie a story about a mission in a foggy village, and about a guy with an eye patch and golden eyes. Then, suddenly, Ren approached her, interrupted her, and abruptly turned her toward him, asking where she had met this guy. He looked at her demandingly and asked where she had seen the swordsman with golden eyes, and the girl stammered that it was in Nanman. Now, standing in front of the board, Ren remembered the conversation and the results of his trip, and thought disappointedly that he had wasted his time. Maki was still waiting for him to pay attention to her, but then Chie distracted him by shouting that she had finished her calculations and invited him to collect his payment. She said that the amount was large and that she would put it on an alliance voucher. She put the small change in a bag she had sewn for him, but Ren took only 1 coin out of it. The girl jumped up and shouted that he was going to take only 1 coin from all his earnings, adding that it would barely be enough to eat. Leaving her question unanswered, Ren walked over to the board and tore off the demon capture mission. Maki asked indignantly if she wanted to take it. Her question went unanswered, and the girl shouted that she had not come to the north to take on 3rd and 4th rank missions. In response, there was silence. Maki became even more angry and asked since when he had not been taking the reward. Chie smiled and replied that it had been since he arrived 3 years ago. Maki asked how much the guy had saved up, and Chie replied that considering his 4th place ranking, he could afford several palaces. Hearing this, she laughed and said that although she didn't care much about money, she knew who would be speechless, and she imagined Shion. Chi hastened to reassure the girl, saying that everything Ren hadn't taken would be paid back to the last coin, and she would transfer it to the Alliance headquarters in his name. Maki thought about something when Chie asked why she started a fight every time she saw Ren, and the girl honestly replied that she was worried. Maki added that she had once seen him fighting a demon, and in her opinion, it was very reckless. So now she was worried. She shared that she could deal with the demon without getting hurt, but looking at the guy, she got the feeling that he didn't care about himself at all. She added that during the battle with the demon, Ren behaves as if he doesn't care what happens, and he fights as if he is punishing himself. Maki was sure that no matter how strong Ren was, his behavior and attitude towards fighting demons could only lead to his demise. After receiving the task of capturing demons, the young man went to one of the villages, and when he had dealt with the demons, almost the entire village came out to see him off. The village chief apologized and offered to feed him, but the residents said they were sure the young man would receive a large commission, and that would be enough. The people thought they could have handled it themselves. Some admired him, while others said that if the swordsmen were good, the villages would not suffer from demons. Leaving the village and walking a short distance through the forest, Ren suddenly stopped and ordered those who were hiding from him to come out. 4 people came out into the clearing. One of them was very surprised, saying that he had done everything he could to hide his presence, and asked how long ago the guy had realized he was being followed. Ren was calm and unperturbed, despite the fact that there were more of them, and replied that he had sensed the vibration of the stranger's life energy while still in the village. The man laughed, saying that it seemed he had left the village on foot so as not to involve the resident. The girl noted that the boy had a kind heart and a face to her liking. Suddenly, one of the strangers turned into a monster and yelled that he was just about to slightly change the boy's face by working on him with his sword. Instead of hands and feet, he had hooves. The girl flew up on the right and asked if it was true that the heavenly sword was obtained for achievements and not for abilities. Looking at them, Ren asked if they were renegades, clarifying that this seemed to be the name given to demonic swordsmen who had fled from their lords. Now they all attacked the guy together, and one of them shouted that they were not renegades and had not fled, but had gained their freedom by their own efforts. Ren fought them all off at once, while another shouted, asking if the guy knew how difficult it was to escape from the clutches of the 12 demon lords. Jumping high into the air and driving his sword into one of the attackers, Ren said that he saw nothing special about the demon lords. Having dealt with everyone, Ren moved on, and on the way he was caught in the rain. But the guy had nothing with him to hide under. He reached into his pocket and searched for the piece of paper with the next request to figure out where he needed to go next, but it was stuck somewhere. Deciding to take a short break, Ren sat down near a rock. He was carrying a huge bag with demon stones in it. The rain was still falling. Leaning against the rock and feeling the water running down his face, he thought that he would not sleep in comfort, eat his fill, or talk to anyone. He was sure that the memories of that time were enough happiness for him, and he imagined that his loved ones were now standing with their umbrellas open. Suddenly, a child approached him, stretched out her hand, and held it over the boy's head so that the raindrops fell not on Ren's head, but on the child's hand. The girl's eyes were white and empty. She was wearing a kimono and stood there, continuing to hold her hand over the boy's head, and the rain poured down on them both. The child stood near Ren for a long time, holding her palm over his head, shielding him from the rain, until finally the guy got tired of it and decided to leave. Lifting his hand, he pushed the girl's palm away, then took the bag of stones, stood up, but did not straighten up, and thought that he had encountered this before. Without raising his head or looking at the child, Ren remembered that these children were victims of demons. When the boy walked past the girl, she glowed with a white light. These children had lost their families and become orphaned. Raising his hand, he showed the girl something and told her to go away. Bending over, he walked into the forest with his bag. Ren did not turn around, but the girl followed him until she finally tripped over a rock and fell right into a puddle that had formed on the road from the rain. The little girl sat down on her knees and cried bitterly from the rain. Steam rose from her, but Ren did not even turn around. He continued walking with his head down. The child turned her head and looked at him. Her right knee, which she had hit, hurt, but then the girl got up and ran to catch up with the boy. The Divine Swords Alliance's Inquiry Bureau in Hyrule was attacked by one-legged demons, who made their way through the roof and windows. Maki and Chie were at the bureau. Maki was indignant that of all places they had chosen the Alliance Bureau, and said that third-rank one-legged demons were a problem. The manager replied to the girl that they had an annual attack of one-legged demons here, just like in other bureaus in the north. Continuing to draw something, the girl said that at least this time they had Maki to fight back, because usually everyone immediately ran away. She added that among the Divine Swordsmen, their district of Baksan ranked first on the list of districts to avoid. Maki gave the demons a worthy rebuff, using the power of her sword and a parade of swords, then complementing them with striking sword steps for instant destruction. When a crowd of demons rained down on her from the roof, the girl screamed, asking what the northern branch had been doing before, since there was no end to them. Suddenly, something happened that the girl did not expect at all. Her skill ended, and she thought that bad things happen at moments like this. Maki's intuition did not fail her, because just as she felt her skill end, the king of the one-legged demons appeared before her in spirit form. Looking at him indignantly, she asked if he had brought the one-legged demons here, but he hit her so hard that she flew through the air and caught Chi. Flying across the room, hitting the table, and the girl sitting behind it, Maki flew even further amid the booming laughter of the one-legged demon. Maki thought it would be difficult to hold out until her sword skill was restored, when she saw the swordsmen shouting that they had come to help her. There were 2 swordsmen, and they waved their swords and asked her to take a step back. Maki understood that they couldn't handle the demon, and yelled at them not to get involved. Not long ago, Maki had caused a ruckus. She had overturned the table where the swordsmen were sitting and drinking, but they couldn't fight back, only waving their fists. After scolding them and giving them a few bumps on the head, she said that if they were afraid to fight demons, then they should take to their heels and go collect trash. They stood before her at attention, silent and offended, and the girl told them to do something if they wanted to continue wearing their uniforms. The girl really did send them away to clean up, but when one of them got distracted, she flew up to him and, pointing to the trash on the floor, forced him to continue sweeping. Then they begged her for help when a 4th-level demon attacked them, but Maki said that they could handle it and should do so. And now, seeing that they had come to her aid, the girl thought that it was her fault, that it was wrong and even irresponsible to say such things to the weak. The demon was superior to the swordsman, so he quickly scattered them, and Maki thought she should have told the boys that their lives came first. The girl said she would buy them some time so they could escape, but they told her to take the manager and run away herself, promising to deal with the demon. Meanwhile, the bureau manager, Chie, crawled toward the exit and cried that she should have left much earlier, and that this time she might really die. Having said that, the girl raised her head and saw a one-legged demon in front of her, but it didn't have time to do anything because there was an incredible crash. Ren appeared at the door of the bureau, holding a sword in front of him, which he struck into the ground, and a circle of energy bursting out of the ground formed around the building. Ren used the power of the sword, the blade resonance technique, second form, to blow up the entire building, adding a thunderous impulse to it. The demon managed to jump out before the debris covered him. Seeing the guy pulling a huge sword behind him, the demon asked who he was. Ren looked up at him slightly and said that it seemed he had met a talking demon. The demon wanted to tell him that when he evolved into a spirit, but did not have time. With a swing of his sword, Ren made it the demon's last day. Ren said that he usually destroys them before they have time to open their mouths. Maki looked at him, not understanding how he had so easily dealt with a second-rank demon. Chie had hearts instead of eyes. Ren placed a bag filled with demon stones in front of them, and said that the tasks had been completed. The girls looked at him, not daring to say anything. Maki got angry and yelled at him to open his eyes, asking if he couldn't see their dead comrades. It seemed that the mission was all he cared about. The boy calmly replied that he had become a divine swordsman to deal with demons, not to mourn the dead. Maki was ready to pounce on him with her fists, but the swordsman held her back, asking her to calm down. The girl yelled that it was useless to talk to such a child. Lowering her head, Chie asked him to come back tomorrow, saying that the office was closed. Maki shouted after him that if he continued to behave like this, he would end up alone. Ren did not respond to her word. He turned and left without even looking at the little girl who was still following him. But Maki noticed her. She asked if the girl had followed the boy, and said that if she needed help, she was ready to help, because she could not expect any from the boy. However, the girl looked at Maki indignantly, raised her hand, pushed away the girl's outstretched hand, turned around, and ran after Ren. In the mountains nearby, a conversation was taking place. One person said that he had sent strong demons to the Alliance Bureau and asked if the other could deal with Sura. The interlocutors were an old man and a young guy. The young guy said that it would be difficult when he met Sura, but promised that the old man need not worry. The old man was very excited by his answer and said that he really needed the young man to deal with Sura before he fell out of favor with the Bull King. In response, the young man looked once more at Ren walking below and repeated what he had said to the old man, that it would be difficult, but not impossible. One of the interlocutors was the head of the northern branch of the Alliance of Divine Swords, named Yasuhi, and he asked if the young man knew how to eliminate Sura. The young man turned out to be the third heavenly sword, named Mitsuyomi, and he asked if he knew what the young man had been doing before becoming a divine swordsman. The old man replied that the guy was a well-known priest, who used rituals to treat patients with mental disorders caused by evil spirits. He was recognized by the Imperial Palace itself, and Yasuhi asked if he was going to use that ritual to eliminate Sura. The young man laughed and said that the head of the northern branch was an amusing person, and asked if he really believed in evil spirits and witchcraft. The old man looked at the young man in surprise and asked, stammering slightly, if people possessed by evil spirits really existed. Wasn't that so? Mitsuyomi replied that 3 out of 10 cases of possession can be explained by psychological trauma from childhood abuse, 2 wounds from loss or humiliation. After a pause, the guy added that another one can be explained by the inability to cope with defeat and failure. Looking up at the sky, Yasuhi asked about the rest. Laughing, the guy replied that he couldn't possibly think he was capable of looking that deep. Folding his thumb and index finger together, Mitsuyomi said that purification was not a ritual to exorcise spirits, but a way to find and heal the emotional wounds within. Looking at the triangle that had formed, he added that if he managed to heal even one of the dozens of people, he could already be considered an outstanding priest. After thinking for a moment and folding his fingers differently, Mitsuyomi said that if 3 people were healed, as in his case, he could become a universally recognized genius. Yasuhi listened attentively to the young man, and when he fell silent, he asked what happened to those who were not healed, and the young man replied that it did not concern him. After these words, the old man grinned, and twirling his mustache, said that it seems that all the rituals were just a deception. Turning around, Mitsuyomi replied that there are cases of curses or spirit attachment, which is why the imperial court recognizes this mystical power. Approaching the old man and lowering his voice, he said that it is much easier to hurt than to heal, just as it is easier and more fun to deepen existing wounds. Having said this, he pointed his finger at the old man's stomach and added that this was especially true for those hidden deep inside, as they were like powder kegs. After these manipulations, the old man felt discomfort where the young man had pressed, and he said that the young man did not quite understand who Sura was. The old man said that they saw the same thing, that heartless man, because without thinking twice, he sent the child into the mouth of the demon in order to distract him. Mitsuyomi disagreed with the old man, saying that Sura did not use the child as bait, but rather protected him. Watching the guy walking along the path, he added that he only took his eyes off the child when he had destroyed the last demon. Mitsuyomi continued that it was no coincidence that the boy returned to the bureau just in time, while the one-legged demons attacked him. He returned just in time to save as many people as possible and deal with the demons. Hearing cries for help, he dropped the bag and rushed to the bureau. Mitsuyomi added that he tried desperately to save people and didn't even mind becoming an outcast because he was afraid of losing those he could get close to. Imagining the little girl assigned to Sura, he said that the seeds had already been planted and all that remained was to wait for them to sprout. The old man chuckled thoughtfully in response and said he had no idea what the guy was talking about, to which he replied that his 2 brain cells couldn't understand it. Mitsuyomi explained that he would deal with Sura within a month, and the old man was delighted and said he would take care of his share, but he replied that it wasn't necessary. Yasuhi added that he had received something from the Bull King and therefore needed to deal with the boy, but he was curious as to why Mitsuyomi wanted the boy dead. Mitsuyomi thought long and hard about how to answer this question. He looked up at the shining stars in the sky and then said that it was his mission. Mitsuyomi remembered his meeting with the King of Men, from whom he had received this mission. The king had also told him to keep 2 places free in the 9 heavenly swords. He remembered his meeting with Tushin, how he had congratulated her on becoming a heavenly sword, and how the girl had suggested joining forces to defeat more demons. There was also a guy named Sura, who was confident when they first met. He smiled and said that if he wanted to keep his place in the rankings, he would have to work hard. Mitsuyomi remembered that neither of them could hide the darkness that was their weakness, which the guy was able to easily exploit when necessary. They disappeared shortly after the election, and then Ken ran to Miyabi and told her the terrible news that the newly elected Tushin and Sura had died. Miyabi replied that it had happened again. Ken said that Tushin had died while hunting demons, and Sura had been destroyed by an attack from renegades. The girl thoughtfully said that less than 2 months had passed since their appointment, and ordered that their titles be revoked and all records of their appointments be erased. Ken suggested keeping the records in memory of his colleague, but Miyabi replied that neither the betrayal nor the death of the heavenly swords should be made known. When the new Tushin was appointed, Mitsuyomi went to see him and say hello, saying that he was passing by and suddenly learned about the new appointment. The latter greeted him very warmly and asked him if he would like to stay for a bite to eat and a chat, saying that he had been getting a lot of visitors lately. Yuka wondered whether to ask for a hot spring to be built, as there were more and more guests, and the guy decided that he could easily handle it. Watching him, Mitsuyoshi decided to see what darkness was hiding inside him, but to his surprise, he did not find a drop of darkness in the guy. While Yuhua offered him some fruit ice cream, saying he would ask him to make some for them, the guy decided that there was simply a lot of hidden darkness inside him. Looking closely, he realized that, on the contrary, it was not that he could not see the darkness inside him, but that there was too much of it. It was simply everywhere. Listening to his feelings, Mitsuyomi thought that something similar emanated from Demon Lord, but after thinking about it some more, he decided that it was different, and then he understood what he was feeling from that person. Yuva, noticing his condition, asked if he was okay, and why he had turned pale and was dripping with sweat. Mitsuyomi laughed and said that he was fine. He just remembered that he had to go, because he still had important things to do. Yukva then laughed and suggested that the guy didn't like going to the bathhouse with others, while Mitsuyomi slowly boiled over, wondering when he would finally shut up. Now, remembering that meeting, he felt a surge of hostility, but Mitsuyomi thought he would have to wait a little longer to eliminate Tushin. He decided that today he would take care of Sura, as he was the easiest prey among the heavenly swords he had ever known. After repelling the monster's attack on the Alliance office, Ren went to a restaurant in the Boxen district, dragging a bag of stones behind him, with the girl following him. He entered the restaurant, sat down at a table, and the owner approached him, greeting him, thinking that the guy was pretending to be something he wasn't, and that it was worth robbing him. Ren turned his head toward the entrance, and saw the girl standing silently by the door. The owner thought that the guy wasn't ordering because something was bothering him. Noticing that Ren was looking at the girl, the man replied that if the children were bothering him too much, he should just tell them to leave. Heading for the door, he asked him to wait, and added that there were many orphans in this area, because there were also many different monsters here. The girl ran away from the porch, and the man rushed after her, shouting that she shouldn't dare run away because he was in a bad mood due to his business not going well. The little girl fell and was slapped by the man. He shouted that even if slavery had been abolished, she was an orphan, and he would still find someone to sell her to. At some point while he was saying all this, the man stopped hitting her, and the girl looked at him with a gaze full of pain and hatred. The man yelled at her not to dare look at him like that, and raised his hand again to hit her. But he felt a blow to his back, and somersaulted over the girl. The girl looked up at Ren with eyes full of gratitude and surprise, while the man lay on the ground cursing and asking why he had been hit. Ren approached him with an indifferent look, while the man shouted that if a divine swordsman injured a civilian, he would be disqualified. People gathered around them, and the man wailed that he had been hit by a divine swordsman and asked someone to report it to his superiors or to the inquiry bureau. Ren stood silently, and people thought that he was unlucky to get involved with this man and that he was so young, and wondered if swordsmen could beat up ordinary people. The man, putting on a pained expression, shouted that because of his serious injury, he would not be able to do business, but a silver coin would cover his losses. Ren took a piece of paper out of his pocket, crumpled it up, and threw it to the man sitting on the ground. The man was delighted at how well everything had turned out, and that he would be able to get his business back on track. Unfolding the piece of paper, the man saw a request to destroy a demon, and asked if that meant the guy would give it to him, and he would receive a reward for it. Ren said that, wasn't he in the picture, looking very similar? Out of indignation, the man made a face very similar to the drawing. Having said that, Ren walked away. The man shouted that no one would believe he had confused him with a demon. He was angry, and couldn't understand why the man was leaving so easily. The man held the drawing of the demon and screamed that he should apologize. But people compared him to the drawing and started laughing and saying that he really did look like it. Meanwhile, Ren walked on, listening to no one and not looking back, still dragging the bag along the ground. The little girl stood there for a moment, then rushed to catch up with him. Soon, the boy came across a street eatery. He sat down on a long bench, put the bag next to him, and handed the owner a silver coin. The woman looked at him in alarm and cried out that she couldn't give him change, and that it was unlikely anyone on these streets would be able to break such a large sum. Ren didn't answer. He just took the chopsticks and said he would have noodles. The woman said she would prepare them quickly and might be able to find some change for him. The woman was delighted with the money, then looked up and saw a little girl standing nearby, and asked sadly why the child was alone at such a late hour. Smiling at the girl, the old woman asked if she would like some noodles too, and added that she did not charge small visitors. When the soup was ready, the old woman placed one bowl on the counter for Ren and another for the little girl, who sat down next to him on his bag of demon stones. Watching them, the old woman smiled. She had already changed her clothes and said that she needed to leave, but that they should enjoy their dinner. When they put a bowl of soup in front of the girl, she sniffed it but was afraid to eat it, then turned and looked at Ren, who had already picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Following his example, the little girl grabbed the chopsticks and began twirling the noodles around them and putting them in her mouth, purring with pleasure and glancing at the guy every now and then. Ren ate slowly, lost in his thoughts, while the girl finished her noodles in no time, then turned the bowl upside down and drank the water. After exchanging the money, the old woman thought she had taken the money from the guy for nothing, since he was so young. Returning and finding no visitors, she thought about the change. The Alliance office building had been rebuilt, and the little girl ran there, overtaking Ren. Near the building, she met a big guy who raised his hand and blocked her way. The girl froze and looked at him seriously. He smiled broadly, and the little girl jumped up, gave him a high five, and ran on. As soon as she appeared at the office door, everyone turned around and greeted her, calling her Luna, saying she was cheerful and asking if she had eaten. The girl gestured that she had eaten noodles, and the swordsman realized that they were delicious and remembered that the old woman had opened a new restaurant this month. While Luna gestured how she had eaten, the swordsman discussed the name Maki had given her, saying that it would be awkward if the girl didn't have a name. Ren entered the office, and the girl turned to him, and there was a whisper that it seemed no one was looking for the little girl, even though she had been here for over a month. People looked at her with pity and sadness, and thought that she was probably one of those orphans who had lost their parents due to demon attacks. They were also surprised that Sura could take such good care of her. Someone said that it was the first time they had seen the boy eat normally in a restaurant. Seeing that Luna had arrived, Maki ran out, shouting that she wanted to high-five her sister, but the girl high-fived everyone except her. The swordsman laughed that the girl was ignoring only Maki, and Maki couldn't understand why the little girl was behaving this way towards her. Approaching Chie, Ren threw down a bag of stone, and the little girl held out her bag. The girl thanked them for their work, and asked them to wait while she counted. Looking at the bag that the little girl had placed on the counter, Chie said that this time the girl had collected more stones than last time. While Ren walked away to the task board, Chie whispered to Luna that it was a big headache for her that Ren never collected small stones. One of the swordsmen told Maki, who had approached him, that no matter how strong the boy was, it was hardly worth sending a small child on dangerous missions. Hearing his words, another swordsman added that they would not be able to influence the boy in any way. He had once watched him in battle, and unfortunately, it was true. The girl next to him said in surprise that even she, a divine swordsman, trembled at the sight of a demon, and how Luna, being so small, was not afraid at all. Looking at them and listening to them, Maki said in a confident tone that it was indeed worrying, but there was no need to worry, and the little girl was in no danger. She had been looking after Luna for over a month, and she hadn't a scratch on her, even though she was constantly with Sura while he hunted the most dangerous demons of Buxen. Ren took the money and the assignment and left. The girl added that the baby just feels that being with him is probably the safest place on Earth for her. Looking at Ren and Luna, the swordsman asked Maki if maybe they should fight alongside Sura, and the girl snorted that it seemed like they wanted to go to the other world. The Dog God clan's base was designated as the center for receiving requests, and when Yuwa disappeared, Senmon thought about how they would have to deal with the requests. He and Kaede fulfilled the requests, together with other members of the Dog God clan, but half of them were fulfilled by one leader, and there were 7 or 8 of them a day. When he reported this, the girl indignantly declared that they needed to find out where the head had gone right away. Senmon said he had several theories. The head had received a telegram that So had been seen in the north near Boxen, and before that, He had asked Nisei to gather information on the Bull Queen and the slave market. Hearing that the head might have gone north, the girl growled that they needed to go there, shook the elder, and asked him to say something. At night, he watched Yuhua train and whispered that he seriously believed that it was a coincidence that the two of them had been abandoned. When he finished training, the elder, who was sitting on one of the exercise machines, jumped to the ground and said that it looked like he would have to tell the boy everything. The old man replied that they had to obey the chief's orders, and that was all they could get out of him. He sat with his arms folded and refused to speak. After a while, Rumi came into the house accompanied by Kaede. Not finding anyone there, she ran off to look for Kazuhiro, shouting that everyone was gone. Without thinking twice, he put the little girl in the cart and harnessed himself to it, and they rushed off in search of them. The guy assumed that everyone had gone after Yuhua. A few hours earlier, Senmon pointed to Nisei's telegram and said that there was something strange about it. He read the text of the telegram aloud. It said that the Queen of Bulls had violated the order to abolish human trafficking, and the Alliance had begun searching for her base. It became known that she was in the north. Nisei wrote that he had found a lot of information about the Queen of Bulls, and that these were troubled times for the imperial family, the Alliance, and the heavenly swords. The guy suspected that the information he had obtained so quickly had been deliberately leaked to him by someone. When Senman finished reading the telegram, everyone exclaimed that it was a trap, and they began to rush about and shout that the entire department should be summoned for a trip to the north. Shion thoughtfully said that even if they hurried, they would not be able to find Yuhua, because the north was too vast, and they should trust the leader and wait. Noticing her mood, Senmon asked if she was all right, and she replied that yesterday, Yuhua had paid her debt in exchange for extending her contract. Deciding that they needed to calm down and think through a plan, they scattered again when Mara entered the house, tripped on the threshold, and scattered the scrolls. Someone asked her to be careful. Another replied that they would all die that way, and she said that she had a plaster made by Rumi, especially for her. Taking one of the scrolls, Mira said that there was something she had found while writing down and deciphering the mermaid's song, and now she would give them her interpretation. If the body of a deity perishes, its soul does not disappear. Nito interrupted her and asked if it meant that Yuva was the vessel that held the soul of the Monkey Queen. The girl nodded, and when asked what would happen if the vessel was destroyed, replied that Yuva would perish, and the more souls of the zodiac deities he absorbed, the sooner it would happen. After talking to the elder, Yuhua rushed to find the Queen of the Bulls, thinking that if Rina had the same fate, he had to deal with her first. On the way, the image of the Queen of the Monkeys appeared to him, and asked why he had come to her house with all his people, and why he had now gone alone. She flew alongside him and continued, asking if he thought the Queen of Bulls and her swordsmen were so weak that he could handle them alone. The guy was silent for a long time, then replied that the girl was very stupid, and that the swordsmen were the power of the zodiac deity, but she had decided to use it to torment people. After a pause, the guy added that he had decided that the dogs would be enough to defeat them. Hearing this, the girl made a displeased face, but Yuva added that because of her incompetence, his men had gained useful experience without any losses. The girl flew into a rage and yelled at him to keep his thoughts to himself. The guy replied that she had asked first, and the Monkey Queen flew on her back and asked him to choose a more beautiful place since the road was long. Then she jumped up and said that next time they would rush to the sea with him. Yukva snapped that she was feeling too comfortable in someone else's body. The girl was amused by this and told the guy, adding that she was very pleased that he had taken on all the resentment and fear that had been passed on to her by her ancestors. Smiling, the girl asked if he was okay, since her ancestors had now settled in his mind, which was already in turmoil from his own ancestors. Ren and Luna continued to walk through villages and get rid of monsters. This time, they were in an unknown village on Mount Boxen. Remembering Maki, the guy thought that apart from him and this strange girl, there were no divine swordsmen capable of taking requests above the 3rd level. When another crowd of demons jumped out, the guy realized that the sword in his hand was stuck, but then the sword appeared from his back, huge as a rock. He moved with incredible speed, turning to face his attackers and fighting them off with his giant sword. The attackers were wearing masks, but the guy realized that they were not demonic swordsmen, and he couldn't understand why the divine swordsman needed this. Seeing that one of the attackers was rushing straight at the little girl, the guy slammed his sword into the ground, covering himself and the child. Realizing that the attacker was targeting Luna Ren, he shouted loudly in his mind that he would not allow it, and gripped his sword even tighter. With a loud roar, he raised his sword above his head and then brought it down on the ground, causing a crack to appear and the earth to split in two. Catching the eye of one of the attackers, the boy was once again convinced that for some reason, they were targeting the child. The girl looked up and stared at the attacker. There was no fear in her eyes. She looked at him defiantly and boldly. On the way, Yuhua suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes and a pain in his chest. Haruko confidently declared that he had been cursed. She added that they needed to find the one who had cursed him and get rid of him. Then they saw warriors wearing bull masks. Yuhua asked the girl if she knew them. Haruko replied that he should stop crying and quickly scattered those who blocked their path. They needed to hurry, and the boy drew his sword as he ran. The men prepared to use their sword techniques, the dance of death, pink mist, and frenzied power. But Yuhua managed to slip past and stab one of them with his sword. One of the attackers used the technique of enhanced hearing and foresight. Jumping at him, Yuhua cut off his ear and shouted, asking how he could hear. Another used the technique of residual image movement, and when several attackers rushed at the guy, it was difficult to tell which one was real. Yuhua fought off everyone, and after striking one of them, he realized that he felt better, which meant he had found the one he was looking for, and it was the one who had cast the curse. However, the other attacker also cast a curse, and the guy suddenly grew breast. Yuhua spread his arms and shouted, asking what kind of curse this was. Another one flew at him and used the miracle vision technique. Yuhua poked him in the eyes with his fingers and said that he had come up with it just in time. Next, they put a curse on him to love his grandmother's grandchildren. The guy got fat and shouted that if they didn't stop, he would burst. Before Yuhua could regain his form, another masked man emerged from underground, using the underground swimming technique. While he was fighting off the attackers, a crowd of masked people were already casting new curses, movement copying, and the sword technique dance of death. The attackers lined up and waved their swords, repeating each other's movements, but Yuhua, for some reason, walked in the other direction and made movements out of sync. The guy watched their movements closely, and then the masked people began to hit themselves on the forehead with their swords, and Yuhua, under the spell, was forced to repeat after them. In addition, for some reason, he began to hear the thoughts of those marching around him, and this made him terribly angry. He couldn't wait for his body to return. He saw someone running towards him, but suddenly that person hit a pillar of water. The clownfish curse was lifted, and Yuhua decided that the pillar of water had appeared for a reason. He saw a cart driven by Kazuhiro, with Rumi sitting in it, holding up the artifact of the Monkey Queen and shouting that they had come to help. However, when he saw his comrades, Yuhua, instead of thanking them, yelled at them, asking why they had come, while continuing to fight off the attackers. Kazuhiro replied that he had come to help the leader, while Rumi shouted that she had gone to the toilet at night and had followed him completely by accident. Fighting off another attacker, Yuhua yelled at them to return to camp immediately, but Kazuhiro flatly refused and declared that he would go with the leader. Using his shock absorption technique, Kazuhiro struck with the technique of a dog's fangs devouring space, and the sturdy fangs of a dog you can rely on. Rumi kept waving the Monkey Queen's artifact and turning everyone into water pillars. Kazuhiro was on the ground, and Yuhua was fighting in the air. The Monkey Queen hovered in the air. Only her spirit remained, and she could not fight. She admired how the guy's movements were not at all like before. Haruko thought about it, admiring the battle, and then said that it seemed her suspicions were confirmed, and that the rabbit deity was a deity of destruction. But she also remembered another very important thing. When a person has something to protect, they become vulnerable. Ren dealt with the attackers in bull masks, wondering why they had targeted the child, and whether it might have been better to leave someone alive to question. Luna was searching them for stones when she approached the next one. Ren said that he was not a demon and would not have a stone, and the girl screamed in anger. Ren looked at the girl, and she also looked up at him. The boy thought that he had become noticeably stronger during the time he had spent with this child. 3 years ago, the boy met the King of Men, and when asked how he found him, Ren replied that he followed his scent and eventually found him. The man asked if he had any questions, and Ren replied that he would finish him off first and then ask everything he wanted to know from his lifeless body. Ren pointed his sword at him, but the man began to move away from him, and as the boy swung his sword around them, the ground broke and stones flew. Ren was sure that his sword was working correctly, but the sword still could not reach the man's face, and the boy shouted to himself that the man should not dodge. The boy asked why he couldn't hurt the man, and the man replied that his sword didn't even have the intention to defend itself, so he couldn't hurt him. He added that this was why the boy's sword couldn't even touch him. With a wave of his hand, the man threw the boy far forward, and he fell. The blow was so strong that the rocks Ren fell on were destroyed, and he flew off the cliff onto the dry trees below. The man said that if he had changed his clothes, the result would have been more interesting, and Ren remembered that Yuhua's clothes were red, the color of the protector. Then the boy realized that his clothes were gray, and gray was the color of the destroyer. And only now, looking at the moon, did he understand the meaning of the man's words. For the guy, it meant that in order to become stronger, he had to use this child. The little girl came up, sat down, and hugged his leg. Not far from the village, Mitsuyomi was talking to Miyabi, and she suggested sending the first army. But the guy said that it would only make Sura stronger. He laughed and added that the attack was only necessary to water the seeds that had already been planted. Miyabi reported that the operation with Yuwa had been successful as expected, and that he possessed truly remarkable skills as a heavenly sword. But her people also reported that Yuwa's movements had become much slower when his two subordinates joined him. She added that in a protracted battle, this would be an advantage. The guy replied that everything was going according to plan, and that he would get rid of both of them using the Queen of Bulls. The girl looked at the guy for a long time, and replied that the Queen of Bulls was acting exactly as they had expected, and asked if it was time for her to make her move. Mitsuyomi laughed, turning his head slightly, and said that she shouldn't worry, because the Queen of Bulls liked to deal with things herself. After thinking for a moment, the guy added that she was a real devil, and imagined the seventh Queen of Bulls, a demon lord named Shota. At that moment, the Queen of Bulls was listening to the manager's report on the slaves. The man reported that the dead and sick had been disposed of. He added that there were 31 divine swordsmen, 92 men, and 15 winter hunters left, including So. All the people listed by the Queen's assistant were currently hanging from the ceiling of a huge hall, where Queen Shota was sitting on her throne drinking tea. The child stepped forward, and the man continued that after the death of the Monkey Queen last month, the delivery of people through the Golden Palace had been disrupted. The Queen stroked the child, while the man said that they could find ordinary people as before, but they would no longer be able to get winter hunters. The Queen said that perhaps this was a good thing. The maid exclaimed in surprise, "Is that really true?" And then, frightened, lowered her eyes. The Queen ordered that their numbers be increased. The assistant replied that he would do as the Queen wished, and she suddenly took the cup and poured the tea on her foot. The maid rushed to wipe her feet, and said in a trembling voice that if the Queen was unhappy with something, she should just say so and she would fix it. Shota put her hand on her neck and told her to learn how to brew tea properly. Her hand was hot, and she added, "In the next life," and the girl vanished. The Queen regretted giving away the maid she had bought from the Monkey Queen. It was Mitsuha, the assistant, who promised to ask the Lord to return her. Without turning around, the Queen said that the assistant was very courteous, and she liked that. None of them even looked at those hanging from the ceiling. Taking a few steps, the Queen put her hands on her stomach, and those hanging began to fall to the floor. Their hands were chained, and their feet were bare. Looking at them with disgust, Shota said that now they would begin their evaluation, and those who received the first rank would be able to stay and work for her. The people stretched their stiff arms, the older ones picked up their children, and the Queen added with feigned regret that the second rank would be sold. Some lost consciousness, and the woman continued that any action beyond the scope of the assessment would result in immediate isolation. Her gaze was cold. She felt absolutely no pity for the prisoner. Turning away, the Queen said she hoped they would try their best. Several divine swordsmen sat together, among them So, who suggested they escape. He was sure that the other swordsmen would follow them. Without waiting, the man summoned his spirit sword and grabbed it. Those sitting nearby followed his example, and also began to summon their spirit swords. One by one, the divine swordsmen summoned their swords and tried to free themselves from the chains in which they were bound. All this time, So watched the Queen closely. He understood perfectly well that they could not defeat her, even together, but he summoned his spiritual sword anyway. He decided to sacrifice his left hand, using the technique of a lizard shedding its tail, thinking that the most important thing now was survival. However, to his great disappointment, the technique did not work. He saw flashes of fiery lightning, and, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, fell down. Shota had a fiery staff in her hands, which she used to strike everyone, telling them that they would not be able to escape until she wanted to get rid of them. After the events in the nameless village, Luna came to the Alliance office in a new dress, holding a Chinese parasol with a colorful ball. The swordsman poured out into the street, watching the little girl and praising her new outfit and parasol, while Luna twirled around, showing off how beautiful she was. One of the swordswomen asked who had bought her such beautiful clothes, and the little girl smiled and nodded her head, pointing to Ren, who was talking to Maki. The swordsman discussed how Ren was like a father to her, and how he had changed. Now he talked freely with people, and everyone was curious about what they were talking about for so long. One of the dreamers laughed, and said that it would be uncomfortable for her to walk around in such clothes with Sura, and the girl pushed him in the side, and said that he was tactless. Luna made a face, and he added that if the clothes were beautiful, It didn't matter if they were practical, for which he received a slap from the swordswoman standing next to him. At that moment, Maki and Ren finished their conversation. The boy walked ahead, the girl slightly behind, and to the little girl's surprise, Ren walked past her and continued on. Thinking that she would catch up with him anyway, the girl turned around, raised her umbrella with a smile, and started walking forward, but Maki stopped her. The girl crouched down, and Luna had to lower her umbrella. Then Maki hugged her tightly and said that the girl would stay with her, and she cried. She tried to break free and run away, but Maki held her tightly, squeezing her arm near her elbow to keep herself from crying. They watched Ren leave. The girl said that Luna could no longer walk with him, and the little girl sobbed bitter tears and tried to break free. As he left, the boy did not turn around. The little girl screamed at the top of her lungs and did not listen when Maki said that it would be dangerous for them to be together and that she could not let her go. The girl held the child close, trying not to cry herself, and promised that she would find someone else who could take care of her. Ren left without looking back, accompanied all the way by Luna's loud cries and sobs. Maki's heart was breaking, but she couldn't do anything else. The swordsman approached to ask why she was doing this, since she had said that the baby could only be safe with him. But she told them to be quiet. She couldn't tell them about their conversation, and could only curse him in her mind, thinking that he was forcing her to pretend to be a villain. At that moment, Nisei was sitting in the restaurant where Ren and Luna had once eaten noodles together for the first time, and the owner offered the young man an extra free serving. Hearing voices, the young man turned his head and saw Kazuhiro, Rumi, and Yuhua. The young man apologized for being late and said that something had happened on the way. Glancing at the three of them, Nisei replied that Yuhua had promised to come alone and asked why he had brought a fool and a child with him. The reaction was instantaneous. Kazuhiro bowed his head and said that he was not a child and was 100 years older than him. Rumi replied that she was not stupid, but a genius. Sitting down at the table, Yuhua asked if anyone else was pursuing the Queen of Bulls, and Nisei replied that given the size of the bureau, it was unlikely that Sura would be able to find her. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yuhua said that was good, and that while Ren remained here, he must be the first to find the Queen of Bulls and destroy her. Rumi, who was sitting next to Yuhua, asked why it was so difficult to find the Queen of Bulls, since they could simply ask the slaves she had traded. Ren replied that he had been investigating the matter of her demonic swordsmen and slaves for a long time, and that they had all lost their memories, so they couldn't tell him anything. After listening to him, Rumi cried out, asking how he managed to find her when the Imperial Court and the Alliance couldn't. Nisei replied that they had only just discovered the base in the north and addressed the question to them, asking why no one had been able to find the Queen of Bulls' lair. At the table behind Yuhua sat a group of men, one of whom said that after a whole day in the mine, he couldn't feel his back or shoulders. Yuhua said that now he understood why no one could find the Queen of Bulls for so long, because she was not on the surface, but underground. Shortly after Ren left Luna with Maki at the office, an attack was carried out, and the building was set on fire. Maki was the first to notice the fire and the attackers. That evening, everyone was busy with their own affairs. Luna sat and missed Ren. The fire started on the roof and quickly spread to the entire building. In addition to the fire, there was an attack on the swordsman, and Maki was among those who suffered. When she was given help, she went out to ask how the others were doing. The girl blamed herself for what had happened, saying that she should have prevented it, but her comrades reassured her that if it weren't for her, everyone would have died. Someone checked to see if anyone was left in the building. Someone carried water, and remembering Luna, they asked Maki, who sadly said that she would definitely save her. Then Maki heard a familiar voice asking what she meant. She already knew who it was. Turning around, the girl saw Ren standing against the backdrop of the fire. The swordsman said that the bureau had been attacked by unknown assailant, that there had been arson, and that Luna had been kidnapped. Ren asked who it was, and Maki replied that she was finding out. Chie said that they had used a spiritual sword, but judging by everything, they were not demonic swordsmen. Ren remembered their last trip to the nameless village, where they had encountered people wearing bull masks, and decided that this raid was also their doing. Suddenly, one of the wounded raised his hand and said that he had heard the kidnapper. The medics rushed to him and told him to save his strength because he was in bad shape. But the man said that they were slave traders. Hearing this, Maki said that since the baby had been taken into slavery, the Queen of Bulls must be involved. Ren asked who she was, and one of the swordsmen said that she was one of the 12 demon lords, and the guy asked where to find her. They replied that neither the Alliance nor the Imperial Court knew, and another said that a divine swordsman was searching for the Queen of Bulls in the area. He told them how to find him, and when Ren and Maki went to see Nisei, he said he had heard that the girl had left her post as inspector and moved to Boxen. Maki replied that she was surprised to hear about a divine swordsman with an eye patch searching for the Queen of Bulls, and asked if it was really Nisei. Ren asked if the guy knew where the Queen of Bulls was, but Nisei cheekily asked why the guy wasn't swinging his sword like he did last time. Maki got angry and shouted that he was still pretending to be a swordsman, adding that she had warned him about the consequences. Nisei shouted back that he was only carrying out Tushin's orders, and that since the girl was a former inspector, he didn't need to explain the rules to her. He clarified that the Heavenly Swords could recruit mercenaries and create subsidiary organizations, as well as conceal their identities if the situation required it. Hearing the name Tushin, Ren asked again, and Maki replied that surely the guy knew about the other new Heavenly Sword, since she had told him about it. Nisei thought that Sura must not find out about Yue now, and shouted for them to follow him, promising to show them where the Queen of Bulls was. Maki realized that he knew the Queen's whereabouts, and angered, shouted that if he knew, why hadn't he notified the Alliance and the Imperial family? Nisei told them to follow him, thinking that it would be better if Shota fought with 2 heavenly swords, because Yue had a plan to hide his identity. Nisei led them to an abandoned mine, and said that there was a rumor in Buxan that if they approached the mine, it would collapse, and rumors were an excellent cover. Ren rushed to the mine entrance, but Maki stopped him, saying that the place was too small to accommodate all the sword slaves and the Lord's supplies. Looking at Nisei suspiciously, the girl asked why he was so sure that it was here, since there were hundreds of abandoned mines in Boxan. The guy replied that this was one of the entrances, and explained that when he assumed that the Queen of Bulls' base was underground, he thought about it from their point of view. The place had to be in rough terrain, with a low risk of people showing up, and rumors of a mine collapse, as well as sufficient air supply. It also had to be a place that allowed for the abduction of people and the transport of supplies, and among them, he chose places with signs of recent use. He added that this place was one of them, and when Maki asked if there were other places, he replied that Tushin had gone to the most likely place, and this was the second. He added that checking 2 mines increases the chances, and thought that Yuhua's task was to capture the Demon Lord, while Sora only needed to weaken her powers. Nisei said that Maki's wounds looked serious, and asked if she wanted to wait. The girl growled, asking if he was really suggesting they wait. Visibly saddened, Maki added that there was someone she had to save inside. The girl blamed herself for putting Luna in danger. Ren had already entered the mine, and Nisei laughed and said that the girl should hurry up. Maki snorted and rushed to catch up with him. Yuhua, Kazuhiro, and Rumi went to check another mine and fought demonic swordsmen, and found many dead after trying to escape. Rumi found a boy from the Winter Hunters, and when Kazuhiro asked why they were fighting, she replied that they had been brainwashed, and asked him to pacify them without harming them. Suddenly, the stone floor began to crack, and a mole came out of the hole with a telegram for Yuhua. Nisei informed him that Ren had arrived at the mines. Despite Yuhua's efforts to control himself, his sword lit up, and he exclaimed that they needed to find the queen before Ren arrived. Seeing this, Kazuhiro tried to calm him down. Rumi shouted that if he used his abilities, the mines would collapse, and they would not find anyone. Rumi noticed that the swordsmen, who were in the form of huge bulls, had stopped attacking, and said that perhaps they would be able to get past them without a fight. Kazuhiro replied that all this was not without reason. It seemed they were waiting for someone, and a man appeared in one of the corridors. The guy said he would take care of it. He shouted for the leader to follow the Queen of the Bulls. Rumi shouted that he wasn't going to fight alone. Yuhua apologized for losing his composure. Raising his head, Yuhua said that they would fight together because he couldn't leave them alone, and then the bulls seemed to wake up, their eyes lighting up. Hearing the leader, Rumi smiled and said that it wasn't too late for them to go through together, because they had entered through the most likely entrance. Kazuhiro approached Yuhua, and placing his hand on his shoulder, told him to go take care of his brother, while he would stay and take care of his own. So came out of the corridor. He was now the butler of the Queen of Bulls, and said that out of respect for the past, he would allow the chief to leave, because his mistress was waiting for him. Yuvi and Haruku looked at him in surprise, and the girl said that it seemed to be the power of the Queen of Bulls, and that, according to rumors, the swordsmen were extremely loyal to her. Kazuhiro went out to his former comrade, Haruku, and thought that loyalty was not of his own free will, but that was nothing compared to her thousands of worlds. Turning to Yuvi, Haruku told him to leave the battle to his comrades, because in order to unleash divine power, they needed to catch the Queen of the Bulls. So defiantly asked why Kazuhiro had come out, since a guard dog should stay at home, and the boy replied that he had come to bring back the runaway dog. After Yuve took Rumi with him to look for the Queen of the Bulls, So and Kazuhiro were left alone, and the bulls stood motionless. Looking at his friend, Kazuhiro said that there was something on his clothes, but So covered his eyes and said, "Do you really think this trick will work?" Kazuhiro appeared behind him and said that there really was something on his clothes, and that it wasn't a trick. He poured something from a bottle onto the guy's shoulder. Sniffing, So said that he had used heavenly essence, apparently afraid that he would run away. The guy replied that he would not fight fairly. Following this, Kazuhiro crushed the bottle containing the essence and said that after contact with blood, this mist would last for 3 whole days. So laughed and said that now he understood why the guy had used the essence, apparently so that he could find him in the mist later. At that moment, a huge hook flew down from above, wrapped itself around Kazuhiro, and threw him up. So shouted that it was all in vain and pulled on the rope. So managed to get his spiritual sword, and when he stabbed it, it turned out that it was not Kazuhiro, but a bull. So asked in surprise if there had been a substitution. Meanwhile, Kazuhiro ran away from the guy as fast as he could, and the fog that formed after the heavenly essence spilled began to pull So in. Various knives flew at him from the fog. He caught some of them, and shouted that it seemed that the one who had previously hidden behind him and picked on him had grown up. Hoping to find his opponent, So waved his sword, cut through the fog, and shouted that in order to use the technique of concealment, one must suppress one's presence. Stumbling upon the bull, he said that it was a substitution, and his rival shouted that he had forgotten that the basis of ninjutsu was deceiving the enemy, and then they collided. A fight ensued. Both rivals were very agile and cunning, So kept his hands behind his back. Kazuhiro attacked, but his rival dodged all the time. Kazuhiro tried to strike at his legs and arms. Noticing this, So asked if he was going to cut off his arms and legs to activate his sword skill. He realized that he had been figured out, but still tried to hit his limbs. So shouted that it was futile and that he should aim for the neck. When Kazuhiro turned his back on him, the guy grabbed his sword and stabbed him. But when the fog cleared, only his opponent's cloak and sword remained on the floor. Kazuhiro wondered why he was fighting so smartly, despite being brainwashed, and he wanted to just take the guy's fingers. Noticing a shadow, he decided it was So. Flying up to him with his pincers, he told him to fly away and think about his behavior. But when the fog cleared, Kazuhiro saw the face of another person and realized that there had been a switch, and he had almost attacked an innocent person. This was, of course, the work of So. Lying in wait, he said this so that his rival would hear that he also knew something about ninjutsu. Luna sat in a cage in the corner, holding her bright umbrella in her hand. Her eyes were full of sadness and longing, but she did not cry. The little girl remembered that 3 years ago she had held on just like that, but not to an umbrella, but to a dress. It was white with yellow hexagons. 3 years ago, she stood next to the 6th queen of rats named Indara, who said that she had fought against the rabbit clan and lost everything. Her interlocutor was the king of men. After listening to the woman, he asked if it was true that he had ordered her to take the life of the rabbit queen. He added that because of her failure, he had to get his hands dirty. She cried and said that she understood the goal he was pursuing by ordering her to do this. If the rabbit queen died, he would allow her child to consume her and pass on her memories and feelings, as if he himself were getting rid of his mother. The man said that she was quite clever. He appeared behind her and added that she was useless to him and he would have to get rid of her. The girl understood this and begged him to spare her child, Luna. But the man replied that it was not his job to interrupt the line of the 12 gods of the zodiac. When the baby's mother was finished, the man grabbed the girl by her clothes and carried her away. She screamed and reached out to her mother. He dragged the baby into a cave where Mitsuyomi was waiting for him. Throwing the girl on the floor, the man said that he was entrusting her to the young man. The young man bowed and asked if he could be of any further service. The man told him to catch his breath and said that he had no desire to write at the moment. The girl was placed in a small cage where she could only lie down and sit, and she spent 3 whole years there. 3 years later, Mitsuyomi came back, and she was still the same as when her mother died. He gave her clothes and told her to get dressed and come out. When the girl came out, he showed her Rina and told her that she had to follow him everywhere, threatening that if she failed, she would end up back in the cage. And so it happened that Luna began to follow Rina, and they became friends. And these were the very seeds that Mitsuyomi had spoken of. Now Luna was sitting in a wooden cage near the throne of Queen Shota, looking at the girl and saying that the heavenly sword was already running to save her. The queen thoughtfully continued that since another heavenly sword would soon arrive, it might mean that she would have 2 slaves of the heavenly swords. Luna burst into tears when the queen added that if she had 2 identical things, their value would decrease, and then perhaps she should destroy one of them. Running to the door, Yuhua and Rumi stopped. The little girl was pulling the cart on which she and Kazuhiro had arrived. The boy immediately took a fighting stance. Yuka thought they needed to hurry, and when he saw the demonic butler, he wondered if there was another one. Adjusting his glasses, the butler said he had been waiting for them to arrive. Adjusting his glasses again, the butler said that the queen currently had a guest who had arrived earlier. He took out his sword and drew a beam of light with it. The butler flashed his glasses, swung his sword several times, brought it to his face, and said that he would deal with them himself for now. When Yuva and Rumi met the demonic butler in one of the corridors in the queen's hall, Ren and Maki were already there. Seeing Ren from afar, Luna began to cry and scream. She stuck her hand out of the cage and waved it continuously, as if giving some kind of signal. Maki was the first to notice. Looking closely at the movements of the little girl's hand, she asked if it was just her imagination, or if the girl had just told them to run away. The Queen of Bulls stood up, and a fiery sword appeared in her hand. It passed through the cage, and the woman said that the best part of trading was the auction. Maki and Ren listened carefully to her every word. The queen did not delay, and said that she would give the girl to whoever paid for her with their life. Luna sobbed and couldn't calm down. Maki and Ren flared up and stood facing each other, taking up attack positions, ready to fight. Huddled in a corner, the little girl tried to move away so that the fiery beam passing through the cage wouldn't touch her. She didn't want to watch. The queen raised the beam, forcing Luna to look up, and said that it was wonderful to watch others die to save her. To distract the queen from the child, Ren struck the floor with his sword, causing it to crack, and the queen immediately threw her fiery sword at the boy's sword. Looking at her with hatred, the boy said that she would have to pay with her life. In response, the queen asked why his sword was not aimed at her. Maki replied that it was her job to deal with the queen, taking advantage of the fact that she was distracted when Ren struck the floor, and she flew up. The queen struck upward with her flaming sword, trying to hit the girl. Maki shouted for Ren to take Luna and leave, leaving her with the queen. Landing on the floor, Maki struck the queen with her sword, but the queen managed to grab the sword and asked if they had really decided to run away from her. While Maki distracted the queen, Ren ran up and, jerking open the door of the cage where Luna was sitting, reached out his hand to her and said it was time to go. He picked up the little girl and held her close to him. Seeing what was happening behind him, she screamed, and Ren turned around. He saw that the queen was using the technique of the power of God, life and death, to hold Maki in the air and threaten her with her fiery sword. Forcing the girl to her knees and pointing her fiery sword at her, Shota asked what she wanted most. Maki repeated what she wanted. Closing her eyes, she remembered how she and her brother had run away. He said that they couldn't stop, because if they stayed, they would never escape from someone's clutches. They were indeed caught and beaten for trying to run away, and told that if they tried to escape again, their debts would double. Maki remembered that her brother continued to run away and was beaten every day for it, but he didn't give up and shared his food with his sister. Her brother was incorrigible, and his escapes led to his death. Maki was angry with him and was sure that he died because he didn't fight. After his death, Maki asked for a reduction in her payment, but her master laughed and said that her brother's debts were now hers, and that there was no one left to take the blow for her. She herself did not know where the rage came from, but Maki rushed forward and struck her master, and when she grew up, she dealt with him and his friends. Then she realized that she was different from her brother. Maki decided that she would always fight for what she wanted, and she felt a thirst for battle within herself. The queen saw her thoughts and asked how strong the girl's thirst was. Suddenly, as if coming to life, she jumped up and said that she would do as the queen wished. Turning to Ren, she said she wanted to fight him, and her sword clashed with his blade, sending sparks flying. Maki shouted that Luna would go to the winner. Ren didn't want to fight, so she grabbed his shoulder and yelled at him to stop dodging. Ren continued to defend himself with his sword, and Maki got angry and shouted at him to attack her. The queen watched them silently. Shota said disappointedly that she had high expectations for the heavenly sword, but in reality, it turned out to be just a soft-hearted divine swordsman. She added that Ren was losing to her new butler, referring to So, who at that moment was holding his sword near Kazuhiro's neck. Kazuhiro twisted away and asked if he was really aiming for So's neck. So grinned and said he thought he would be ready for that. So did not lose hope of depriving the guy of a limb, so he fought using his claws, but So constantly dodged. Kazuhiro did not expect So to fight him so fiercely. He hoped to be able to activate the properties of the guy's sword. Therefore, he was constantly on guard, and when the moment was right and So struck him with his sword, Kazuhiro dodged and grabbed his former comrade by the wrist. He was about to use the pliers, but he didn't have time because So grabbed the sword with his other hand and managed to stick it between the blades. His anger at his former comrade was so strong that the sword cut through the metal of the bolt cutters, sending sparks flying. Thwarting his former comrade's plans, So used the sword to strike him, thinking that he would no longer be able to activate So's skill. Leaning toward Kazuhiro, So smiled and whispered that if he followed the leader, they would both die, and that it would be better for the boy to hide behind So, as before. Looking him in the eyes, Kazuhiro asked if he had really betrayed them because of brainwashing, and if that was all his former comrade was capable of. So laughed and replied that he was the traitor, and had forgotten how, as children, they had sworn to each other that they would do anything to survive. He pushed Kazuhiro, and as he fell, he whispered that the boy was wrong, that their oath was not to do anything to survive, but to live with dignity. He grabbed So by the neck and pulled him toward him, and So replied that Kazuhiro seemed to have forgotten that he was wounded, and that if he strained himself, he would die from blood loss. But Kazuhiro threw his head back, and then jerked it back into place, hitting So's head with his own, calling him names, and saying that now it didn't matter anymore. While in the Queen's Hall, Ren defended himself from Maki's attack, and tried to save Luna. The demonic butler used his sword to remove Yuhua's mask. Yuhua shouted that he would hide his identity from Ren, but Haruku said that he should focus on the battle, because the enemy was not easy to defeat. The guy was terribly angry, saying that the mask he wore hid his scent, and that Ren could recognize him by his scent. Rumi stood in the corner and watched Yuhua arguing, thinking that he seemed to be talking to himself again. She thought that she had made a mistake in choosing this move, and that it had not remained a secret, and now Yuhua's friend had reached the queen first, and she needed to fix it. The butler said that he had never before left alive those who dared to follow him, but this time he would make an exception. Standing around the corner, Rumi felt her legs give way, and couldn't understand how this had happened from just her intention to deal with him. Taking advantage of the fact that the butler was chatting, Yuva jumped up, and, pulling out his sword in midair, smiled and said that he shouldn't be distracted from the fight. Yukva swung his sword at him. The butler parried the blow. Sparks flew, and the butler looked at the young man and said that he was very rude. Yukva decided to use his sound step technique, began to move chaotically along the corridor, swinging his sword, and said that he had not come to play. In the blink of an eye, the butler moved in front of the young man and fought with one hand, holding the other behind his back. Yuva attacked him, pushing him back. The butler was completely unperturbed, methodically parrying Yuva's attacks. He proudly said that he was always polite to guests who came to his lord. Making a lunge, he said that this was the end, but his opponent disappeared and used the heavenly essence around the butler to raise a fog. He fought by touch. Yuva saw him and, smiling, shouted that he seemed to be a demonic swordsman like So, and that the Queen of Bulls had apparently brainwashed him. But the butler objected that their mistress did not use such pathetic tricks as brainwashing, but gave them a reason to live. He said that once he lost everything he served for, a weak master, his wife, his child, and a friend to whom he owed his life. Nisei was with him at the time, and the man told him not to cry, saying that nothing could be changed now. It was then that he put on the bandage. After that, the man gave him his sword and said that he no longer needed it, then told him to leave. Nisei was his only surviving student, and when the man sent him away, he lost his last reason to live. Exhausted, he fell down and began to weep. Then the Queen of the Bulls appeared and said that he had the strength and abilities of a divine swordsman. She asked why he did not fight the demons and defend his loved ones and students, but only took all their blows. He replied that he considered it foolish to take his own life, and that his pride would not allow him to die at the hands of a man, so he had come to die at the hands of a demon.